Cámara de Comercio también entiendo que presentación y reconocimiento.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to City Hall. Welcome to Council Chambers and to a meeting of the Los Angeles City Council for today, Friday, July 12, 2002. The City Council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, and meetings are open to the public. We invite you to join us. We can also be viewed live from home on your cable station, Channel 35. We can be viewed live via webcast from the city's homepage or heard via council phone. We are just shy of a quorum with 7 members present. We need 10 to conduct business today, but this being Friday, as is customary, we do have a number of special presentations and recognitions for some
reconocimiento es
outstanding
para algunos
individuals
sobresalientes
and
individuos,
groups within the city of Los
grupos dentro
Angeles,
de la ciudad de Los
either for their
Ángeles,
contributions to the city or for
contribuciones
their
a la ciudad,
accomplishments.
otros
The first presentation today will be
méritos.
conducted
La
by the mayor of our great city,
va a ser por el
Mayor Jim
alcalde más
Hahn.
por el alcalde.
Mr. Mayor.
Señor Hahn.
Mr. President, members of the City
Presidente, miembros del
Council,
Consejo de la Ciudad.
it's a great honor for me to be here today to congratulate the men's tennis team of
Equipo de tenis
University of Southern
de la Universidad del
California,
Sur de California,
who are the 2002 NCAA national champions.
campeones de dobles.
In addition to their
En adición a su
team title, they had
título
the
de equipo,
Prakash
tiene
Armitage was the
el Armitage,
freshman NCAA tournament most valuable player. Daniel Langray and Ruben Torres each were named NCAA all-tournament team. Seniors Ryan Moore, Nick Rainey, and Andrew Park were all named ITA All-American honors for 2002. This outstanding team was led by veteran coach Dick Leach, who earned the honor of ITA National Coach of the Year in his last year as USC's head coach of the tennis team. And Coach Leach has decided after 23 years to retire, and what better way to go out than as the national champion. So I'd like the members of USC tennis team who are with us here today. Some of the members of the team are already on the professional tennis tour, but the coach was glad enough to bring 4 members of the team with us today. I'd like to call them forward. Coach Lee. Come around here, Coach, and introduce your team to the City Council.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hahn. I'm sorry that the whole team couldn't be here, but they're anxious to go out there and see how good a player they are and whether they can make it on the professional circuit. But with me, I have first Ty Sullivan, and he's from Palos Verdes. And in the back from Newport Beach, Parker Collins. And the all-tournament player at number 6 singles from Cali, Colombia, Ruben Torres. And last but not least, a senior from San Marino, California, who next year will start medical school at the University of Southern California, Andrew Park. Andrew graduated with a 3.75 and is planning a career in surgery and has promised me to give me my first facelift free. Thanks very much.
Mr. LaBonge.
Mr. President, Mr. Mayor, and Coach, and national champions, congratulations to the University of Southern California. After Ron Butcher takes his classic picture of this great team here. Coach, I want to ask you just a few quick questions. Tell us a little about yourself. Behind every great team is a coach, and what drove you through the years?
Well, my dad was a USC graduate. In fact, spent his whole life across the street at the old Hall of Records building. And he used to assist Lynn Hollinger as the assistant county manager, and of course was great friends with Board Supervisor Kenneth Hahn. I love the game of tennis. I played at USC. And I wanted to come back to my university and give back and see if I could win a national championship for my school. And it turned out I was able to win 4. So I feel very good about that.
That's great. And hey, Coach, what public playground, what public tennis courts did you play on when you were growing up? I want to get a little plug for Record Park.
I played at Arcadia County Park, and that's where I grew up.
Good, all right, good. Let's hear it for the public parks and the champions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Thank you, Coach. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Members, we're still shy of a quorum. Let us continue with presentations, but given the brevity of our agenda today, upon achieving a quorum, what I would request is that we pause presentations, vote on the matters most of which are on consent, and then conclude with the remaining presentations. Next, I'd like to recognize Ms. Misakowski for a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to have this illustrious group of people here in the front row to stand and join me. And we are going to be joined today by Deputy Chief Peggy York, Deputy Chief, who is acting chief today, David Gascon. Apparently, Chief Pomeroy is out of town, so our acting chief of police is Chief Gascon. And this wonderful group of women officers in LAPD who are brought in today so the council can receive and congratulate them for winning the grueling 120-mile running race known as Baker to Vegas, which was run this spring in Nevada. Not only did this group win the race, as they did last year, but they won by an incredible 15 minutes off of the record time. This was a 120-mile race. It was run in 15 hours, 50 minutes, and 39 seconds. As I said, 15 minutes off of the record, so they've got a real standard. Just as we did three-peat with the Lakers, I think we've got a three-peat here going in the future, so I'm sure they're charged up for next year. Members, we often recognize LAPD officers here for excellence in the line of duty, for excellence in service to the community, and for overall excellence and pride and commitment, not only to the uniform they wear, but to the community and to each other. What we see behind here today is that kind of commitment, that kind of pride, and that kind of success. I don't think we recognize often enough the excellence that we have in this department on all levels. I think it was not more than a few months ago we had here a deputy commander who had won a national award for innovative excellence in community policing and innovative ideas in LAPD. This is still the department throughout the country that is looked at as the #1 department, the department to come to for innovation, new ideas, commitment, and the highest excellence among their members. So it gives me great pride to introduce everyone here today. I'm going to ask, I don't know if Chief York or Chief Gascon want to say a few words, but then I would also like to invite Officer Sherry Egan, who is the captain of the team, to come forward. Let me just mention some of the people who are here. We will give them the resolutions individually in the back room, but we have here today, along with Officer Sherry Egan, who is the captain of the team, Officer Delilah Vizcarra, Detective Marcella Pearsall, Officer Julie Noni, Detective Maria Perez, Officer Tricia Criswell, Officer Mercedes Pena, Detective Jacqueline Landsman, Sergeant Catherine Meek, Officer Kathy Bell, Officer Julie Carpenter, Officer Felicia Bailey, Officer Marisa Frial, Officer Leslie Rogers, Officer Annette Olivas, Detective Marta Miyakawa, and Officer Jana Beard, and Officer Susanna Padilla. So let me first invite Deputy York, who's here to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman, for again acknowledging this important feat by these women. I'm very proud of these women for a whole bunch of reasons. I think first and foremost, I'm proud of them for their commitment to public service and for the great job that they do every day as members of the Los Angeles Police Department. I'm a little bit especially proud of them, I think, today, though, for this accomplishment, because it was quite a feat. Just looking at them, you can see that they're in great shape. Most of them are pretty young, and they really trained and just were so committed to winning again this year, and sure enough they did. And I believe that next year they'll win again, and we'll be here again honoring them for the same thing. Thank you all for your attention.
I would also echo those thoughts and thank the council for recognizing the just wonderful work of this team. As you know, it takes an awful lot of effort. It takes a lot of personal time to prepare for such an ordeal, and they have made those sacrifices. As Chief York indicated, they are a lot younger than some of us, and they're in a lot better shape. But as the council member pointed out, the eyes of the law enforcement community often look toward Los Angeles because of our innovations and our creativity. But I should really point out that the most important reason they look towards Los Angeles is because of the quality of our people. These are outstanding police professionals, and they also happen to be great runners, and we're really proud of them. Thank you.
Before we let you go, Mr. Reyes, would you say a few words?
Say that
rarely do we have an opportunity to acknowledge our men and women in blue for being people. And many of our communities don't have that perception. And these are the kinds of activities and accomplishments that shows everyone that you are indeed mothers, you are aunts, your cousins, your family, you're part of our community, and as athletes you are also winners. So I just want to acknowledge you for your work and let the whole world know that our men and women in blue are people, they are like us, made of flesh and blood, and they do care. And I just want to thank you for your great work. And this as an aside, I want to thank Commander York, Assistant Chief Gascon, Chief York, for helping me in a community meeting last night at Aragon. It's in Cypress Park. We've had several killings there. And the people that were there were very hurt. They're scared. And to have you there and make a presence in a small community like Cypress Park and Aragon meant a lot. And I just wanted to just publicly thank you for your support as well. Thank you so much.
Mr. LaBanche.
Presidente, miembros del Consejo.
Mikowski, if Dennis Stein was here, he would stand up and congratulate you because he used to work with you. And then you would have an opportunity to speak from that microphone and tell us really about Dennis Stein and how a police officer he was. But he's not here, and I'm sure he sends his best. I'm proud of each and every officer in Los Angeles, but I'm especially proud of those who I've grown up with. Peggy York, Chief York, I'm very proud of you. You were the first homicide detective partner at Northeast years ago as she ascended in the ladder of service to the city of Los Angeles. So I'm always proud to see Chief York. And it's also so good to see so many who I know over the years, and I'm especially proud of traffic officers. Because of all the situations that take place in the community, traffic affects Los Angeles, and that contact that you have with the public is so important. So I want to personally congratulate you as being great city employees, great Los Angeles police officers, great athletes, and also enjoying your job and enjoying your role as great police officers in the city of Los Angeles. Thank you, and thank you, Chief Gascon. Thank you, Cindy.
Ms. Gruhl.
I just wanted to add my congratulations as well to all of you, and glad you're here today, and particularly highlight my new senior lead officer, Julie Carpenter in Sunland Hung area, who's here, and she's just been here a couple weeks, so anyone who's listening out there in the Sunland Hung area knows Julie's going to be out there, out and about, so just want to also, for your leadership, Commander York and Deputy Chief, so thank you so much for being here, and we support you wholeheartedly. Thank you. Mr. President, let me now call up Police Officer 3, Sherry Egan, who is the captain of the team, to say a few words from the team.
Thank you. I would just like to thank Councilwoman Cindy Misikowski for taking the time to recognize our team. I'm very proud to be associated with these women as an athlete and as an officer, and I'm proud to say that I think that there's 25 of the most dynamic women we have on this department working a variety of different assignments. And they still are able to manage to come together on their own time and produce a #1 team that has always managed to bring that trophy back to LAPD and keep that pride. and the bragging rights where we think they belong. So thank you very much for taking the time to acknowledge us, and I'm honored to be here.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll go in the back and give each one of them their proper recognition. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Ms. Misikowski. Members, we have now achieved a quorum. I would ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Galante, Garcetti, Gruel, Han, Holton, Labange, Miskowski, Pacheco, Perry, Reyes, Ridley Thomas, Weiss, Stein, Padilla, 12 members present, and quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, members, and as I've mentioned, let us proceed now with the agenda, taking a brief pause in presentations. We will return to presentations after calling items special. Mr. Clerk, first order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Ms. Gruel moves and Mr. Holden seconds.
Mandatory resolutions for approval.
Ms. Perry moves and Mr. White seconds.
Items numbers 1 through 7 on the regular agenda. Items for which public hearings have been held.
Items 1 through 7 now before us. Members wishing to call any specials. Items 1 through 7. Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those items are approved. Items 1 and 2 forthwith, please.
Mr. President, items numbers 8 through 11 on the regular agenda. Items for which public hearings have not been held.
Members, items 8 through 11 now before us, and I do not have requests from members of the public to be heard on these items. We shall deem the public hearings open and closed. Members wishing to call any specials, Mr. Pacheco.
Mr. President, item number 10, and I do have some people walking in who would be submitting speaker cards on item number 10. So,
okay, let's call item 10 special. Leaving items 8, 9, and 11. Any other specials? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those are approved. Next item, please.
Mr. President, you also have a special meeting agenda. Did you wish to recess the current meeting and go into the special meeting?
Yes, let us recess the regular meeting, and Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll on the special meeting?
Burnson, Glanter, Garcetti, Gruel, Han, Holden, Labange, Miskowski, Pacheco, Perry, Reyes, Ridley Thomas, Weiss, Stein, and Padilla, 11 members present, and a quorum, Mr.
Thank you very much. I believe we have a 4-item agenda.
Yes, you do. There are 4 items. Public hearings have been held on these matters.
Okay, members wishing to call any specials, items 1 through 4 of our special meeting agenda. Any specials? Ms. Gruel.
I'm being told we need to hold that on the desk for a moment. We're looking for the motions from the CLA to move forward on that. They are not, Paul is not here.
Is this for all 4 items?
Yes, that's my understanding. All 4 items, correct, Mr. City Attorney? We need motions.
Have committee reports been distributed?
We met this morning, Mr. President, at 9 o'clock to finish these items to move them forthwith.
So let's hold all 4 on the desk as we await reports from the committees.
Mr. President, do you wish to stay in the special meeting and continue presentations at this time?
Let us do that. Returning now to presentations, Chair recognizes Ms. Gruel.
Good morning. I am pleased to have with me today representatives from the Valley Community Clinic. This is a clinic that has been in existence for many years, and last year, the clinic staff of 110 treated more than 48,000 low-income insured patients. This is a clinic that has just recently moved to a new place in my district, one in a large space, one that is going to serve more people than they ever have before. As we've all been reading in the papers these days, too, the challenges that the county faces and the challenges that we are going to have in our health system, this kind of clinic is critical to the future of delivery of services. I'm here today to present 2 proclamations, one to Ann Britt, who is the CEO, and Diane Chamberlain, the COO. And these 2 ladies didn't get here just because they, by going to school to get an MBA, they did it by their commitment
President. And Diane was a housewife wanting to give back to her community by volunteering at the North Hollywood Free Clinic. And Anne was interning for the North Hollywood Free Clinic counseling department when she met Diane. And it's now 23 years later, and now they run the clinic that they once volunteered for. Their strong belief that everyone deserves affordable, high-quality health care has turned that facility and that free clinic into one of the Valley's most major health care providers. This new facility on Coldwater Canyon, North Hollywood, has allowed them to accept new patients for the first time in several years. And this new building will give the clinic the potential to treat 100,000 patients a year. Without the Valley Community Clinic, thousands of residents of our North Hollywood area and San Fernando Valley would not be able to see a doctor and get some of those most basic care needs taken care of. I want to also say thank you to Council President Padilla, who in the midst of in the last year, when there was no representation, stepped up to the plate to support this clinic through motions through the City Council. So I want to also thank him in this presentation. So I am pleased to present 2 certificates today to 2 women who are really the pride and joy of our San Fernando Valley. You'll continue to hear more about what they're going to do for our neighborhood and our community. So I'd like to present to Ann Britt a proclamation that talks about her great value to this community and to our neighborhoods, and to say thank you for all that you do, Ann. Yes, please. I just want to, on behalf of our Board of Directors, our very committed staff, and our patients, express my appreciation to City Council for the recognition of the work of the Valley Community Clinic, and just tell you that personally for me it has been a great pleasure to be able to be a part of this organization. Thank you. And I want to also present this to Diane Chamberlain, but want to make one comment. During the campaign, I went to their offices, their old offices. There was very little parking. There were people all over getting services, not enough room, and now they have this wonderful facility, and it's because they didn't give up and said, we can do it. And so I just want to thank Diane Chamberlain for never giving up as well.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the clinic, again, we appreciate the support of the City of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ms. Grohl. Next, the chair recognizes Ms. Perry for a presentation.
Okay, let's do Fred first. Go to my left, it's easier. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have the pleasure of honoring someone who is not only a special friend to me, but a friend to many of us in this council chamber. And it's my pleasure to recognize Fred Muir for the outstanding work and to say congratulations as he moves on to a career, gratefully so, in Los Angeles in the area of public affairs. Fred has distinguished himself as a reporter and an editor at the Los Angeles Times in a journalistic career that spanned 3 decades. He is respected for his speed and accuracy in delivering the news, his balance and fairness in defining the issues of the day, and his desire to bring clarity and reason to all of his stories. Fred was a member of 3 Pulitzer Prize-winning teams for coverage of natural and human disasters that affected Los Angeles, including the 1992 riots, the 1984 Northridge earthquake, and the 1997 North Hollywood shootout. Additionally, his coverage of critical issues including water policy, child support, homelessness, and Los Angeles city and county government has contributed to a better community for all of us. Fred has also nurtured and developed many young reporters and has been active in journalism education by lecturing to student groups, leading writing workshops, and developing new curriculum for training journalists. Throughout all that, he has always maintained his grace and good humor in the face of tremendous tremendous deadline pressures, the challenge of competition and colorful personalities of many of us here in the council chamber. After 17 years with the Los Angeles Times, he's retiring from the news business to pursue a second career as a public relations consultant with Fleshman Hillard. I know that he will be continually fully involved in civic life here in Los Angeles. And I want to say congratulations to Fred for his many years of service, and to salute him and to honor him for his many contributions with a common goal of making the city a better place to live. Now I'd like to ask Fred to say a few words.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Councilwoman Perry. Of course, around the house, she's just Jan, as in Jan's on the phone, honey.
Oh, great.
Council President Padilla and the rest of the members of the distinguished council, thank you so very much for this honor here today. I had a terrific career. I enjoyed every minute of it, and I wouldn't give back a day of it. But I will say that covering city council, which I did for 3 or 4 years, was really one of the highlights. And it was really a delight to work over here and be a part of it, and all your good works here in the community. When I thought about jumping into from the news business over into public relations, I had an idea in mind of what I wanted to do. And I figured if I was lucky enough to have worked for some really world-class newspapers like the LA Times and the Wall Street Journal, I wanted to work for a world-class communications firm as well, and I'm lucky enough to have been able to join Fleshman Hillard and Doug Dowie, who I've known for many years. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Mr. Holden.
Mr. President, members, I've been in this political game for many years as a senator and staff supervisor Han, and 15 years at city council, totaling something like 30 years. But during that time, you meet a lot of people who have a pen and pad. Some of them try to threaten you and intimidate you, but very few that you ever meet who are honest or as ethical as they require you to be. And Fred, I want you to know that you are one such person. Those of us who are in the game where people kick us below the belt from time to time, you're a person who's never done that. And so it's not so much that the media is going to lose you or the LA Times. It's people who believe in integrity in government from both sides of the aisle. The Fifth Estate, we're going to lose you, and we're going to miss you. I know sometimes you've written some stories that turned my stomach, but that's okay. I know it was not your intention, it's the way you saw it at the time. And we respect you for that. Always will. I never turn my back on a guy who hits hard. Got to be able to take a punch to give a punch. And I want you to know that you've given it and you've taken it, and we appreciate you for that, the exchange. And certainly here's one guy who's going to miss you. You've always been fair.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Holden.
Thank you very much. On my next presentation. Okay, you guys come on. Okay. We have presentation today. Ralph Plum, President and CEO, along with, I believe, Ed Avila should be joining us in just a second, and Jean-Luc. Okay, you can say his last name.
Jean-Luc Shishimbi from the Congo.
Thank you, Shishimbi. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Thank you. And here's Ed Avila. Here with me today is Ralph Plum. Again, he's the President and CEO of the Union Rescue Mission, and many of you know that the Union Rescue Mission is one of the nation's largest missions and has been serving the people of Los Angeles for over 111 years. It was founded in 1891 in an effort to help people in need. In 1903, the mission was at 145 North Main Street. The pretty close to the current location of City Hall. To make way for the new construction of a new City Hall, the Union Rescue Mission was then moved to 2nd and Main in 1926, earning them the name the Mission on Main Street. 2 years later, the new Los Angeles City opened its doors. Today, the Union Rescue Mission has moved to its current facility at 5th and San Pedro in last November, offering a 110-bed dorm for women, the first overnight shelter for women in the history of the mission. They provide emergency shelter for 350 women and children and 300 men and serve between 2,300 and 2,800 meals a day. The rescue mission provides other services, including a residential recovery program for men and women with children and families in order to help them reclaim their lives. This mission shares a rich historical bond with City Hall, growing side by side with our home. To commemorate this mutual history, Mr. Plum and Mr. Shishimbi have brought a beautiful piece of artwork to bring to us for our enjoyment, not only to City Hall, but to Project Restore specifically. I wanted to present this resolution today to commend them for their generosity and to celebrate this important work of art. And thank you to the Union Rescue Mission. So many, yes, I'm sorry. And for your continued dedication for helping people of Los Angeles. And now I'd like to ask Mr. Plum to say a few words.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the City Council. It has been said that the true test of a community is how it cares for its weakest members. And for 111 years, we have worked in partnership with you in serving the poor and the homeless in this community. And so it is our privilege to give something back to the community in the form of a commemorative plaque that I understand may be placed at some location in the new City Hall. It is our privilege to be working with you and serving the people of Los Angeles, and we do so with great pride and respect for our work. Thank you.
I just want to thank the Union Rescue Mission. I had a chance to see this wonderful presentation they've made. I didn't know, frankly, until just before our dedication that, in fact, this location is where the Union Rescue Mission actually was located prior to their move. Thank you, and I can assure you that we will have an appropriate place for this to be hung and exhibited in City Hall.
Mr. Ridley Thomas, should I proceed with the other one? Or do you want to? Okay. We have it up here. Okay, all right, I'll go ahead. I have the pleasure of doing this on behalf of Councilman Mark Ridley Thomas, and I'm very pleased to honor some young ladies today for their exceptional work in a program created by the Commission on the Status of Women. And as they come up here today, let me just share with you, this program is called the Young Women at Risk Violence Prevention Program, or YWAR. It focuses on academic retention, healthy decision-making, self-awareness, self-esteem building, life skills management, and mentoring. The program is available at 6 continuation high schools throughout the city of Los Angeles and is offered to young women between the ages of 15 and 19. Through their participation and success in this unique program, the young ladies that you see here behind me have earned a great honor. They have been selected as this year's winners of the Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act Pinnacle Awards. This Pinnacle Award is an award given by the Los Angeles County Probation Department for excellent academic, personal, and social achievements made since participating in the program, such as YWAR. These young women have shown depth of character, strength, and diligence that has earned them the respect of their peers and their teachers, and that is why they have received such a great honor. They now serve as role models for other young women in the city of Los Angeles, and I would like to congratulate and salute their achievement and ask that you come up here for me and just introduce each one of them so we can give them the recognition they deserve.
Thank you, Councilmember Perry. I just want to briefly thank the Commission staff, Victoria King, Melissa Butel, and Deepika Sharma for the work that they do with the Young Women at Risk program. I think we can't underestimate the impact that programs like this do for our young women. YWAR is the only gender-specific program under the Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act, so we're very pleased that our girls were able to achieve this very important award. And I just want to briefly introduce our Commission President, who will introduce our awardees, Commission President Leslie Ortiz.
Good morning to Council President Padilla, to the council members. Today is very exciting because of the Commission's involvement with Young Women at Risk in its third year. 4 years ago, the program was developed and given birth. We began with 2 schools and we are now in 6. This program is a necessity in the development of young women that many persons in society today forget about. YWAR trains young women to be successful, to take pride in themselves, and believe that they can make their mark in this city, the state, and the country. I would like to commend the staff for their continued support and hard work. And I want to thank all of the members of the City Council on behalf of my fellow commissioners, Bobby Jean Anderson, who is here, and Commissioner Gloria Medizian, for recognizing the importance of YWAR and its impact. Today, it's my pleasure to introduce 3 young women who are the recipients of the JJCPA Pinnacle Awards. There are 6 young women, but 3 are here with us today. And they're being recognized for their social, personal, and academic achievements and accomplishments since being in the YWAR program. From the 15th Councilmanic District, Rachel Hinman and Deidre Allen, and from the Sojourner Truth, from District 8, Sandra Topete. And the other young ladies are from the Georgia Patton Harbor City School. Please welcome them. I'd like to say thank you to the program that I'm in. It really helped me a lot. That's about it.
Eso es todo.
Thank you.
Gracias.
And then, thank you very much, Mr. President.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Chair recognizes Mr. Labange.
You could fake it, shoot these people and make them feel good. I'm kidding. Yes. Bonjour, Mr. President and members of the Council. I have with me today those who are putting on a celebration in Los Angeles to honor the great Bastille Day, the French Independence Day. With me this morning is Jean-Luc Sobiu, our Consul General from France, huh? You like his style? Okay. Okay.
It's Friday today, so casual day.
Casual day. Oui. Also, we have Bob Ori, who's the producer of this event. And also, we have with us today Pascal Fortunat with the event promoting Bastille Day, and Najiba of Pasadena, who's here with us today to support our sister cities. And Bastille, as you know, we have Bordeaux, France, as a sister city, and anytime we could get together and celebrate what's so beautiful about Los Angeles, we try to do that. And then this Sunday is Bastille Day, and Bob, I want you to get a commendation from the city of Los Angeles as we salute you for celebrating the French Festival 2002 on Bastille Day. You made one mistake. He got lost. Being a good Frenchman, he got lost, and he stopped at San Vicente and Melrose. And you know what that is? That's the Pacific Design Center. You know where that is? In the city of West Hollywood. But we still love you.
Merci, merci.
And he's going to come back to Los Angeles next year, maybe in beautiful San Pedro, or maybe in Griffith Park, or somewhere he's going to celebrate Bastille Day where we invite all Angelinos to join with the French and those who love the French. But I salute you, and I'd like to ask you to say a few words, Bob, before I give you this commendation. Mr. Bob Henri.
Before we hear from Bob,
Yes.
let me recognize our most recent visitor to France from the City Council, Councilmember Hahn.
Merci. Bonjour. I just wanted to take this opportunity to say that I have just come back from leading our sister city delegation to Bordeaux, France, and found it to be an extremely enriching experience, and feel more than ever that since September 11th, citizen diplomacy is so important and critical as our most important aspect of our international relationships. And I was also very privileged to be on our Independence Day, July 4th, in Paris at the embassy as a guest of the ambassador, Howard Leach, to France, and was at a very emotional experience to be with other Americans in France and continuing to strengthen our relationship between the people of France and the people of America. So I really want to say that I'm glad that I'm here celebrating the Independence Day on Sunday, and I hope to celebrate with people from America and people from France and people from everywhere on this great occasion. So, vive la France.
Merci. Merci. French people have a fascination about the United States, but in particular of Los Angeles. They love Los Angeles, and you have more French in Los Angeles than anywhere else in the United States. And we are very proud to do this event here. It's a big event on the Pacific Design Center, as the councilman who's supporting us very much mentioned. And we would like to invite all the people of Los Angeles to come and celebrate with us. As you may not know, but French Revolution was the beginning of your own constitution. That's when liberté, fraternité, égalité started, and your own pursuit of happiness, and mine now, started. So thank you very much for this proclamation, and thank you very much for receiving us today.
Robert, thank you. One of the greatest gifts that any country ever gave the United States, the absolute greatest gift. Eric Garcetti, you're a Rhodes Scholar. What's the greatest gift? Statue of Liberty. And who gave it to us? Oh, God, Eric. Good, the French. Representing the great French, please welcome the Council General.
Mr. President, dear city members, I am very proud, very privileged to be here today, and we feel very honored to get this proclamation. As you know, of course, the 14th of July is for all the French people, it's a great day. It's also a great day worldwide and here in the United States, because as it was mentioned, there is a lot in common between our two revolutions, and the 4th of July and 14th of July are so close that we share the same values, and I hope that you are going to be numerous to come, in great number to come this Sunday in the Pacific Design Centers, gardens. Besides that, I take the advantage of my presence here to make a publicity for other events which are going to take place during the whole month of July. You will find all the information on the website, on the consulate. And so again, let me express all my appreciation to be here. Let me tell you that the consulate is going to make all the efforts to develop this citizen diplomacy, which was just mentioned by Jason Ham, and which I also consider as a big element of the ties, of the bonds between France and Los Angeles. I myself, and my last word, because I am not going to make a speech today, my last word is today to tell you I enjoyed to be here in Los Angeles for the last 7-8 months, and I really look forward to my mission and to develop the ties with the town hall. The first contacts I had were very fruitful, very exciting. So I look forward to developing all these contacts. Come again to the 14th of July. Vive the 14th of July, vive Baptiste Day, and vive the French-Los Angeles relationship. Thank you very much.
yeux un peu baisser les miens, un rire qui se perd sur sa bouche. Voilà le portrait sans retouche de l'homme auquel j'appartiens.
God bless the French.
Dios bendiga.
And they need it, as we all do. Today, we go back in time, too. As I want to thank you, Mr. President, if I can allow me, we have a very special guest from the county of Los Angeles, and the French and the great culture. This is the great history for the National History Museum of the County of Los Angeles and the Page Museum. Please welcome Jim Gibson, who's here with us this morning, the director of the Page Museum in Wilshire Boulevard. Jim, it's good to see you here. This week, we're going to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Page Museum. And how many have been to the Page Museum lately? Good job, good job. I like that. Let's go to the Page Natural History Museum leader right there, Mark Ridley Thomas. That's good. Jim, tell us a little what's happening at the Page, and what do you have right there?
Thank you, Councilman. I'm holding a replica of one of the many saber-toothed cat skulls which have been found at the Page Museum at the La Brea Tar Pits, which are world famous. The real fossils are still being excavated starting on this Sunday. Our annual dig season will begin, and to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Page Museum at the La Brea Tar Pits, we will be having a festival that everyone in the city is invited to come to, everyone in the region, on what may be the hottest Sunday of the year. Hancock Park and the Page Museum and the La Brea Tar Pits will be the coolest place to be. We will be having new exhibits that will interpret some of the scientific discoveries that we have made right there on the site under our feet in the last 25 years. We'll have a lot of fun activities. Nigel Marvin from Discovery Channel's Nigel's Wild Wild World will be making presentations. Tom Labange will be making a presentation, and shortly thereafter we will have free ice cream, we'll have free cool drinks. All of that is free in the tar pit, around the tar pits in Hancock Park. Inside the museum we'll have other presentations. We have a special admission price this Sunday of 25 cents for children for 25 years. We have special parking rates, and we will be doing a lot of fun things, and we would like the entire community to be there. I'd like to take just one brief minute to thank some of our supporters for the event: Supervisor Zeb Yaroslavsky, Fox Home Video, Occidental Petroleum, La Brea Apartments, and the Miracle Mile Civic Coalition. And then lastly, I'd like to say thank you for being here amongst my friends again, and particularly in addition to the ongoing support of Councilman Labange, I'd like to thank Councilman Ridley Thomas and his deputy David Roberts, who I see here in the chambers, for all the support that they have given to our main museum in the Natural History Museum in Exposition Park, which is a great institution that should be visited many times, that tells the story of people on the earth and the effect of humans on our environment and the environment on human beings. Councilman Ridley Thomas has been a strong and long-time supporter, just as Councilman Labange has been in his various roles, of the Page Museum at the La Brea Tar Pits, which is so famous around the world. Yesterday, I was out in and around the tar pits, and we have visitors who would come specifically to Los Angeles from Brooklyn, from Germany, and from foreign parts like Canoga Park, just to come to see the La Brea Tar Pits.
Oh, well, that's good, Jim.
Before we let you go, Mr. Rudy Thomas.
Very briefly, Mr. President, members of the council, I think it should be noted that the Page Museum continues to do good work in association with the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County. It is, in fact, one of the most distinguished collections of artifacts from around the world, and it does a tremendous job in educating the Los Angeles region and beyond on a range of very special subjects. I suspect at some point in the near term, after the new museum is completed, if not before, the recent discoveries in Africa that give new definition to the evolution of humankind will find its way to the Los Angeles Museum of Natural History, because it will be worthy of such an exhibit. So Jim, and to Jane, and to all those who helped make it happen, we commend you on your continuing work.
Thank you, Councilman. We're proud of the fact that at the Natural History Museum, we have more guided school tours than any museum in the United States. All those tours are free for school groups, and we also have thousands and thousands of school tours every year at the Page Museum. So we are proud of the service that we provide, and we're proud of being part of the City of Los Angeles as well as the County of Los Angeles.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willie Thomas.
President.
Thank you. Jim, hold on for a second after this, too. Jim, thank you very much. It's a wonderful day on.
Mr. Labange, before you proceed to your next presentation, Mr. Willie Thomas.
Mr. President, there are several specials that are before us, and we did have a special meeting convened. I trust that we can move to the adoption of those items as they are before us and now circulated pursuant to your request.
Okay, let's let Mr. Labange finish his presentations first, and then we will take those matters up next.
Here we go. Thank you, Mr. President, members of council. For a few short moments here, we're going to salute Don Forrest. As you know, Don Forrest for many years has been a member of the Los Angeles City Fire Department, and Jim Gibson from our Natural History Museum, 40 years. That's getting to be quite a commitment for all that time. And I kid you on that, Don. Did you ever work 61s out there? No, I didn't. Never did out there. But Don was born and raised in Los Angeles. He was appointed to the fire department in 1962. And he's promoted to an inspector in 1994. And for many years, he served as the key component of the United Firefighters of Los Angeles, as helping us understand the needs of firefighters throughout our city. He served as a liaison between labor, public safety, and city and state government for over 25 years, and he's been a member of the International Firefighters Association for over 35 years. As a member of UFLAC, United Firefighters of Los Angeles, Local 112, he served for over 25 years on its board and has contributed greatly and continues today as secretary of that union. He spent his career serving the people of Los Angeles, working to improve public safety. He's been a benefit to fellow firefighters and the community. I want to just salute him and ask you to join in me as I present this resolution, witnessed by the great Chief Engineer of the Los Angeles Fire Department, William Bermantri, and the great President of the Fire Commission, Jay Groden. Please salute Don Forrest, 40 years of service and continuing Los Angeles City Fire Department. The Chief Engineer to say a few words.
Good morning, and thank you, Councilman Labange. It's a pleasure to be here to recognize Don Forrest. And I was kidding him before. There were two reasons I wanted to be here. It's nice to see him in his uniform again. There was some concern whether he could get back into his uniform, and he does an excellent job. That also highlights one of the major roles he played for UFLAC and for our department. He's been involved not only locally but nationally, very important role in firefighter safety, and that's something that our members will benefit for many years to come. And it's certainly a tribute to Don and his career, to 40 years with the department. As I tell the union members, and I'll tell Don, it must not be that bad if he sticks around for 40 years. So it's certainly a tribute to him personally and the partnership that he has with the department and with our firefighters.
Don comes our Fire Commission President Jay Groden.
Thank you, Council Member. Just on behalf of the Los Angeles Board of Fire Commissioners, we would like to recognize Don for his 40 years of service. And being a new commissioner coming on a year ago, I have to say that Don, on behalf of UFLAC, has really been a very constructive element in continuing a very good collaborative relationship between labor and management, which is critical in trying to achieve the fire department's goals. And because of Don and his fellow members' good work and the good work of Chief Bermantri and the good work of the members of the City Council and the Mayor, we're pleased to say the fire department got more assets. And Don was a great part of that. So congratulations, Don, on behalf of the Board of Fire Commissioners.
And Don, before you speak, Please welcome his wife, Heidi. Give Heidi for 40 years of... oh, you want to say something?
No, we haven't been married for 40 years.
Good.
I just want to say I'm very proud to be the wife of an LA City firefighter, and all the guys are doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Please welcome Don Forrest, firefighter, and also great Secretary, United Firefighters, Los Angeles.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate the honor of being here this morning. President Padilla, council members, and Chief Pomatri, my good friend Jay Groden, and my wife Heidi, and other staff here. I last night was trying to put some thoughts together about what I might say today. 40 years, when I stop and think about it, certainly is a long time. The last 10 went by very quickly, but in looking back, as a young man in college in 1960, I decided that the fire department was something that I wanted to be involved with. I took the test. I wasn't old enough to be appointed at that time, so in 1962, I was fortunate enough to be high enough on that list to be appointed. 40 years later, I'm here and in front of you receiving this recognition. It has been my honor and privilege for 40 years to be associated with a profession and a group of men and women with such esteem and courage as firefighters. I cannot tell you, especially since the events of September 11th, how much this means to me, and I believe how much it means to our community. Firefighters are willing and ready every single day to give their lives to the very people that pay our salaries. We feel very committed about what our task is. Children, when we go to schools to do the programs there, always tell you they want to be a firefighter. We look at when the test is given, sometimes 10,000 people line up to take that test. That's a dream that a lot of people have that very few have been able to achieve. I was one of those few who not only had the dream, but I got to live it. I am very proud and pleased to be here today, and I want to accept this recognition on behalf of the 343 of my brother firefighters who gave their life doing what we do here in Los Angeles. The ultimate sacrifice. I'm proud to be a member of the Los Angeles City Fire Department. I'm proud to be associated with the men and women on our job, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of council.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Members, let us take once again a brief pause in presentations and return to the special meeting agenda that we have before us. The committee reports have now been circulated and do not have requests from members of the public to be heard on these items. In fact, public hearings were held previously in committee. We have them before us now, unless somebody is wishing to call any of those items special. I believe we're prepared for a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll on items 1 through 4 of the special meeting agenda.
Mr. President.
Mr. Holden?
You call the roll on a special agenda, or you call the roll on a special?
We are already in a special meeting agenda.
All
we
right,
have
then
items
I call
1
all
through
of
4.
them special. They're all special. Each of them.
Mr. Holden calls items 1, 2, 3, and 4 special?
Correct.
Okay, let's call those special then. And we have 2 remaining presentations, one by Mr. Holden, one by Mr. Rudy Thomas. What is the desire of the body? To proceed with presentations, I believe.
Sorry?
Items 1 through 4 of the special meeting agenda have been called special.
Yes.
Let us return then to presentations.
Mr. President, there is a sense of urgency regarding these items. They can be expedited unless there is a significant reason to debate them. I don't know why we don't dispose of them. They've been heard in committee. They are largely pro forma to meet a tax credit deadline. It would seem to me that in the space of a motion, we can dispose of them, and I would so move.
Well,
Point of order, perhaps expedite it, since as I look at 1, 2, 3, and 4, they all seem to be the same thing, the same kind of thing. Why don't we have one public hearing, call them all special at the same time, and have there be whatever discussion is necessary rather than sequentially?
Public hearing has been held in committee. Here's, members of the council, Mr. Holden, please, let me lay out what's going on here. This is Friday. As is typical, we have a number of presentations and recognitions. Several months ago, and even in previous years, there's been some frustrations from members of the council that presentations take too long. At times, there's also urgent matters on the agenda. There's members who have sometimes expressed frustration about the sequence in which we take presentations. Is it based upon the order in which members requested them, or is it based on the order in which members of the council appear to the council meeting on Friday mornings? I've tried to introduce a mechanism to dispense with business as expeditiously as possible by pausing presentations and taking vote on matters that are not controversial and do not need discussion, and then to return to presentations. Every presentation is important, whether it is a member of the city family or a special resident or organization of the city of Los Angeles. Presentations are important. Matters before the council are all important as well. And sometimes there's differing opinions as to whether we should finish presentations first and then take up business, or finish business first and then continue with presentations. And this is one of those days. There are also members of the council who wish to leave early. If you wish to leave early for prior commitments, that's understandable, but business comes first. So today, we've dispensed with most items. We have a few remaining before us, including 4 items that are urgent in nature and have been dealt with or heard in the Housing Committee earlier today. If members of the council have questions, that is understandable. We also have presentations. I will leave it up to the body to what we do next. Mr. Holden, let me finish.
Go ahead.
I will leave it up to the body as to how to proceed today. Do we want to continue with presentations at this time, or do we want to dispense with the remaining council agenda items, both of the regular meeting and the special meeting agenda?
Mr. President,
I believe that's the fairest way to go. Mr. Holden.
We have a gentleman here who's to be honored. He's a medical doctor. By the time, all the time we spent discussing this item, he could have been in and out. And the patients, it just, we changed the rules where you went through the agenda and you concluded that, you went through the special, then you went back to presentation. Let's finish the presentation so these important people can leave and not be retain. If these items are so simple and straightforward, we can deal with them expeditiously, but I think you're wasting time now in this discussion.
Then I'd like to have him go forward now.
Because I'm going to ask for a report. I got to have a report. If you know.
I'd like him to go now, and then the presentation.
Members of the council, I will ask for a vote.
Go ahead.
I will ask for a vote to proceed with presentations or the matters of before the council. A yes vote will be to proceed with the matters on the agendas before us. A yes vote will be to proceed with council business. A no vote will be to return to presentations. Is that clear?
Proceed.
A yes vote is to deal with the matters before us. A no vote is to return to presentations next. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll.
Urge I vote.
Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay, so then we will continue with the agenda both of the special meeting and the regular meeting. Mr. Clerk, the next matters before us, please.
Mr. President, items numbers 1 through 4 in the special meeting have been called special by Councilmember Holden.
Mr. Holden.
I need a staff report, Mr. President.
Is the appropriate staff here on these items?
Mr. President, is the will of the council to take all 4 items together?
Yes.
Please.
I'll leave it to the chair of the committee to determine that. Ms. Gruhl?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Shall we take the items separately or all together?
Well, I think Ms. Misikowski was recommending that we take them all together, so if to dispense with them in this manner, so if all the CRA staff could be up here. And please, go ahead. Item number 1.
I'm David Riccatello, project manager with CRA. The item on the special agenda that I'm here representing on is item number 2. It's the approval of the first amended and restated disposition development agreement with FC Metropolitan Apartments. The purpose of this approval is to provide the mechanism whereby this project can be converted from an all market rate development to an 80-20 to include affordable housing units.
So I don't know what you're talking about. And I just got it.
This project has a previous approval of the City Council. There is an existing disposition development agreement that was previously approved by City Council. We were asked, the CRA was asked by the council member for the district to re-examine the project and try to restructure it so that it could include affordable units. In doing so, what we've come back to the council for is amendments to the existing DDA, changing it from a fee conveyance to a ground lease conveyance and providing for tax-exempt financing. There is a deadline for the application to the state for those tax-exempt bonds, and so we're seeking council approval of that item today.
What projects are you talking about and where the location?
The project is located, will be located on agency-owned property at the corner of 11th and Flower. It'll be 274 units of loft-style apartments. It'll be a rental project.
This is the same project where they tried to get some exemption from the requirement to have affordable housing.
This project was the final phase of a full block development. The previous phases of development of the block were the affordable components to that project. And when this project came through as the final phase, it was approved by City Council as an all market rate development. We're now bringing it back to include affordable.
So affordable will be incorporated?
Yes, that's the purpose of the approval today, is to include affordable in the project.
That's 1, 2, 3, and 4?
That's just item 2.
Just item 2. All right, then what's the next item?
Item number 1 is a request to approve bond documents for the Grandview 9 project, which is located in the Westlake Recovery Project area. It's an all 100% affordable housing project. The term of the bonds has expired and need to be extended in order to complete the construction, and that's the request before you is a technical one to extend the term to protect the low-income housing credits.
All right, and what is the next one?
The next one is related to a proposed project at Santa Barbara Plaza. It's an element of it, which again is a tax credit application.
What does that project do? You're not telling me anything.
There is a process in place to bring forward a proposal on Santa Barbara Plaza. That proposal is not complete, but part of that proposal would be enhanced with these tax credits. We are up against this deadline, so we're trying to arrange for these tax credit applications so that if the project is subsequently approved, we'll be able to utilize the tax credits.
So what if it's not approved and you've already got the tax credit, which could have gone to another project? I never heard you do this before. You put the cart before the horse.
I'm not certain if that's the case, but we are quite confident that we'll be moving forward with this project. And if we don't take
Tell me more about it. What do you propose to do there, and why are you asking for the tax credit, etc.?
Well, we are not at this point prepared to discuss the entire project. We are still... Because we're still in negotiations. There are very complex elements of it. It's a mixed-use project. It's something that we hope to go forward in a few weeks.
Well, you can't tell us, so it's still a negotiation, you ask for tax credits for something that you don't even know what you're going to end up with.
Well, we know this element of it which relates to a senior housing project, but all of it is subject to coming back to the council, having a full review about what this project would be.
When do you think it's coming back to the council?
I suspect in 2 to 4 weeks.
3 a 4 semanas.
And you continue negotiations until then, is what you
Negociaciones
said.
antes.
What if they fail or break
¿Qué si
down?
fallan así?
Well, I suspect
Entonces yo
those
espero
tax
que
credits will
esos
be
créditos
utilized
van a ser
somewhere.
utilizados.
You can transfer tax
Pueden
credits if you
transferir los
have to.
créditos de
That's what-
impuestos si
I'm
quieren.
certain that they
Estoy
won't be
seguro que no van a
lost or
ser
misused.
perdidos o mal usados.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Mr. Rudy Thomas.
Previous question on the entire matter, Mr. President.
Previous question has been called. Mr. Clerk, would you please open the roll on the previous question?
La pregunta anterior.
Please close the roll
Cierres la
and
lista
tabulate the
y
vote.
tabúlese el voto.
12 ayes.
Okay, that does end discussion on all 4 items. I believe we're ready for a vote. Mr. Clerk, we have the motions before us. Please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. Forthwith, please, on items 1 through 4 of the special meeting agenda. This concludes the special meeting. Let us now adjourn the special meeting and return to the regular meeting agenda. We have one item remaining before us, called special by Mr. Pacheco.
Mr. President, I asked for a short 5-minute public comment period. I believe you have some cards, speaker cards, and I asked that they be called first.
Okay, let's proceed then with the 5-minute public hearing. I will call all the names and ask the members of the public to please come forward. At this time, the council calls Fernando
Point of order, Mr.
Carrillo,
Point of order.
Jose Luis Echeverri, and Dr. Elias Ramos. Yes, Mr. Holden.
That was the reason why I raised the question before. You know, you still have some very important people sitting in the audience. I wonder if Mr. Pacheco would reconsider for the purpose of at least letting us finish the presentation so the doctor can go back to his practicing medicine where he's needed right now.
Mr. Holden, that is why we had the discussion and a vote as to whether or not to complete the agenda.
Consider for that purpose. He can say yes or no.
Okay, Mr. Carrillo, followed by Jose Luis Echeverri and Dr. Elias Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Señor presidente,
Members of the Council.
miembros del Consejo.
Well, as a Venezuelan,
Yo como
my name is
venezolano,
Fernando
mi nombre es
Carrillo.
Fernando Carrillo.
I'm a Latin actor,
Soy un actor
Venezuelan,
venezolano.
and well, trying to break into this difficult market as an actor, as a professional. But I have chosen the beautiful city of Los Angeles with the best weather in the world to live, as many other Latinos. And we would just like to ask council members, Mr. Nick Pacheco, who has made this possible, to support us in the motion of our park, commemorating one of the biggest world leaders in the world's history, Simón Bolívar. So it would be a place for all of us to celebrate, to commemorate, and to feel better represented as Latinos in the city of Los Angeles. Simón Bolívar not only liberated 5 countries, but had a big dream, which was to form La Gran Colombia. And that was a dream that, well, we can only make happen and make a reality if we all come together as Latinos in this beautiful city of Los Angeles. So, Mr. President, council members, please support us in our motion, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Echeverri.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Mr. President,
Señor
Alex
Padilla
and city members,
miembros de la ciudad.
special guests, ladies, gentlemen, friends. My name is Jose Luis Echeverri. I was born in Colombia, South America. Now I'm a United States citizen. And it is with pride and honor that I stand here in front of you representing not only the Warner Company, entertainment company that I work with, but also representing the voices of so many thousands of South American people that live in the city of Los Angeles, Colombia, Venezuela, Peru, Ecuador, Bolivia, and Panama. We all represent it. We do respect, all of us, we do respect the heritage of the American people. We know and respect George Washington. Our dream is to be able to share with our children, with our family, with the friends, with visitors, a place where we can go and say, this is the statue of Simón Bolívar, the father of our country. That's our heritage. We just want in each a place in the city where we can go and do that. Representing in a way, the Bolivar Society in Colombia, and talking to the president of that society, Dr. Virgilio Olano. 5 months ago, I talked to him about this idea without knowing that Luis Medina, Marta Montoya, and the group were working on this project already. And he said to me, Jose, did you and your people get decide in Los Angeles to have the statue of Simón Bolívar? We, the Bolivar Society in Colombia and South America, will give you the statue. So the statue is ready to be built, to be put up here in Los Angeles. Now we need all of you to help us reach that dream. Thank you very much.
Just want to advise you do have 2 minutes left on the public hearing. Dr. Elias Ramos, followed by Marta Montoya and Ricardo Moreno.
Mr. Pacheco, President of the Council, members of the City Council, on behalf of the members of the Latino community who represent people from many countries of Latin America, we would like to express our gratitude for the opportunity you have given to us to speak in support of the motion to open a public park or build a monument in honor of Simón Bolívar. In the document that we provide to you, we discuss the historical importance of Simón Bolívar and the reasons why you should consider to honor him. Proclaim Libertador or Liberator by his own people, Bolívar was a world-renowned figure of his day. His prophetic vision of hemispheric solidarity lives today, and his political thinking serves democracy in contemporary Latin America. Simón Bolívar has no parallel among the leaders of his time. As a military leader, he accomplished the liberation of Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Venezuela, and Panama. As a political leader, his political thoughts and plans of government form the basis of contemporary Latin American political thought. In the realm of international affairs, Bolívar advocated a Latin American League of Nations, the Council of which will serve as an arbiter of dispute, provide for military cooperation among these nations in order to defend the continent. He also wanted to create a world organization dedicated to the maintenance of peace. Bolivar's plan is vividly reflected in the present-day Organization of American States, terms such as inter-American cooperation, continental solidarity, non-intervention, and continental defense have real meaning today thanks to the ideas of Simón Bolívar. The city of Los Angeles is known for its ethnic and cultural diversity, and it is in that diversity that Los Angeles has found its own identity. There are many ways in which we can celebrate that diversity, one of which is honoring outstanding historical figures that represent the rich democratic traditions of our people. Hidalgo, Martin Luther King, Cesar Chavez. We urge you to honor Simón Bolívar, a universal symbol of freedom and democracy. Hundreds of cities in Latin America, Europe, Africa, Asia, and in this country have monuments, city parks to honor Simón Bolívar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We do have other speakers waiting in our 5-minute clock has run out. Mr. Pacheco, what is your desire?
Let's move forward, Mr. President. Since the 5-minute clock has
Okay. Read the names into the record. I believe you're all for the proposal. Ms. Marta Montoya, Ricardo Moreno, and Ms. Sylvia Hawkins. Your cards will be added to the council file. Mr. Pacheco, you have a floor.
Mr. President, colleagues, I introduce this motion to support the South American community here in Los Angeles because, as you know, the Latino community is a large force here in Los Angeles, but at the same time, there is this perception out there that since all of the representatives are of Mexican descent. That is solely a Mexican leadership concerned only about Mexican immigrants. And we are here today to start a process to send a message to all Latinos in Los Angeles, as we have in prior occasions when we support Dia del Salvadoreño and the other organizations and other countries that have come forward to us and we worked with. So today, I want to ask for your support for this motion to establish a task force to look at the different parks in our city that are named. A lot of our parks are named after the streets they sit on, whether it be 108th, whether it be Pecan, whether it be Normandy. These are the streets that they sit on. We want to look at them and come up with a list and forward them to the Board of Recreation Parks at some point. But I want to start the process today and embrace the concept that we were going to honor Simón Bolívar, a great person, a great leader, a person who has done so much for democracy in Latin America, a person of world recognition, and we are here, a world city. I believe this will be consistent with our place, not only in this country, but in the world. So ask for your support, colleagues.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support this motion. I want to congratulate my colleague Nick Pacheco for bringing this to the City Council. I was honored to be allowed to second this motion, and I was proud to do so because I think it is so fitting at this time that we really work on all of our cultural diversity, even within the Latino community, and that it is such a rich and diverse history. And Simon Boulevard clearly was such a great statesman, a patriot. He was known as the George Washington of South America. So, and I love the comments that this is a great opportunity to teach our children, to teach the generations to come. And as Councilman Pacheco said, so many of our parks are named for the streets where they're situated. What a better opportunity to bring our families and our children to a park that indeed honors such a great man as Simon Boulevard. I know we are just creating a task force to study it, but I am convinced that this task force will come back with a great suggestion, a great location to indeed honor this great man and your heritage and your legacy right here in Los Angeles. So I'm extremely pleased to support this today. And thank you all for coming down here.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Other members wishing to be heard? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, would you please open the roll on item number 10. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Let's send that forthwith. Mr. Clerk, next item, please.
Mr. President, now it's time for public comment on non-agenda items.
Before proceeding to public comment, let us return to the presentation segment of today's agenda, and I'd like to recognize Mr. Holden.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Buenas tardes.
Almost.
Casi.
I mean, I'm just going to say publicly what I think was happening this morning in terms of detaining these special guests. It's been probably rather unfair. Yeah, I know you have a busy schedule, but some people took advantage of the rules to enforce their own will. Well, Dr. Singleton and Mr. Gary Smith and the baseball player, you youngsters here, come and stand around us also. I know you could have been in school, but you know, when you don't know how politics is, but I can take the time and tell you how they do it sometime around here. But certainly, Mr. President, members, it gives me great pleasure and certainly an honor to introduce to you
presentarles
two
a
gentlemen
ustedes dos caballeros.
who have hit a major home run in recent weeks. What they have done is beyond generous. They have restored the trust and enthusiasm of some youngsters who had the wind knocked out of their trust a couple of months ago. Sometime during the night of May 3rd, burglars broke into a storage annex at Rancho Cienega Park and stole the newly purchased uniforms for the youth baseball program at the park. And they, by the way, these youth come from the 8th district also. Too bad Mr. Thomas didn't hang around to listen to that. This cruel and cowardly act prevented the youngsters from participating in the opening days of their season. The uniforms were really special because they were a replica of the old Negro League uniforms. The youngsters and their parents had held bake sales, car washes, anything they could do to purchase the uniforms and equipment for the season. This was a terrible blow for the kids who range in age from 5 to 15. The story was reported in various newspaper outlets, and that when these two gentlemen came forward, Dr. Michael Singleton and Mr. Gary Smith wanted to help the children. They paid for the uniforms for the youngsters. This is the highest level of generosity and civic participation. And I want to just read off what we have here. In the area of human life, the honor rewards fall to those who show that good quality in action. No recognition from the city of Los Angeles is adequate to thank you for your generosity in replacing these uniforms and supplying for the Rancho Cienega Recreation Center the baseball program. Your kindness and caring are applauded, appreciated, and acknowledged. On behalf of the City Council, I salute you for what you have done, not only to enhance the lives of youngsters who have taken part in the baseball program, but to show by example that civic participation is not only the duty of the few, but the responsibility of all. And I'd like to say, Mr. President, I want to introduce to you right now a doctor who's been, we know, very busy, hectic schedule, taking the time to come down here, not just to give his resources, but we should acknowledge him. We want to have Dr. Michael Singleton and Mr. Gary Smith, whose children, of course, participated in the Little League Baseball program as well, come forward and give us a few remarks, after which we'll call on the General Manager of Recreation Parks to comment as well. So,
thank you, Councilman. This is more than we expected. To quote an old expression that was popular 30 years ago, baseball has been very, very good to me. I have 4 grown sons, 2 of whom got scholarships to college on their pitching. My wife was the president of the Murphy Ranch Little League in Whittier in my 30 years of active orthopedic surgery practice. And when I saw the broken, it was on one of the major channels, when I saw that they'd broken in and stolen these kids' uniforms, my heart went out to them, and I wanted the chance to give back to baseball what baseball has given me, plus share with the people who can certainly use it. And my friend Gary Smith, my business partner of 25 years, immediately signed on, and thank you very much.
I would just like to comment and say it's been a real pleasure. Mike and I have been very fortunate in our business endeavors for the last 25 years, and we get a real thrill, and I think everyone that does do that also feels that feeling in helping kids both in educational purposes and in sports. We think those are extremely important things for children to do and to continue doing, and I really want to give a big thanks to the kids. I just think it's spectacular that they're participating in these sports, and it's so good for all of them. Thank you.
What those uniforms look like.
I would also like to acknowledge and thank these kind donors, but I think special acknowledgement of Ed Dabbs, the Center Director of Rancho Cienega is also very appropriate. Many of our centers have baseball programs, many have sports programs, but I think he took it to that next level because in putting his program together, he wanted to add an educational component. These youngsters, some of them have uniforms from the old Negro League. The youngsters were required to study history and learn more about what happened back in the days when the Negro League was around. So not only was it an athletic program, it was also an educational program. So I would like to acknowledge and thank our Center Director, Ed Dabbs. And I believe Ed has a special award to give to these kind, generous people. Ed, please step forward.
Good morning. I'm here to recognize two gentlemen that was mentioned. Mr. Nate Holden stole my thunder. I was going to use step up to the plate and hit a home run too. So I think it still goes along with this situation. They did step up to the plate, and what they did impacted the community and many young people. And I would just like to say thank you to them. Mr. Singleton, Dr. Singleton.
Dr. Singleton.
Thank you. And Mr. Gary Smith.
Mr. Gary Smith.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
I believe we also have some words of commendation from Councilmember Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gary and Mike, just congratulations. I think we all know, all of us are baseball fans, that teams with hearts win. It's not always how much talent is on there, but it's such an important part. You've shown us that the city has a heart, and you guys have amazing hearts. And thank you for what you did. It shows really what community is about in the city. So thank you.
Thanks a lot. I just want to brag on my friend and long-term friend, Gary Smith. Anonymously, last year, the Orange School District didn't have Tom Sawyer and some other books for their district, and he bought them anonymously. He is committed, as am I, to one-on-one to participation in the advancement of children. Thank you.
Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Smith, the coach, Manuel Molinero, our great new general manager, and the young people. It's just so important to see what one does when one steps up, one hears something, and one reacts. One person does make a difference. In this case, two people did make a great difference. I played in a city park. We only had T-shirts. We always wanted to have full uniforms. Now look what you've done for this great center. So congratulations, good luck to everybody, and thanks for making a difference in Los Angeles. As you know, USA Today has Make a Difference Day in October every year, and you made a difference in this day, and we should nominate you for an award, a national award, by responding to hearing about a plight of somebody and making a difference. And it's great to have people from Orange County helping the City of the Angels, because Orange County once was part of LA County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Thank you, Mr. Holden.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. I believe that concludes presentations for today's meeting. Mr. Clerk, next item, please.
Now it's time for public comment and non-agenda items.
We have two requests for Council Calls Order Sean Brewer to be followed by Mort Allen. Sean Brewer.
Hi, my name is Sharon Brewer, and I'm here about concerns about the management of Lake Balboa and Encino. The Rangers maintenance and lifeguard supervisors and superintendents in charge of Lake Balboa and Encino are not doing their jobs to ensure the safety of the park patrons, the wildlife of park grounds, and lake. This is not acceptable. Some examples, the ducks and wildlife. The public are allowed to kick, chase, throw things at, yell, and scream at the wildlife. Dogs are allowed both off-leash and on-leash to chase the ducks. I witnessed a dog off-leash with a mallard in its mouth right by the lifeguard hut. The lifeguards did nothing. The wildlife has no place to get away from this abuse except in the water. We need signs and enforcement telling public not to disturb the wildlife. They need their own space to escape. Water quality and fishing. Fish and Game has not stocked the lake for over 4 years, so they don't check for fishing licenses because of the quality of the water. There's no aeration or circulation of the water. Signs around the park say, reclaimed water, do not drink. Reclaimed water, do not swim or wade. But people are allowed to catch and remove the fish that live, swim, and drink the lake water. Hooks and line are left around the lake and are dangerous to the wildlife, public, and dogs. I started picking up fishing line and hooks last June and throwing them in the trash. I started saving them in August, and I have collected over 300 hooks and lines.
If I may ask you to conclude, please.
Okay. The park needs to take responsibility for picking up this line and stuff. I also want to discuss the 4th of July that was at Lake Balboa, where the council waived the $47,091 fee. People came to the park ready to use it. They found out that the park was closed. There were reunions that were scheduled, hundreds of people that were going to be there that were turned away because they couldn't use it. The gates were supposed to open at 12:30. They didn't open until 3 o'clock. You couldn't take even water bottles in. Once you got in, you couldn't come back out. This was all because of the lack of advertising that the park and the promoter allowed to happen, that these people didn't know that their 4th of July was going to be ruined, and they had to make other arrangements about where to have their
We have obviously the council members listening, and we have Department of Recreation staff here listening as well. So somebody will be in touch with you if you can leave something in writing to address the situation. I want to call forward Mr. Morton Allen.
There's always an answer to everything, and there's an article in the Times yesterday which I think put everything in perspective. Last night we had a meeting over at Omnia Myers, and Ron Deaton really won by a long shot on the debate. And one of the most major problems we have is, most of you know that LA is the only city in the country that's got a mountain range that divides it in half. We only have 6 roads that connect the valley to the city. And 4 of them are one-lane highways, Coldwater, Laurel, Benedict Canyon. And for 85 years, we've tried to make it a 2-lane highway, one of them. And the city's never had the money to widen these roads. All of a sudden, it came out in the Times yesterday that most of us didn't realize that they're planning to widen Little and Big Santa Monica, and the taxpayers are going to pay $69 million to widen the streets. So we now find out why this whole big thing about the billboard industry, they're trying to get rid of the billboards on that street, which evidently they were having trouble. But I find it's appalling that you guys would let the taxpayers pay $69 million that will only benefit the Eli Broad and the other owners of the office buildings in Century City, because it's only going to add 20% more traffic between Century City and the 405 freeway. And to spend that much money when you could widen all the canyon roads for that money is something that I really hope the council will look into, because I'm sure the press will. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to City Hall, welcome to Council Chambers, and to a meeting of the Los Angeles City Council for today, Tuesday, July 16th, 2002. The City Council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. here in City Hall, and meetings are open to the public. We invite you to join us. We can also be viewed live from home on your cable station, Channel 35. We can be viewed live via webcast from the city's homepage or heard via council phone. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Brinson, Galantra, Garcetti, Gruel, Hahn, Holden, Labange, Mizikowski, Pacheco, Perry, Reyes, Ridley, Thomas, Weisslein, Padilla, 11 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Members of the council, as you all know, this being Tuesday, normally we do have a moment of inspiration and a salute to the flag prepared, but this week, and let this serve as an announcement to all members of the public, we do have one of our regular meetings of the City Council outside of City Hall. Tomorrow evening, we will be in the 10th Council District in Mr. Holden's district. We'll announce more details on that later on in today's meeting, but we will reserve our moment of inspiration speaker and our special salute to the flag to tomorrow evening's meeting. So let us proceed, Madam Clerk, with the first order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Ms. Mizikowski moves and Mr. Labange seconds.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Ms. Gruel moves and Mr. Reyes seconds.
On the regular agenda, Mr. President, item number 3 is confirmation of a city official, Marva Smith Battle Bay, to the CRA Board of Commissioners.
Is she here? Please come forward. Members of the council, public hearing on this nominee has been held in committee. Members wishing to be heard? Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm pleased to stand here today in support of Marva Smith Battleby. She has a long track record in economic development for South Los Angeles and other parts of the city that need a hand up, not a handout. She started out her career in economic development with the former Mayor Bradley, and I say that she's probably one of the strongest candidates that I've been able to put forth to date to make sure that we carry an agenda forward that empowers all people with a special emphasis on housing. So I'm pleased to support her today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Mr. Garcetti, followed by Mr. Reyes and Ms. Gruel.
Just wanted to echo some of that. As Chair of Economic Development and Employment, we unanimously passed the recommendation through. I think it takes both spunk and stamina to be on this board, and it sounds like and looks like you have both, and so I'd heartily recommend and hope that the rest of the members will join me in passing this nomination through.
Thank you.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. I've had the pleasure of working with Ms. Battleby in my previous life as a staff person with the Economic Development Committee, and I've watched her work with many nonprofits, many diverse groups, and has demonstrated her leadership in looking at the bigger picture, looking at the city as a whole, and looking at every community equally in terms of what they deserve and how we should be impacting their issues of need. So I want to thank you for all your great work in the 10 years I've known you, and hopefully continue working in such a way where we can build from our experiences. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Ms. Gruel.
Good morning, Marva. Marva appeared before our Housing Committee, and I said a lot of things about her appointment, but wanted to add today that we talked about the fact that Marva is someone who's going to tell us like it is and is going to challenge us when we're doing the right thing, and also be a good advocate for so many issues at the redevelopment agency. You do have a long history in working with the community and working citywide, and so I wholeheartedly support your nomination today and look forward to you coming back. I've said to many of the potential commissioners, encourage them to not just come before us when you are getting appointed, but actually many other times knocking on our door and have a dialogue. That's the role and relationship I believe commissioners should have with the city council members. So I'm excited about our continued working relationship and appreciate your willingness to serve.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'm going to support you because my colleagues say you're a wonderful person. However, I must say that the CRA has a record that is not very impressive. And when I look at what recently happened with the NFL and what we voted for, housing, jobs, and how the next day the newspaper runs this big spread how the NFL wants to build a stadium, please don't be deceived. I'm not going to be deceived, and I encourage you as a member of the CRA to be alert for deception and be alert for the hidden agenda, because the people of the city are very skeptical when it comes to some of the programs that we want to sponsor, and when the CRA comes up with the statements, we have no knowledge, we have no idea, and the next day in the paper there's a glaring story about something that somehow slipped under the radar. Please be aware of that, be cautious of that. I will support you, and I want to have confidence that you will keep your antennas tuned in to make sure that when something comes forward, it's what it is and not some hidden agenda, and the taxpayers end up feeling the burden and feeling the angst and feeling the frustration. I encourage you to be alert to that, because I've seen it in my little over a year here more than one time. So I congratulate you, and I'm sure my colleagues will support, but please be alert to that. It's a real crisis.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Are the members wishing to be heard? Seeing none, I believe we're ready for a vote on confirmation. Mr. Ridley Thomas.
Mr. President, members of the council, Marva Smith Battle Bay has distinguished herself in a number of ways with indigenous community organizing, cutting-edge development, that is to say, one of the first in the field from the community nonprofit perspective to work on actual projects. And thirdly, from an academic perspective, it's not uncommon to be at the University of Southern California in the School of Public Administration and find her standing behind the lectern trying to cause students to understand what the connections are between the life of the mind and that which actually goes on when development and public policy merge to impact the quality of life of the people that we represent in this city. And so I think what we have in this nominee is one who has experience at a variety of levels and has refined her mind with respect to the kind of tools that need to be brought to bear. And I cannot see how such a package won't bring significant credibility and or product to the Community Redevelopment Agency. And I'm pleased to so indicate and commend her to you on that basis.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Ridley Thomas. Other members? Seeing none, let's proceed with the vote. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on confirmation. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Congratulations, you're confirmed. Thank you for serving the city.
Thank you.
Forthwith, please. Next item.
Next item, Mr. President, items noticed for public hearing, items 1 and 2. Item 1 is a downtown center property and business improvement district.
I do have cards on item number 2. Let's call that special. I do not have requests from members of the public to be heard on item number 1. We shall deem the public hearings open and closed. Members of the council wishing to call item number 1 special? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Item number 1 is approved.
And, Mr. President, item number 1, the ballot tabulation and ordinance will be considered tomorrow also.
Okay. Members of the public, please be advised. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, items for which public hearings have been held, items 4 through 29.
4 through 29 now before us. Public hearings having been held in committee. Motion from the floor would be required to reopen the public hearings. Items 4 through 29, members wishing to call any specials, beginning with Mr. Reyes.
Yes, item 29, please.
Item 29, call special by Mr. Reyes.
25 and 28. Special.
25 and 28, call special by Ms. Hahn. 26, call special by Ms. Gruel. Any other specials? 13, call special by Mr. Holden. Any other specials? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on the balance of the items. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. Next item, please.
Next items, Mr. President, items for which public hearings have not been held, items 30 through 43.
Without objection, members, we shall consider these items today. I do not have requests from members of the public to be heard on these items. We shall deem the public hearings opened and closed. Any specials?
Yes, Council President, I call 29 special.
Any other specials? I believe, Madam Clerk, that we have a request by Ms. Galanter to continue item number 43. Let me just verify the item number.
Yes, it is item number 43, and I believe it's for 1 week.
For 1 week. That would be July 23rd. Without objection, that item shall be continued. Any other specials? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on the balance of the items. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
Next item, Mr. President, are the closed session items. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Let's hold those on the desk.
On the supplemental agenda, items 45 and 46 are items for which public hearings have not been held.
And I do not have requests from members of the public to be heard on those items, so we shall deem the public hearings open and closed. Members wishing to call either item 45 or 46 special. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved.
Next items, Mr. President, going back to the items called special. Item number 2 was called special, inasmuch as there are cards from the public.
Before we take up items called special, let me ask for 2 things. One is guards. Guards, if I can ask for your help, please, in maintaining order and lower level of conversation on the wings of council chambers here. But more importantly, let me recognize Mr. Labange for a very special introduction and presentation this morning.
Come on out here, Mr. President, members of council, on the steps of City Hall this morning, we had a very nice ceremony attended by Councilmember Gruhl and Councilmember Hahn, Councilmember Zine, Council President Padilla, and the mayor, along with our police and firefighters and our great postal workers here in Los Angeles, because the United States Postal Service has unveiled a new stamp which goes to benefit the relief of the victims and the personnel of the tragedy of New York on September 11th. This stamp is a few cents more. It's 37 cents more.
37 cents now.
It's 37 cents. What's how much is the stamp now? Excuse me.
The stamp now is 45 cents.
You're good. This stamp is an increase from 37 cents, which is our present Postal Service stamp, to 45 cents. That extra 8 cents will go to the relief effort there, which is very important for all Americans. This is the second type of stamp issued by the United States Postal Service, the first stamp being that for the effort of fighting breast cancer. William Alvarez is the district manager for the United States Postal Service, serving all of Southern California, along with James Smith, our postmaster, who's going to be sworn in tomorrow at the Tom Bradley Tower here in City Hall. And joining us too, Earl Self with the Postal Service, Alberto Quijada. And please welcome our district manager overseeing all the Postal Service for Southern California, William Alvarez. And then we'll hold this up in a second.
Thank you very much, Tom. President Padilla, thank you very much for inviting us here. As you know, the stamp is on sale now. 8 cents go towards the good cause of helping our firefighters and our police officers' families for the ones that were either killed or permanently damaged in the September 11th attack. So the stamps are available outside. They're available in every post office. So get them now. And we got millions and millions of them right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask that Prudy Schultz from Van Nuys, come in here, Prudy, if you would. And also, and Margaret Farnham from Los Angeles. Come up here, Margaret. Come up here. Okay. What's your name? Come on. Come here. Come on. What's your name? What's your name? Miss Gonzalez? Mrs. Gonzalez from Los Angeles, you're going to unveil this stamp right now. Hold it up here. This stamp is from the photographer Thomas Franklin of our firefighters in New York on that morning in raising the United States flag, the greatest symbol of freedom known to the world in the history of the world. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, the United States Postal Workers. Rain, sleet, snow, hail, anything. They deliver the mail. They're here for us. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Returning now to matters before the council, Madam Clerk, first item.
Item number 2 was called special inasmuch as there are cards from the public, and that is a public hearing item.
Okay, item number 2 now before us. Before we begin with council discussion, can I have order in the room, please? Thank you. Council calls forward at this time Irvin Grant, followed by Eloise Helwig, Eska Wilson, and Margaret Farnham. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Chairman, and members of the City Council, I'm here to protest the renewal of the Business Improvement District, known as the Figueroa Corridor Business Improvement District. I had a few comments to make, but it's my understanding, Mr. Chairman, that there is a motion that will remove our properties from the boundaries of the district, and in view of the fact that we are to be removed from the district, there is no need for me to make any comments about the protest.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Helwig.
Members of the City Council, I'm Eloise Helwig from Orthopedic Hospital, and I actively support the renewal of the Figueroa Corridor Business Improvement District. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson, followed by Margaret Farnham, James Gilson, and Steve Gibson.
I'm Eska Wilson of John Tracy Clinic, a nonprofit organization that's currently a member of the Figueroa Corridor, and I support the renewal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Farnham.
Margaret Farnham, I'm with the Coliseum Commission, and we strongly urge an affirmative vote for the continuation of our Figueroa Corridor bid. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we really do appreciate your brevity. James Gilson, followed by Mr. Steve Gibson, Daryl Holter, and Bingham Cherry.
Jim Gilson from the Natural History Museum Foundation in Exposition Park. Good to be here again. The proof of the pudding of the Figueroa Corridor BID is that we have been asked by our neighbors to bring the benefits that we have in our existing corridor to the expansion area, and people are willing to pay for services that the city can't provide. And so I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gibson.
Steve Gibson, Figueroa Corridor Business Improvement District, and again, I also strongly urge your support and passage of the renewal.
Mr. Holter.
My name is Daryl Holter from the Shamus Group. You've heard from many of the property owners and the stakeholders their support for the bid and for its renewal, and I would urge the council as well as supporting the amendment which makes it an alteration to the northeast edge of the district. So I'd urge your support. Thank you.
Our final speaker.
Bing Cherry, USC. On behalf of the university, we urge the renewal of the Figueroa Corridor Business Improvement District.
Thank you, Mr. Cherry. Please say hi to Dr. Sample for us. This concludes public comment for item number 2. Ms. Perry, did you wish to speak on item number 2?
Thanks, Mr. President. I think I'll wait until after Mr. Carey and Ms. Calfine make their presentation, if that's all right.
Okay. Mr. Clerk.
I'm Mike Carey, the city clerk. Basically, this is not only a renewal but an expansion, and there are some parcels in the proposed expansion area that the council member and the business improvement district would like to exclude. The council can do so by making a finding that benefits will not be received by those parcels, given that this is an expansion area and these parcels have never received any of the benefits. That finding can be made. There's one other change that I want to make in the management district plan. That has to do with how government parcels come in and either object or request a modification. There's language in the business improvement district that suggests that they can apply. It doesn't indicate to who. That paragraph should be struck. Generally, the city clerk and the council will deal with publicly owned properties and make those findings. So that does not need to be in the management district plan that the council will adopt.
Mr. Carey?
So basically, the council can simply modify the boundaries by excluding the parcels that have been so designated on the map.
Ms. Perry?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I believe that all council members, as well as the city clerk and clerk for the council, have received a copy of a letter dated July 15th from the Figueroa Corridor Partnership regarding those parcels that should be removed. I'd like to make a motion to adopt the description of the parcels contained here in this letter as those that should be excluded, effective whatever date the city clerk determines. I guess it would be today or tomorrow.
Tomorrow when we adopt the ordinance.
Madam Clerk, is that sufficient, or would you wish Ms. Perry to read the description and offer it as a verbal amendment?
That's sufficient.
Okay. We've got the report, Maria.
Okay. Mr. Rudy Thomas.
Mr. President, members of the council, as we think about economic development in the city, it seems to me that this is yet another example of how we instruct Hal Burnson as to how to represent the 12th in the appropriate manner. Let me get back to the point that was before us. You liked that, didn't you? I think when we think about indigenous economic development, when we think about self-initiated efforts on the part of business owners, property owners, of a variety of sorts, from institutional uses that are nonprofit in nature to for-profit enterprises, small and large, along the Figueroa Corridor. There is no example of a better business improvement district opportunity and or possibility. This obviously affects CDs 8 and 9. I'm pleased to be in collaboration with my colleague in CD 9, as well as all of those persons who have a vested interest here. I can assure you that by adoption of that which is before us, Figueroa can and will become that which we hope, namely a corridor that benefits from the investment of the public sector and the private sector, and the people who happen to frequent it and live alongside it. And with that, Mr. President, let me just commend this to the council for unanimous adoption.
Thank you, Mr. Rudy Thomas. Other members wishing to be heard on item number 2? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on the item as amended. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. We'll send that forthwith. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 13, called special by Councilmember Holden.
Mr. Holden.
Mr. President, members, I think this is a measure by which we are trying to select an administrator for CRA. Mr. Charlin's been in a job for a period of time. This report, Mr. Chairman, is kind of flawed. I don't think Mr. Zine, I haven't spoken to him yet, this matter has not come before the Personnel Committee. I think the best we could do here today, Mr. Bernstein, is to give this 3+3, but in the interim, this should go to the Personnel Committee and do an in-depth study there before we close any deals. Mr. Zine, I guess you can hear this ASAP whenever you choose to do so. But this is the matter that has not been before your committee. I serve on that committee and I have not seen it. It is a personnel matter as well. Mr. Zine, you want to comment on that? And I'd like to so move.
Mr. Zine is in the queue. We'll afford him his normal opportunity. Mr. Zine is waiting to speak. I think he'll
okay, fine.
address
But
you
that's, That's my only concern. I know the discussion on both sides of this disappointment, and I've been talking on both sides of this appointment since the appointment was first made. But I just want you to know that there are projects that are ongoing, I know, especially in my district, and I'm going to talk to Mr. Shawlin about that in Personnel Committee. I didn't have a chance to do it in another committee. But I'd like to see you come before the Personnel Committee. Mr. Zine, he's shaking his head yes, affirmative. And so if they want to give you 3 + 3 today, that's okay by me. But I think that we ought to hold on to anything else we might have in mind. And let's go and talk to Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Mr. Garcetti, followed by Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was not in charge of either this not being referred to or consciously unreferred from personnel. Nevertheless, I think that we do have time issues here that are important to me. It speaks exactly to what Councilmember Holden was talking about in terms of continuity and making sure that we have an administrator in place. What we compromised in the committee, there was some testimony asking for 90 days. Others said that was completely unrealistic in terms of an executive search for the company that had talked to the board and to the agency said that they thought it was more like 6 months. So it's the discretion of the committee after 90 days to extend that for another 90 days for the search period in the chance that that can be done more quickly. If not, we'll, I'm sure, be able to extend that. But I think it is critical that we not hold this up. I know that the board has heard this, a committee has heard it, and if CRA decisions have to go through 4 or 5 different vettings, I might respectfully ask this one time with this personnel issue that we actually make that decision here today and move it forward appropriately. So I would ask folks' support in that today. Thank you.
Mr. Zine.
Chair, colleagues, yeah, I support the 3-month extension and to bring it to personnel where we can have an in-depth review and sort out all the details, which we really can't do here in the full body of the council, and I would welcome that opportunity to do that in the Committee of Personnel, which I think it needs to go to that. But I would agree the 3-month extension, send it to personnel, we'll get it resolved within that period of time, and then we can come back with a finding and give it to the body of the council and move forward from there. That would be my recommendation, and supported by my colleague, Councilmember Holden, who also serves on Personnel Committee. I'm supporting a 3-month, but to take it to Personnel Committee, give it a 3-month extension, but in that process, let's take it to Personnel Committee and get it resolved. Not just give an extension after an extension.
Mr. President, just to clarify, so, just point of information, they would move forward today with 3-month extension, and,
yes.
And then jointly Personnel and EDE would decide in 3 months whether or not to move forward for another 3 months?
That would be satisfactory with me.
Sure.
That would give us sufficient time to resolve it.
That's fine with me, Mr.
Yeah,
Okay.
if we can do that, that'll be fine, and move it forward that way. Is that okay with whomever?
Mr. Chairman, if I might address the council. My name is David Fair. I'm chairman of the Community Redevelopment Agency, and I appreciate the council's show of support for agency by appointing yet another member of our commission today, a very qualified member. We, as most of you know, have been without a full complement of commissioners, and now, for the first time since I've been chairman, we now have 7. So thank you very much, and we're assuming those roles and appreciate your confidence in us. This is a critical matter with respect to our assuming those roles and learning how the agency works and what our respective jobs are, and particularly as relates to this issue before you today, which committee this should go before, whether it's personnel, whether it's the economic development or whatever. I think it shows once again some of the confusion created by the oversight ordinance, which is one of those things which causes us to be up here so much. We welcome the opportunity to work with the Personnel Committee with respect to our search, if that is deemed appropriate by council, but we strongly urge that you adopt the motion to extend the contract of the current administrator for at least 90 days, and we quite frankly think, especially now that the Personnel Committee is involved, it will take 6 months. In fact, I don't mean that as a slight. Everybody that's in this business says it's a 6-month process. I think the ongoing search with respect to chiefs of police shows that it's not something that's done overnight if you want to do a good job. In respects to that, Mr. Jerry Sharlin, who is our current administrator, has asked if he could address the council. He has a short statement which he would like to read into the record with respect to this.
Well, let's, with all due respect to your request, we do have other Mr. Holden, wait. We do have other council members waiting to be heard. I think we've all known Mr. Sharlin for a while now and have all had opportunities to speak with him, if not in this venue, and certainly other venues as well. Ms. Mizikowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I think it's less critical about a 30-day renewal, excuse me, a 90-day renewal and with an extension for 90 days. And I'd like to have a little bit more discussion and focus on the first part of the recommendation, which is dealing about negotiating and executing the consultant contract to do the search for the significant position as head of the Community Redevelopment Agency. Mr. Farrar, could you tell us a little bit about who's going to be in charge of the search, how it's going to go forward, what you expect to be done with the search? And I think I just heard you say that you're advised that in the best of circumstances it may take up to 6 months. But I think, members, that it's going to be much more critical that when that recommendation or the conclusion of that search is done, that gets full discussion among the council members, the council committees, as is recommended, much less a renewal of the 3-month extension, because in fact, if the search has not been completed and there has not been a conclusion to that effort, I don't think there's any doubt that we should continue the existing contract for that period of time. But I would like you to address a little bit more who's going to be in charge of the search and how you expect that to unfold.
Thank you, and thank you for that question. It gives me the opportunity to say, with respect to when we acted on this motion, we had not chosen a search firm. We have subsequently chosen the search firm of Avery International, which is a search firm that is in the business of finding city managers and other city officials for cities throughout not only California but the United States. I have, within our board, appointed Mr. John Ornalis as the chairman of our search committee. He is currently serving as a CRA director in the city of Delano, and he has extensive 20-year experience in CRA and professional matters, and he's working as the chairman of our search committee on that. Now, we had intended to, once we had identified a field of candidates, to engage in dialogue with various members of the council on an informal basis with respect to going forward before we make a recommendation as to who we would finally choose. If it's the preference of council that be in some way made more official or more formal, we certainly would not oppose that.
Well, the only part that I think should be made formal is the final selection, the recommendation of the CRA board as it would come forward with input from the mayor and the council. That's going to be, I think, the critical issue. And the only other thing that I would suggest is that as we approve this 90-day extension with an option for another 90 days, that if we get to the point in 90 days that we have to renew the option, that it also be accompanied by a status report at that point of where we are in the search, how many candidates are being looked at. I'm assuming that there will be something to report at the conclusion of the first 90 days, and I think I think the council it would be worthwhile, and that will be of interest to the council to know where we are, and if there is a need to additionally extend, that we know where we are in terms of bringing this to closure.
Let me say, if we find it necessary to seek another 90 days for this, we will at that time make a full and complete report as to where we've been, where we are, and where we plan to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Mr. Garcetti. All right. There are no other persons wishing to be heard at this point. Madam Clerk, what's before us?
There's a motion to approve the extension, and however, there's clarification on the to refer this to both the EDE committee and personnel committee when it comes back.
I think that is correct. The joint committee, is that correct, Mr. Garcetti, Mr. Zine? Correct? Joint committee of personnel and the economic development committee. All right. Clear, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President.
Members of the council, we'll proceed to the roll call. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll. Now tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Sharlin. Mr. Farrar, we appreciate you. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 25, called special by Councilmember Hahn.
Ms. Hahn. If you'd be kind enough to press your button, it would be helpful. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I rise to support this motion today because I believe it is a step in the right direction of bringing our government closer to the people. And Leonard Shapiro actually brought this to my attention, that even though we had the good intentions as a city council to randomly choose the times and the places that we wanted to hold our city council meetings.
Pardon me for a moment, Ms. Hahn. Sergeants, it is very, very difficult to hear. And if you would help by clearing this area, sir, Sergeant, if you would help by clearing this area, to be very helpful. Ms. Hahn is attempting to speak, we are attempting to hear, and it's not happening like we need it to happen. And we know that you will show restraint, but you needn't be completely bashful about helping us here. Please proceed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think this is a very important step that we're taking together today as the governing body of Los Angeles. I would like to formalize, put it in as an ordinance that the City Council of Los Angeles hold no less than 15 meetings outside of downtown Los Angeles every 2 years, because again, I believe that even though we have good intentions, we don't know who's going to be on the city council in the future, and I wanted to make sure that this was actually a part of our code, that this is what we will do. We will hold city council meetings outside of downtown Los Angeles. The ones we have held so far, we're holding one tomorrow night in Councilman Holden's district, I think have been very valuable. In Wilmington, where we held our first meeting in 2001, the residents are still talking about the fact that never before in the history of Los Angeles had the city council ever bothered to come and meet in the community of Wilmington. So I would just like to formalize this. Again, I think these are the kinds of things the residents of Los Angeles will look to us and say, we are being accountable to the people. We've heard what they've said, and we want to do something positive by bringing government closer to the people. So I urge your support on this motion.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. We will now hear from Mr. Garcetti, followed by Ms. Gruhl, Mr. Bernstein, Labange, Reyes, in that order.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in strong support of this. I think when we've had those meetings in Hollywood, I was especially proud to have that at the Kodak Theater. We are bringing government closer to people, and we are decentralizing this government. Today, when we're talking about boroughs and we're talking about other ways of improving service areas, I think it is fitting for us to be able to tell the good news, because it's a lot of people's mission out there right now to only say the bad news, but it is our job to say the good news. And the good news is that we're going to continue to do that, and that I think having those off-site meetings like this Wednesday's, like tomorrow's meeting in CD10, are important in making sure that all people can come, especially those who work during the day and don't have the chance to come down here during the day to have evening meetings. So I fully support this.
Ms. Gruhl, please.
Thank you, Mr. Ridley Thomas. I similarly want to stand in support of this item. I found that so many of my parts of my district live very far away from City Hall. They have difficulty getting here, and they have issues that are important. And the meetings that we have held in Dennis Zine's district, and tomorrow night, or I guess it is tomorrow night, in Councilmember Holden's district, are critical for our communities to understand what's happening in their neighborhoods. This is just one of many things we need to do to bring City Hall to our communities. And as Eric described, we're talking about boroughs today. We're talking about ways in which we can change the way we do government. So this is, again, a first step. We need to do more, but let's vote today to support having meetings in the public, in our neighborhoods, so communities can have a say about the future of the city.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gruhl. Members of the council, there's a tall, handsome gentleman who continues to disrupt the meeting because council members are continuing to embrace him. And so we're going to just acknowledge Mr. Shelby Jordan. Why don't you stand up, Mr. Jordan, so we can, a former NFL player, the Los Angeles and Raiders and the Patriots or the Eagles. Which one was it, sir? The Patriots. Did they do something spectacular recently, the Patriots? All right, well, we'll keep that a secret.
Mr. President, he was a member of the last World Championship football team in Los Angeles, the 1985 Los Angeles, 83 Los Angeles Raiders.
I see.
That's good there.
All right, Mr. Jordan. Now, I'm going to keep your seat from now on.
Strong tackle.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. All is well.
Linebackers, mow them down.
We understand tennis. It's okay. All right.
Just a correction, we actually had champions with the XFL. That one year we won the entire
Thanks so much.
Eric is from the X generation. He would remember that.
Sergeants, will you convene and take care of Mr. Labange and Mr. Garcetti for the sake of decorum? Mr. Burnson, the floor is yours, sir. The one and only Hal Burnson, the inimitable representative of the 12th Council District of the City of Los Angeles. Mr. Burnson.
Well, I don't have any problem with having meetings in the community. I think that that's been a practice through the years. And I think particularly with some of the members that have come on board recently, it's something that you're experiencing, and it's good. But the one objection that I have is locking yourself in and making anything rigid. Now, if you want to have it as administrative policy, that's fine, you know. And a council member can have a meeting once a year or more often if there's an issue that's germane to the district. But unfortunately, and I don't mean anybody to take this personally, but through the years, what I've seen with the meetings that take place in the district, they're dog and pony shows. I'm sorry, I have to say it. That's what they are. They don't deal with substantive citywide issues. And if you want to have the ability to do that, you can do it anytime. You don't need an ordinance that says you must do it, because there may be a reason why it may not be practical to do it at that time. Or maybe it should be based upon doing it at a time when there's a really important community issue. And there are those that come up at least once a year in most of our council districts. And as far as the daytime issue is concerned, members of the council, there's no law that says that occasionally you can't have an evening meeting here at City Hall where the entire city can attend if it's a citywide issue. So I'm not going to support this, although I do support the community having meetings in the community. I just don't feel that it ought to be regimented and made that you, in an ordinance form. I don't think that's necessary. I think the council has the ability to hold these meetings whenever they see fit. You may want to schedule them a year ahead of time. That's fine too, you know. But I'm not going to support it in an ordinance form. I just want to give you a little background. I'm surprised Tom Labange hasn't gotten up so far with the historian of the city and given us the information that once upon a time, when I first came on this council, we met 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year. And the only time we had an off day when it was a holiday. That was changed. We amended the charter to allow us to set our own agendas. We have to meet 3 days a week, but we may take recesses. I would advise you, for this council and for future councils, give yourself some flexibility. I know you're all very anxious to bring the communities into play, and there's nothing wrong with that, and I think you can do that now. You don't need to have an ordinance that says you must do this. The reason we met 5 days a week, because DWP, when they were doing the contracts, putting the water system together for Los Angeles, wanted the council here because we had to ratify all their contracts. So I would urge that, and also you have the question of what's going to happen on November 4th or 5th, or whatever day the election is. We don't know what's going to happen as far as the makeup is concerned. There's a lot of issues that probably ought to wait as far as the governance issue is concerned until after that date. So I'm going to vote no on this, and I would urge a no vote, although I appreciate, I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't do these meetings. I just don't feel we ought to be locked in by ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Burnson.
Just a point of clarification. I apologize. It really is not an ordinance. All we're doing is amending council rules. So
Okay.
it's not an ordinance. We're putting in our blue rule book. It's not an ordinance. I spoke wrong about that. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Mr. Kerry will clarify that in further detail. We have just a couple more persons wishing to be heard. Mr. Shapiro is noted on the speakers list as well on public comment, and we will get you, sir, duly noted. Next speaker is Mr. Labange, Mr. Reyes, and followed then by Mr. Holden. Members, we will then hear from the city clerk and Mr. Shapiro by way of public hearing. Proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too, as you said, Mr. Burton, remember when you had meetings, 10 o'clock every morning, 5 days a week, and but it's changed. Now we're out in the community. How many days, Mr. Kerry, does this council meet in a year, average? 3 times 52, minus?
Minus a couple of weeks.
Right. So, okay, good. So 150 times a year. So our goal would be to 7 times in 2 years. I think we could meet that goal if we have that. I think it's real important because I remember the meeting we had at Banning's Landing. I remember the meeting that we had at the Madrid Theater. I remember the meeting that we had out in the communities. And the closer we are to the communities, the better we are to serve them. I would also like to ask, too, Mr. City Clerk, that we identify locations that have great accessibility, great parking at no cost for future meetings, so we make it easier for people to come to meetings in the various locations of the city. I rise to support this. This is not an ordinance, but it is a goal. It's a rule, and I support it. I want to thank Council Member Hahn for bringing it forward. 2 minutes, 27 seconds left, Mr. Burnson. Thank you.
Mr. Reyes, please.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, being out in the community is so important these days. We really understand the diversity of our neighborhoods. In District 1 alone, there will be times when I'll go to an event and it's not uncommon to stand between 9 to 13 national anthems of different countries. And so when you have the diversity issue, it's important for us to be near these communities so we can create access. And when you look at the makeup of our city, it's daunting to realize that 65% of the city are people who rent. People are always moving. They're always in a mobile state, if you will. And you have different kinds of languages and different kinds of cultures. So for us to be near and bring government closer to them could inspire them to become more participatory in the civic process and government process, and hopefully trigger higher levels of motivations for registering to vote. Give them a reason why they should participate by being present, by allowing diversity to understand how government operates, disclosing the mainstream process to all these gateway communities is significant when you look at the international nature of our city. So we need to catch up with the times. We need to get out there and move in with the changes and be present in these diverse areas with all these different languages, provide the kinds of apparatuses that allows people to understand what we're saying in different languages, to be able to give them briefings so that people from different cultures won't fear coming into government buildings. So again, understanding the international role we play as a city, the second largest city in the country, and to bring government closer to them is only a positive, and will hopefully enhance greater participation in how we make decisions for the public good.
Mr. Holden?
Mr. President, members, hey, do as you will. You know, you guys are in charge, and you make that decision based on the need. But I want you to think about what Mr. Burnson said, that when you have these meetings in the communities, people tend to be more disappointed because of the work.
Pardon me just a second, Mr. Holden. Sergeant, let me ask you again. All that traffic over there, over his shoulder, is really distracting. We're getting a lot of feedback. So if you can move people away from the ropes, they can conduct their business elsewhere. Proceed, Mr. Holden. I'm sorry.
Mr. President, members, when they see us on Channel 35 conducting business, I mean, we get in some pretty heated discussions. Mr. Bernstein said that when you're in the community, that tends not to be the case. And so you'll find that, I know we went to one meeting and gave out certificates for 2 hours. And there was a disappointment. No, it was not my district. I won't say whose district it was. It was recent, one of the new members. So, Mr. President, members, it rather defeats the purpose, number one. Number two, if you have a deadline, just like the other day with a deadline where a matter had to get out, and you have a meeting in the district where it's not programmed for the purpose of having serious discussions, then you'll find that on an item so controversial, people would have to then rearrange their schedule to come to the district in order to meet the deadline. So it's okay to say in the motion that we have no less than 15 meetings, but no more than 15 meetings, but give yourself the discretion to choose. You can always change a rule. If you make a rule, you can not break a rule, but you can change the rule. And so if this is what you want to do, and I mean the committee seems to be supportive of this effort for a period of time, I'll vote aye on it. But there are some pitfalls. And Mr. Bernstein has been around the longest member now, and pointing out what some of the problems just might be, something that you will face with in the future. So I guess I feel the same way, but I think, however, it should be a discussion between the President of the Council, the Chairman of the Rules Committee, and the individual council members to decide at a given time when they would like to have a meeting in their district, rather than put it in ink. But you're about to do that, and if that's what you want, I'll support it.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Ms. Galanter, please.
Thank you. Mr. Carey, how much does it cost the city to move a council meeting off-site?
It depends on where we go, but it's probably anywhere from, Helen, $5,000 to $15,000, depending on what the site is.
That's a cost above and beyond what
Correct.
It costs to put on a meeting here.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I think that what I'm going to say embarrasses me slightly because it makes me sound like a Republican. But I really think that it's important to remember that you don't have to have a law and a regulation to do things, for everything you want to do. I agree with Mr. Reyes, it's important for the council to get out in the communities. I'd like to say I think it would be even more important for the council members to take time to show one another around our respective districts. One of the things I learned in being airlifted to the middle of the San Fernando Valley is that there's a lot of stuff that I didn't know about and a lot of you don't know about either, because we're so absorbed, each of us, in our own districts. So I think there are many ways to achieve the goal you described, Ed, of getting the council members more familiar with the diversity of the city and people throughout the city familiar with more of us. But I would really urge you not to insist that everything be done in the form of an ordinance and a hard and fast rule. You can, as several people have pointed out, you can have a meeting, you can move the meetings off-site anytime you want. You just have to agree to do it and be willing to spend $5,000 to $15,000 extra and an evening. But if you want to do it, you can do it. And if you don't lock it in an ordinance, you can do 2 or 3 meetings in one part of the city where there's a great need because there's some burning issues. And maybe you don't have to do a meeting in some other parts of the city where they all come down here all the time anyway and know very well how to find the council. And I just think it's a mistake to lock ourselves into additional regulation and additional rigidity when we have the ability to go with the flow, which does not sound like a Republican.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Galanter. Members of the council, we'll hear from the one speaker card that we have at this point, Mr. Leonard Shapiro. And then, Mr. Carey, it'll be yours to tie all this up and put a nice bow on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members of the council. I like people to understand there's more than meets the eye on this particular resolution. This has been kicking around for 15 years that I know of. When I first proposed it, it was backed by Ernie Bernardi. Well, yes, it was backed by John Ferraro and Joan Flores and Joel Wax. It isn't new. It's the idea that what's happening now? We have a secession movement in 3 different parts of the city. One of the main items, main points brought out by all people who want to declare for secession is there's a lack of credibility, there's a lack of confidence by the people in the city council, and there's a lack of credibility in the city council. What way can you do to anything that you can do to restore confidence? This is what you can do. You can say, we want to meet the people. We want to go to the people. We want to do that. Every time you had a meeting, in 1998, you had 10 meetings when John Ferraro was pushing it. 10 meetings. Every meeting was attended by 400 to 500 people. Overflow meetings. The last meeting that you held in Canoga Park this year, you had 700 people try to get in. 300 people couldn't get in. The people of this city want to participate in government, have given only half a chance. You're not giving them a chance here. You don't have people coming down here unless they have an axe to grind. People in here have reasons for being here, and it's not the general public. There's more people that attend meetings at Burbank and Pasadena and Glendale than attend here. I know. I've looked around this entire audience. People are here for specific items. They're not here to participate in government. This is a step in the right direction. There's no question about it. There's a lot more steps I can give you right. I don't want to give them to you now. But there's a lot more steps that you can take. Number one, notably, is an open door policy. Every elected official, 1 day in each month, shall keep an open door for anyone who wants to come in to see him, like Tom Bradley did.
All right.
Like Sam Yorty did. It can't be done. Each elected official knows the people want to see them. Whether they have a beef or whether they have a suggestion or whether they want to pat you on the back, they want to have the privilege of having the right to see you. That's why they're talking secession. And don't think for 1 minute that when you say you're going to vote this thing down, like a couple of councilmen are telling you, to change the rules of this council, you are all voting the lack of credibility in yourself. You are telling the people, don't have confidence in that city council. The best thing you can do is secede. Get away from them.
All right.
If you pass this motion, you'll show the people that, yes, you're going to try to do something right, Mr. President.
Mr. Shapiro. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the running only Leonard Shapiro. He's enjoyed a brief respite, but he's back in full swing. Give him another round of applause, I tell you. All right. Members of the council, your applause does not bind your vote. Mr. Carey, please proceed.
Mike Carey, the city clerk. I have to apologize to the council. I failed to note on your agenda the procedural issues relative to changing your rules. Rule 77 requires an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the members of the council to pass a rule change, and the rule cannot be adopted on the first day it is presented. So this will have to go over 1 week and then receive a 2/3 vote.
All right. Any other clarifications to be sought from our distinguished city clerk? Members of the council, I see no other person wishing to be heard.
Laid over until next week.
1 week continuance, essentially. Madam Clerk, what is before us?
You'd have the committee report before you, and that will also go over 1 week to the 23rd pursuant to Rule 77.
All right. In light of that, it seems to me that we've been duly noticed as to what's before us. And Mr. Carey, if we understood you correctly, and Ms. City Attorney, that does then mean we cannot act today. Is that correct? All right.
That's correct.
Members, we're all on the same page in that regard. We will now continue to the next item of business. Thank you very much for your time. Proceed.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 26, called special by Councilmember Gruhl.
Item number 26 is before us. Mrs. Gruhl is on the speaker's list. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you. This item has been recommended by rules to receive and file relative to allowing us to have a site visit, particularly in my district. And as we have been talking about in this group, everyone says we shouldn't put something in cement. It doesn't have to, be a rule or an ordinance change. And I think for me, as a new council member and others, although this council right now is very amenable to having committee meetings in the districts, I want to make sure that, in fact, if we have council members who don't, that we are allowed to have them in our district. So I would like to see this not received and filed and have it part of the discussion that we just had, encouraging us to have a meeting in each of the council districts on item number 26, or send it back to Rules Committee for further consideration.
All right. It seems to me that we have a recommendation to revisit this. Is there any other member wishing to be heard? Otherwise, we will refer this back to Rules for further refinement. Is there any objection to that? Seeing none, that will be the order. Next item, please. Thank you, Ms. Gruhl.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 28, called special by Council Member Hahn, and there are 2 reports on the file.
All righty. Ms. Hahn, Mr. Weiss has pressed this button. Those who wish to be heard should do likewise. Mr. Weiss, you have the floor.
I'd be happy to speak now, Mr. President, but I wonder if the makers of the motions on the borough matters would appreciate the courtesy of addressing the council first.
Mr. Weiss has extended a courtesy to the makers of the motion. If you'd be kind enough to press your buttons, Ms. Gruhl, followed by Ms. Hahn, then the speakers list will proceed as follows: Mr. Weiss and then Mr. Padilla.
Right.
Please proceed.
Yes, Ms. Hahn actually is going to go first, and I will speak after her.
All right. Ms. Hahn.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, colleagues, I'm speaking on behalf of certainly moving forward the unanimous recommendation from my committee, Education and Neighborhoods, to take what Councilwoman Gruhl and I proposed, which was very simply an opportunity for voters in November to be allowed to vote very simply on a yes or no question. Shall we amend the charter of the City of Los Angeles to create a system of community boroughs throughout Los Angeles, and to create a commission that takes the mandate of the voters and comes back in a specific time with an LA style of boroughs to be presented back to the voters next May to approve. We held 3 public meetings in my committee. We held one in the Valley, we held one in Hollywood, we held one in the Harbor area. And even though many people either think they have an idea of boroughs or actually do not have an idea of what boroughs are, there was an overwhelming sentiment from the people who decided to turn out to these community meetings, and that was that charter reform didn't go far enough, that we still needed to do something to return local control and decision-making to our local communities and to our neighborhood councils. We must figure out a better way to govern our city. We must figure out how we can indeed decentralize our city government and regionalize our departments so that at the local level, neighborhood councils will be more empowered to have real authority and real control over a lot of the decisions that, in my opinion, are better made at the local level. I, with all my heart, do not believe that this ballot measure in November will confuse voters. I don't think this is an attempt by Councilwoman Gruhl and I to manipulate or to confuse or do an end around those who would like to break away from the city. But I think voters can handle a simple message in November. One, let's keep our city together. Let's vote to keep Los Angeles united, but let's have the city that we voted to keep together, have it work better. Keep the city together, but make it better. That's an easy message. I don't think that's confusing. And we really believed that when voters wake up on November 6th And I believe that secession will ultimately lose on its own merits. I think the more that people find out about what it means to actually break apart this great city, they will choose to keep it together. But I also think we owe it to the people of Los Angeles. We owe it to the people of Los Angeles to move forward in reforming our government. Clearly, those who would break our city apart, some of them have very valid frustrations. I've heard them since I was on the Charter Reform Commission in 1997. I think we can do things better. I think we can deliver services in a better way in the city of Los Angeles. So I really want to thank Councilwoman Gruhl for being strong, for sticking with our message, and never backing down. That we think voters deserve a right to vote on something positive in November. Keep the city together, but let's make it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn, Mrs. Gruhl. Members, let me indicate that we do have persons wishing to be heard. So I think after you have made your opening remarks, we will hear them and resume with the members' speaking list. Please proceed.
Great, thank you. As my colleague Janice Hahn said, we have a historic opportunity today to change the way we do business in City Hall. 8 weeks ago, we introduced this motion to start questioning how we're doing things, to blaze a new trail where we bring the community and City Hall together, where we empower our neighborhoods and we empower our neighborhood councils. 2 weeks ago, we all read the LA Times poll, and there were many celebrations in places about secession's going to fail, secession's going to lose. And not coincidentally, at that time, our proposal lost a little steam, because people thought, we don't need to do anything. Just follow the path we have chosen, the safe path, the well-worn path, the status quo. As I was trying to prepare our remarks today, we had a quote I wanted to talk about, which was Ralph Waldo Emerson gave the following advice. Do not just follow where the ordinary path may lead, but go instead where there is a path and leave a trail. That's what Councilwoman Hahn and I are trying to do. Over the past several weeks, as she mentioned, we've had several public hearings, formal and informal. I've had people stop me in restaurants and grocery stores saying, you know, I like that borough idea. I like the fact that you all are trying to change the status quo. They want to be architects of their own neighborhoods. The discussion we've had around boroughs in the last 8 weeks has been incredible. It has taken hold with academics, with community leaders, with politicians. It's been positive, and we want to make sure that we continue this dialogue in an extraordinarily meaningful way. Key word there for me is meaningful. What people want is something positive to vote for, something positive that they can say the city is going to be better. Some of my colleagues and people out there in the community have said, as Ms. Hahn did as well, that people told us that it would be too confusing, that our voters would not understand. Well, I give my voters and citizens of this city of Los Angeles much more credit, because they're hardly confused or baffled or bewildered. People want the choice to vote for something affirmatively in November. Not to just say yes on the status quo, and not to just say yes or no and breaking up the city. We don't want to wake up, and Janice and I have talked about this frequently, the day after November, and there not be political will to make the change that we believe is necessary in the city of Los Angeles, what we have heard. So many of you are new in this council and understand the frustration level that we have had from so many of our constituents. We cannot, and I will not put my head in the sand and say the status quo is okay, because I ran for office, as many of you did, to shake up the system, to change things. And oftentimes we get here, and it's easy to be part of that system and not to challenge it, and we wanted to challenge it. Some people have said it's too little too late, it's manipulative, what are you all doing? You're just desperate to have something that is going to be on the ballot. Well, I think that's a motto for the status quo and a recipe for failure, because now is the time. We do have the political will. We are talking about this, and I said this when I was sworn in. We are talking about some of these issues because secession is on the ballot. We would not be having this discussion, and we cannot say that we would do a lot of these things if we were not having secession on the ballot. It's true that there's been a number of borough proposals, and that dialogue has been incredible, and that's why what we came forward with is a way in which to commit ourselves to the future and yet entertain the ability to mold and shape the way a borough system would look. It allows us that time to develop a proposal. Janice and I are asking you today to support our motion, to trust our voters, and to give them something positive to vote for in November, because we can make the city better, and we must make the city better for all of you that are sitting here, out here in the audience. I'm talking to all of you because you are the true voters. You are the people that we are supposed to be representing standing up here. So I hope that all of you will have an open mind and look forward to the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gruhl. The chair will entertain a motion for a 5-minute public hearing. It has been called to my attention that there has been a series of public hearings pursuant to each meeting. What is the pleasure of the body? All right, Mr. Labange moves 10. Is there a second? It's been properly moved and second. Let's consider that the will of the body and proceed to the public hearing in the following order. And we will request in a respectful manner that the speakers be governed by the time constraints under which we are operating, namely a 10-minute public hearing. Jim McKisson, please come forward. Don Schultz, if you would please come forward. Marvin Harsh, if you would please come forward. Leonard Shapiro, please come forward. Candido Morris, if you would come forward. Joffrey Garfield, Sharon Jimenez, and Raphael Schonenschein. All those persons who I just called, it would be my request that you would come forward now. And Mr. McKisson, if you would proceed. Thank you. Please proceed.
Jim McQuiston, East Hollywood Community Association. I was involved in the charter reform, and I appreciate Janice Hahn's work on that, but I must support the Rules Committee's motion rather than the Education and Neighborhoods Committee motion. The Rules Committee motion is much more comprehensive, and it doesn't have a fire engine urgency to it. We don't really need a vote on the November ballot. What we need is some reasoning and some well-developed proposals. And if a borough system comes out of that committee, fine. If it's something else, that's fine too. But at least we'll have some reasoning and not a rush to put something before the voters before we know what it is.
Thank you, Mr. McKisson. We appreciate your brevity. Mr. Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Don Schultz, President of Van Nuys Homeowners Association, but I'm speaking today as a longtime resident of the city of Los Angeles and a voter, and not for my organization. While I commend the actions and the energy level put forward by Councilwoman Gruhl and Hahn, I ask this body not to move ahead by placing any sort of a borough issue on this November ballot. There is a perception, and I certainly don't pretend to speak for the general public in the San Fernando Valley, but there is a perception among the public that this is just a diversionary tactic to take away the vote for or against secession. And while I believe that the council members are doing this in all honesty and earnesty, I think by putting something like this on the ballot, I'm inclined to agree with the mayor's position at this point. Vote secession up or down. It's that simple. The borough system has been kicking around for a number of years. It's pretty obvious that it's on the table right now because the secession issue is on the table. let's make the decision on secession November 5th, and let's talk about the borough system sometime after that, hopefully soon after that.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Yes, Mr. President, my name is Marvin Hirsch. I live in the city of Reseda. I've been a resident of Los Angeles for 53 years and been a resident of the Valley for 40 years. I am thoroughly in favor of the borough system. I think that will help Los Angeles tremendously. I think it will make Los Angeles a stronger city than it is now. And that is my opinion. Thank you for giving me the privilege of being here today.
Thank you, Mr. Hirsch. We appreciate your testimony. Next speaker, please, Mr. Shapiro.
Leonard Shapiro, one more time.
One more time.
I think that there's a time and place for the borough system. I think it was in our city charter for well over 50 years. Written in 1927 they threw out a sponge to get Wilmington and San Pedro into the big city of LA. So it was in the charter, nobody used it. Now you want to get it back into the charter. And timing is everything in life. The timing of this comes the same time you have the secession vote coming up. Now all the people in favor of secession are saying you are trying to divert and confuse. And a lot of people are going to be confused on this matter. What is boroughs going to do? At least Bob Hertzberg came out with a program where the city council would be abolished and a new council would be set up with 9 borough presidents, and each borough would have 5 people. All right, and they could do everything in the city, and the borough presidents would get together and take care of citywide issues. All right, that's a plan. But that is not the plan that's going to be put out before, because Bob Hertzberg couldn't get the support of this thing. So what is secession all about? And what is this borough system all about? The main thing that the boroughs, if you're not going to be using it as a diversion tactic, as a mean to confuse the voters when they're going to make the determination, shall we secede and form our own city, make our own rules, have our own police department, our own fire department, do things without the aid of $257,000 a year
Mr. Shapiro?
Yes.
We need you to give us the bottom line. We
The
have
bottom
several
line
people waiting to
is,
be heard.
this is not the time to put the borough system up before the voters.
All right.
For several reasons.
Thank you for your testimony. Sir.
Good morning, Mr. President, council members. My name is Candido Maris, and I'm a resident of the greatest city in the greatest country in the world, Los Angeles.
All right, sir.
And before I talk about item 28, I just want to welcome Ruth Galanter to the San Fernando Valley. We look forward to working with you.
All right.
Mr. President, council members, on November 5th, I want to vote whether to keep this city as one. So I ask that we leave it that way. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Garfield.
Thank you, Mr. President, council members. I come here as a couple of hats as the former executive director of the Elected Charter Commission, as a person who's lived and actually worked in the borough system in my hometown of New York. I'd like to read a brief statement from the Hollywood Independence Committee, which also represent.
We'll forgive you, but go ahead.
We are releasing this statement to make clear our position with regard to the borough proposals currently being considered by City Council. City Council President Alex Padilla's proposal to create yet another commission to study the structure of city government, and Council members Gruhl and Janice Hahn's recommendations to put a modified borough system on the ballot in November. We believe the many last-minute proposals put forth by members of the city government to be a clear acknowledgement of the inability of the status quo structure to govern effectively or to truly reform government. We believe that boroughs are not an effective solution to the problems of Los Angeles residents in the Valley, Hollywood, San Pedro, and Harbor area, Venice, and Westchester currently face. We believe that the ineffectiveness of our borough system in Los Angeles has been demonstrated conclusively by the rejection by the mayor's office and 2 charter commissions which were established, which discussed the borough systems. The charter, of course, was reformed and voted on by 60% of the electorate back in June of 1999. We believe that in raising the issue of a borough system, our elected leaders in Los Angeles are engaged in a cynical and subversive attempt to confuse voters. We hereby make public the opinion of the Hollywood Independence Committee, our rejection of boroughs as a means to address the people's concerns in Hollywood and elsewhere. We also reject the appointment of yet another charter commission to study the structure of government.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Garfield. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Sharon Jimenez, Icon Imaging, publicist for Hollywood Independence. I worked with Jeffrey Garfield, attending the public hearings and publicizing the public hearings for the reform of city government to make city government better. In the end, because of two separate commissions, one appointed by the City Council and one elected, compromises were made because of the stakeholders in City Hall that kept neighborhood councils from being elected and giving people real local control and local representation. A yes vote on November 5th for independence for Hollywood is a yes vote for local control and local representation. To engage in another study and more hearings is to charge the taxpayers more and more money when nothing's being done to clean up the street and the garbage that's all around us in the city of Hollywood. I don't think that there's anyone on this council who can look at the city of Hollywood and say, we're proud of the job we've done in the city of Hollywood. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The final speaker is Dr. Ray Schonenschein. Please proceed.
Councilmember Ridley Thomas, members of the council, thanks for the opportunity to speak to you on the subject of boroughs. If you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, could I just read my statement through? It's pretty short.
As long as you can do it within 1 minute and 9 seconds, you'll be fine.
1 minute, 9 seconds? Yes. Forget it. There's no chance.
All right. We would ask that you submit your written statement for the record.
I will submit them in writing.
Thank you.
Essentially, boroughs are a hardy perennial of Los Angeles history. The first time boroughs was proposed was over 100 years ago, and they tend to rise during periods of great discontent in the city, which has risen and fallen as borough proposals have. The fact that they continue to arise isn't necessarily the answer for what the city should do, but it does raise a question of why it continues to arise. And most scholars believe that there are certain features of our government having to do with all that we've done to create clean, thoughtful, careful government in Los Angeles has also been something missing. And that's the connection between the neighborhoods and City Hall. None of us want to go back to the days of political party machines or bosses as it was done on the East Coast in order to build that connection. And we've been searching for ways to do it decade after decade. And one of the proposals that's recently been brought forward is to have a borough system. And I think a lot of work has been done to push that idea forward. And I think it's become a lot more feasible than people thought. I have a specific comment on the proposal that is also before you. Council President Padilla has put forward a proposal for a commission. You're certainly not going to hear me argue that commissions on charters are a waste of time. I spent 2 years of my life on it and feel that it was very well worthwhile, and there's 3 members of the City Council who also put in those hours and years, and I think we all believe it made a difference. I would say that I'm happy to hear that there's an idea of keeping the borough proposal alive through a commission. But I would like to recommend that it not be a commission targeted at governance in general, but at the question of boroughs directly. In my view, that question has been asked and it needs to be answered. That does not mean the answer is that the city will have to adopt a borough system, but it will have to decide whether or not to adopt or propose some version of a system. A commission on general governance would, in my view, replow too much of the ground that the charter commissions already did. And I know none of you, and nor do I, want to see the city redo the entire work of the Charter Commission. Unlike the previous speaker, I would point out that neither commission really took up the issue of boroughs. We simply did not have the time. We were overwhelmed with all the issues of governance at City Hall and creating neighborhood councils and area planning commissions, which we are extremely proud of having done. This is one of the few unfinished items.
Your bottom line, sir.
The bottom line. You're going to be criticized no matter what you do. If you put a proposal on the ballot, it'll be to block secession. If you don't put a proposal on the ballot, it will be to block democracy. If you create a commission, it will be because commissions don't do anything. If you don't create a commission, it'll be because you don't want to do anything. The only choice is to do something which is, in your judgment, correct, which is to create something that moves the idea forward and finally, at the end of the day, provides an answer to the community with all the best research and all the ideas brought to the table what contribution can a borough system make? So my bottom line,
Yes, sir.
Councilman, is if you are going to have a commission, make it one with a specific deadline, timeline, mission, and goal that the question has been asked and it ought to be answered. Thank you.
We thank you for your testimony. Members of the council, that does conclude the public hearing. We will now return to the speakers list. We acknowledge now Mr. Alex Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the members of the public who once again came here to offer us their views, their opinions on how to move forward in this debate. I want to thank, first of all, and commend Council Members Gruhl and Hahn for their initial motion, if not for the content, certainly for, as has been referenced before, sparking the discussion and the debate that we've had up until this point. And I believe, colleagues, after listening to the three of us, you're going to think, well, we're probably a lot closer to each other on this issue than you may think, or certainly has been portrayed. Bottom line here is, how do we continue to improve the city of Los Angeles? I think it's a good city, and each and every day through our work, we make it an even greater city. The difference lies in what we believe is the next step to take. You know, Councilmember Gruhl mentions that we have an opportunity to change the way business is done here in City Hall. And I agree. But that opportunity to change the way things are done around here isn't just today. We have that opportunity each and every day that we come to work. Each and every day that we as council members, that the mayor, the city attorney, the controller, and other city leaders come to work, we have an opportunity to challenge the institution to do more, to do better, to be more effective, to be more efficient. We have that challenge and that opportunity each and every day, with or without ballot measures, with or without motions being introduced, with or without any other number of ways that issues sometimes rise to our attention. But the question, the issue before us now is, as was sparked by the motion, let's move forward. Let's put a measure on the ballot. Let's get a borough implementing commission, which was what the wording originally was in your motion, going. And I had a problem with that for a number of reasons. One is, and I think from hearing the public testimony, we have to acknowledge that the discussion about boroughs and discussion about secession is inseparable because of the climate that we're in today. And I feel that's unfortunate. The bigger issue is secession on the November ballot. And yes, let's have the discussion and make the decision on whether the city stays together, which I support, or breaks apart on the merits of that discussion alone. If we're approaching the issue of boroughs or decentralization or restructuring of city government from the perspective of good government, then let's have the appropriate and responsible dialogue to move in that direction. And to do so, I think, requires us to look beyond November, not just because of secession, but because to have that dialogue, it needs to be thorough, it needs to be thoughtful, and tomorrow is our deadline to put a measure on the ballot. It also needs to be done in a way that doesn't box in or predetermine any outcomes here, whether it's the will of the voters or, as I propose, a commission that we can establish to evaluate and research and analyze and make recommendations to the council. So formally, members, I want to move the Rules Committee report on the matter before us, which would say, let's not put forward a measure on this November's ballot, but rather, let's establish a commission. We don't need a November ballot. We don't need a vote to get moving on this issue, on this conversation. Let's create a commission to focus not just on boroughs, but on governance. It can consider boroughs. It can consider boroughs first. But certainly boroughs isn't the only roadmap out there to improve the city of Los Angeles.
All right.
Well, let's look at governance issues, and I'm going to wrap up soon, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
And the committee report will have all the further details that I recommend. The structure of the commission being that mirroring the redistricting commission. It was a 21-member body where all the council members get an appointee, all the city elected officials get a number of appointments, and receive and file the original motion that was brought before us, as well as the Education and Neighborhoods Committee report. Let me end with this, because I'm going to push my button again. I'm still anticipating, I believe it's 4 amending motions to be brought forward by Councilmember Gruhl and Councilmember Hahn, and I'll certainly have a response and comment on those, a couple which I may agree on, a couple which I don't. But finally, in my future comments, I do want to get into further specifics on distinguishing between governing and our governing structure and the delivery of resources and services to our neighborhoods. We did not need to change our structure of government to bring back our senior lead officers. That's just one example, and I'll have more when I speak again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Was there a second to the motion offered by Mr. Padilla? All right, it's been properly moved in second. Mr. Weiss, Mr. Jack Weiss, you now have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Ridley Thomas, the President. Thank you, sir. And I want to start by thanking my friend Mr. Padilla, Ms. Gruhl, and Ms. Hahn for doing so much these past several weeks to bring forth an issue that is an important issue, as Professor Sonnenschein said, for the people of this city to consider, and it is an issue which I have no doubt they will consider over the course of the coming months and the coming years. But I have to start by telling you my shock and outrage at what all of us saw last week. I mean, all of us in the city of Los Angeles saw the self-appointed leaders of the so-called secession movement decide that, well, maybe secession didn't need to be on the ballot this November after all. I mean, think of the time, the resources, the money, the people's money that the city and county of Los Angeles have spent over the last couple of years at their behest, at their behalf, in good faith, to study secession. And now what happens at the end of the day? Well, certain self-appointed leaders decided that they didn't quite have the cojones to see it through. What are we to conclude from all of that?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Weiss?
What are we to conclude? I'll tell you what I mean, Mr. President.
Well, in public policy
I'll tell you
language,
what I
please,
mean.
sir.
You know what, folks? Warren Buffett has an expression that when the tide goes out, you can see who's wearing a swimsuit. And last week, the people of the city of Los Angeles had an opportunity to get a good view across the hill north into the valley, and it wasn't a pretty sight. And so what are we faced with now? What are we faced with now? Frankly, colleagues, I think we have had too much focus, not as opposed to enough. I think we've had too much focus on the flow chart, too much focus on the organization chart of local government. We had the appointed charter commission, we had the elected charter commission, we had charter reform, area planning commissions, the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, so on and so forth. And at some point, I think what the message we're sending to the public, it's almost as if we're telling people every month, hey, if you just buy a new set of golf clubs, it'll improve your swing. You'll hit a hole in one. That's not the way it works. Let's level with the public. We have about $3 to $4 billion of taxpayer money in this city that we collect and spend every year. The trick is doing it more efficiently. The trick is hiring cops faster. The trick is disregarding the bureaucratic boundaries, as we do in my district with our Schoolmates program. We don't care that it's LAUSD in the city of LA. We partner with the schools to try to make our neighborhoods better. How many doors did you knock on in your campaigns where you met someone who said they wanted another commission to study how to fill our potholes faster? That's not the answer. The answer is to get down to business, to do the job that I know each of you do every day, and the job that I know each of your staffs do every day, the real work of making this city better. So for those reasons, I will reluctantly oppose the borough system and the commission system, but I will make the self-appointed leaders of the secession movement this offer. If they want secession taken off the ballot in November, well, I'll agree with them on that, but let's take it off the ballot forever. And let's stop the negativity. Let's stop the counterproductive focus on secession. If they will agree to take it off the ballot together and come down here and work with all of us in a positive and constructive manner to make this city better, I will wholeheartedly stand with them at LAFCO when they file that petition. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Ms. Zukowski, now that Mr. Weiss has thrown down the gauntlet, the language of nonviolence would be appreciated. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Gracias, señor presidente. Por la señora
Members,
Misikowski,
I have
miembros,
supported
yo
the
he
effort that Mr.
apoyado el
Padilla brought
esfuerzo
forward
que el
through Rules
señor
and
Padilla
Elections Committee. In fact, it was
presentó.
unanimous of all 3 members of Rules and Election. To say that it is
Decir
worth
que vale
moving forward
proceder
and moving forward from really a very, very great effort.
un
What was that
esfuerzo
effort?
bastante
That effort was
grande. El esfuerzo, ¿cuál fue
over
ese esfuerzo? El esfuerzo
100,000
fue de que más de
signatures on a petition
100,000
submitted in
firmas en una
97.
petición presentada en el
Citizens
97,
speaking to say
ciudadanos
put something
hablando
on the
para decir
ballot.
incluyan
That
algo en la
something
balota
was the elected
de
charter
votantes.
commission.
Esto fue algo
The
que
city
se
council
incluyó en
had
el
already put and
mandato.
appointed
El
charter
concilio ya
commission on.
había
We had 21 members
Ya
of one
teníamos
committee,
21 miembros
15 members
en
of
un comité,
another.
15 en
Those
otro.
citizens
Esos
spent, as we heard,
ciudadanos
hundreds of
gastaron
hours,
muchísimas,
clearly
pasaron
hundreds of
muchísimas
meetings,
horas,
thousands of
muchísimas
citizens
reuniones,
testifying,
muchos
and
ciudadanos
that was
prestaron
distilled
testimonio y
into 2
esto
proposals for a charter.
fue dividido
No
para
one
2
forced
propuestas
those
en el
2
mandato.
commissions
Nadie,
together. Those 2 commissions recognized that were there 2
estas
charters
dos
on the
comisiones
ballot, it would have been
reconocieron que
confusing.
si
It would have been
hubiera habido
difficult.
dos mandatos
They
en
came
el
together
la
of
balota
their own
hubiera sido
accord to put one
difícil.
charter recommendation on the ballot. We adopted citywide in
Adoptamos en toda la ciudad
1999,
en
just 3 short
1999,
years ago,
hace
not even
3
3
años,
short
ni
years
siquiera hace
ago,
3 años,
that matter.
este asunto.
We implemented the charter. In 2001, we created and set forth the plan for the neighborhood councils. We have had since the year 2000 area planning commissions. Area planning commissions are working. We are letting local folks make local decisions in terms of land use affecting neighborhoods. Neighborhood councils, I dare say, even though they've only just been certified, are working. If anyone had asked me what my vision of a future reform plan would have been, it would have let the neighborhood councils all become established, all become certified, let them have 1 year, 2 years, 3 years of working as neighborhood groups. Let them form a convention of neighborhood council advisors and tell the city council how they would like to see things change. Would they like to see neighborhood councils grow and form into boroughs? Would they like to see more specific power to the neighborhood councils? It shouldn't be top-down. It shouldn't be elected officials saying what reform should be. It shouldn't necessarily be academics. It should be the citizens themselves. We had, although the committees on these issues had meetings, I dare say that fewer than 100 people testified in these committee meetings about this. Far cry different from the thousands of people who testified at the charter commissions. Far cry different from even the redistricting commission where we had thousands of people testifying. I think we need to start looking again, have an open mind and open ears. But I think that the approach of an appointed commission to really look at governance, not only doing government more efficiently, as Mr. Weiss said, but doing government more neighborly, more transparently, letting people understand. And we have that process built into the neighborhood councils, where they are required to give performance evaluation of general managers, where they are required to participate in the budget, where they are required to look at a community impact statement of programs, of policies, of projects. That's the way that we will reform, and I think it's very important to lean on, work with, and support our fledgling grassroots neighborhood councils effort, build on that, let this committee to look at dealing with government decentralized, dealing with government on a way that relates and reacts to neighborhood councils, to divisions of government that really make decision-making at the local level. That makes sense, but not putting something on the ballot in November. It is literally a rush to judgment, with tomorrow being the deadline. We have seen this proposal, these 2 or 3 proposals constantly evolving. I think if we waited a day or 2 or 3, we'd see it evolve even more, and that's the reason not to put something on the ballot this quickly. That was the testimony of the majority of people who spoke today, and yet it is worthwhile to continue looking at ourselves, to continue letting citizens look at us and tell us, after holding some involved process meetings, some involved hearings out of the community, as to what the citizens would like to see in terms of, if not restructuring government entirely, making government relate, react,
reaccione y tome parte de un proceso de decisiones dentro de la comunidad mucho más claramente, mucho más eficaz y más transparentemente de cómo se llevan a cabo ahora, y apoyo esto. Es por eso que el reporte presenta este proceso hacia adelante, y creo que debemos de adoptar esto unánimemente. Gracias.
Mr. President,
Señor
members,
presidente, miembros,
the reason why they have a
la
secession
razón por la
movement
cual tiene un
going
movimiento de división
is because
ahora
it's clear to me
es
today, if
porque
it
es
were not
claramente
before,
ahora
there's a leadership void.
de la Junta de Liderazgo, ustedes están reaccionando 25% de las firmas que se juntaron en el Valle para incluir esta medida en la pelota. Y dicen, ¿cómo paramos que eso no ocurra? Bueno, hay que hacer a través de otro truco, a ver si estos responden a esto. Hay que empezar hablando acerca de boroughs. Y lo han hecho de esta vez, pero no estuvieron hablando acerca de boroughs si no hubieran sido el 25% de las firmas en el las firmas están reaccionando a lo que se hizo allá por los ciudadanos. La Junta de Liderazgo, si ustedes creen que ustedes debieron tener boroughs en primer lugar para completar la estructura de gobierno, debieron de iniciar el programa ahí también, pero eso no se hizo. Aún antes del día de hoy, eso está muy dudoso. No estoy a favor de incluirlo en la boleta porque se ve muy mal y no está bien analizado. No estoy a favor tampoco de nombrar una comisión como de poner esta comisión a través de otras audiencias tan cansables cuando mete un miembro de nuevo y al fin nada será y los votantes no son tontos. Los votantes de esta ciudad entienden que no van a esperar 2 años para que cambios se lleven a cabo. Si ustedes creen, y supongo que sí, ya que están hablando sobre esto, que debe de haber cierto cambio, entonces, claro, 2 años después de muchísimas audiencias, esto no debe ser nuestro objetivo, nuestra meta.
You know what? A lot of people believe that, but it serves no purpose, no useful purpose as far as I'm concerned. It's overreacting, and I told them that. This council, this city government has been in place since the very beginning. And I don't think we should be changed, if at all, certainly not substantial. Mr. Padilla, if you put some timelines on
pone fechas límites en su propuesta, puedo votar por esto. Si usted puede decir que tendrán una comisión pendiente de regresarán con una recomendación, entonces audiencias quizás para el siguiente marzo y votarlo por esto. Entonces, esto será algo que se puede llevar a cabo en forma constructiva y con acción positiva. Quiere decir que si este es el caso, entonces la señora Groh y la señora Hahn pueden llegar a una solución. Ellos iniciaron este programa primero a que juntar esos dos con un cambio y resultar con un voto unánime, el cual indica que tendremos acción positiva, recomendación positiva no más tarde de marzo, para la fecha límite de marzo. Se da cuenta que ustedes seriamente están hablando acerca del asunto de boroughs. Si no, no es así. Si están dispuestos para hacer esto, votaré por ese tipo de unión. Y después nadie perderá, todos ganarán. No creo yo que uno debe de ser considerado que yo perdí, yo gané, yo perdí, tú ganaste. No veo ningún problema con este cambio para unirlos los dos, como usted dijo. Ya que no estamos separados, ¿usted es el líder?
Part of authorship is insignificant. Let the will be done of the majority of the members of the council. I would suggest that you should merge it, put some timelines on it, and I'll vote for it.
Este concilio deben de juntarlos, pongan fechas límites y votaré. Gracias, señor
Followed by Ms. Galanter and then Mr.
Garcetti.
Well, first of all, I want to
primeramente quiero felicitar
both Ms. Hahn
a la señora Hahn
and Wendy for
la señora Wendy
their efforts.
por sus esfuerzos. Ellos en el pasado han hablado acerca de boroughs.
One in the charter
uno en el mandato,
section, and even Wendy discussed it during her election
también lo habló durante su campaña de elección. Por lo tanto, yo sé que ellas no solamente estaban utilizando esto como algo para tratar de luchar en contra de división, pero estaban sugiriendo que quizás sí se podían hacer cambios en el sistema gubernamental y esto acercaría esto al pueblo. Pero haber dicho esto, quiero decirles mi pensar principalmente.
The timing could not be worse.
Ese es el
because
peor
anything
tiempo
that you
para
put on
esto,
the
porque cualquier
ballot
cosa que usted incluye en la
that
balota
conflicts with
que
the clear
está en
issue
conflicto
of
con el
whether
asunto
the
principal
voters,
de si sí o no los
25%
votantes,
of the valley
25%
signing a
del valle
petition, you can
firmaron una
imagine if
petición.
25% of all the
25%
voters
de todos
sign
los
a
votantes
petition,
firmaron
what
una
kind of a
petición, ¿qué
multitude
clase
that
de
is.
multitud es
That's
esta?
not to be ignored.
Esto no debe ser
It's
ignorado,
not to be
no debe ser
confused.
confundido.
It's not to be said, let's take it off the
Debe de
ballot.
decir tampoco hay que quitarlo de
It's
la
a
balota.
clear-cut day for
Es
people to make a decision whether they want to continue to be part of the
claramente,
city
es
or whether they
claramente
want
el
to
pueblo
go
está
their own
diciendo si
way. And I
quieren
think that
continuar siendo parte de la
to
ciudad
allow
o
them to
estar
go
solos.
forward
Creo
with
que
that.
debemos de
As
permitirles que
far
ellos
as
hagan lo que ellos
the
decían tocante
idea
a esto en
that's
cuanto a la
been
idea
put forth
que se ha
by Mr.
presentado
Padilla,
por el señor
I think
Padilla.
it has some
Creo yo
merit.
que tiene mérito.
I'm going to support it on the
Voy a
condition
apoyarlo
that
siempre y cuando
nothing happened until
nada
after
ocurra hasta después
the election
que se
in
lleve a cabo la
November.
elección en noviembre.
That because I think that
Porque
anything
creo
that we
yo
do would be
que cualquier cosa que
counterproductive
hagamos
and
va a
be
ser
viewed in the
contraproductivo y
wrong
va a
light.
ser considerado
I've been here a long time, and
equivocadamente. Estoy
I
aquí por
think
mucho
that our
tiempo y creo yo
city
que
government works pretty
nuestro gobierno
well.
se
That's
trabaja
not
muy
to say
bien.
that it
Eso no
couldn't
es
work
decir que
better.
no podría
And
trabajar
that's not
mejor
to
y
say
no es
that
decir
things
que
that are taking place
lo que está
are not
ocurriendo
working
ahora no
because the
están
neighborhood
trabajando
councils
porque
are
los
moving
miembros de
forward.
la comunidad están
They haven't been given enough
yéndose
time or
adelante,
enough
no se
real
da mucho
leadership yet.
tiempo ni
But I
suficiente
can tell you
liderazgo,
that
pero
I
puedo decirles que
initiated
yo
neighborhood councils
inicié
23 years ago
concilios en
in
la
the
comunidad hace
24th
25
year now,
años
and they work.
y sí
They work very well.
funcionan muy bien.
So it's
Por
not
lo
that we
tanto,
haven't
no es que
tried to
no
bring
hemos tratado de
the governing process
que el
closer
proceso
to the people.
gubernamental se acerque
But
más
that
al
doesn't
pueblo,
mean
pero
that
esto no
this
significa
new
que esta
commission,
nueva
and I
comisión
would want to have some
y yo
discussion about
quisiera
how it's
tener
staffed,
plática acerca de
because
los miembros en esta comisión
you need some
porque usted
expertise in there
necesita
as to people who are experienced with
expertos
government as well as
ahí
people
con personas
who
con
are
experiencia del
visionaries and
gobierno y
say this is
personas
how
con
we'd like it
visión
to
del
be
futuro y decir
without
esto es lo que
understanding
queremos que ocurra
the pitfalls of
y que
what
entiendan
happens when it
las
is that way.
fallas que ocurren
So
cuando es de
I'm
esta
going to
manera. Por tanto,
support
voy a apoyar
the substitute motion. I guess it's a
la
substitute
moción.
motion, is it?
La moción.
What is it? It's the motion?
La moción.
Okay, and I think that
Yo creo
if
yo
this
que
passes,
si esto es
consideration
aprobado,
of
consideración
the
de
borough system ought
el
to be
sistema borough
part
debe de tomar
of the
parte
process.
de este proceso.
I will just tell you my
Quiero
view,
decirle
though,
también mi
however, in
vista, porque
closing,
a
I
veces, sin
ran
embargo, en
into
final yo
Assembly
me encontré con el
Speaker Pro Tem,
asambleísta
past tense, and in the hallway the other day when he was
en
working
el
in City
pasillo de
Hall, Bob
cuando
Hertzberg,
vino aquí
and he
al
wanted to know
ayuntamiento
why
y
I
quería saber
wasn't
por qué yo
supporting this
no estaba
borough system.
apoyando ese sistema borough.
And I said, well,
Le
first
dije,
of all, Bob,
principalmente,
number one,
Bob,
I think the
uno,
timing is terrible.
creo que este no es el buen
Number
tiempo
two,
para esto. Dos,
I think that
creo yo que
the real question is,
la
if we look at
pregunta
New
real,
York,
si
and we
consideramos
look
a
at
Nueva
where they
York,
have the different
donde
boroughs, it
tienen
isn't working
diferentes
that
boroughs,
well.
no está funcionando
In
muy
Chicago, they
eficazmente.
have
En
50
Chicago
council
tienen
members,
50
and
miembros
the
del
only reason
concilio
it
y la
works
única
there is
razón por
because
la
they have a
cual
mayor
funciona
who's
es porque tiene un
practically a
alcalde
dictator.
que
And the third
prácticamente es un
reason is
dictador y
I
la tercera
just
razón es porque
don't
yo
like him.
no me
And I suggested
gustan.
that
Y
his plan of
sugerí que su
abolishing
plan
city
de
council and for the
quitar el
9-borough
Consejo de la
system,
ciudad
that might
y
work real
poner
well
el
with the
sistema borough, quizás
state
esto
legislature. Maybe
puede
we could
trabajar muy bien
abolish
con la
that.
legislación
And
del
he said he
Estado.
was
Quizás
looking at
podemos estar,
that.
usted dijo que estaba considerando
At
eso.
any rate,
De todas maneras,
I'm going to support the
voy a
motion,
apoyar la
Mr. Padilla,
moción
and
que
I
el
think
señor
that
Padilla presentó y creo yo
we
que
should take a look
debemos de
anytime people who are in
considerar
the
en cualquier
position to do
momento
so
cuando
should
esas
look at
personas
the
están
possibility of
en
improving
posición de hacerlo,
the
de mirar
governing
la posibilidad
process, but it
de
should
mejorar
not be
el
made to
proceso de
confuse
gubernamental, pero no
the
debe
ballot
hacerse
measure.
para
Thank you, Mr.
confundir
Branson,
una medida en la
Mr.
balota.
Lanter,
Gracias, señor
Mr. Garcetti,
Calante,
Mr.
señor Garcetti,
Pacheco,
señor Pacheco.
Mr. Reyes in that order,
Señor
and then
Reyes,
Mr.
y
Padilla
después
for
señor
the
Padilla.
second time. Ma'am?
Can you hold that for a second? First of all, let me point out that I too grew up in a borough system, and I've lived under the borough system both as a child and as an adult.
poner a niña con
So I feel
adulta.
modestly
Por lo tanto,
qualified to speak
yo
on
creo
this,
que
but I
tengo algo
have
de
to
capacidad
say,
para hablar sobre esto, pero quiero
respect the
decirles que yo
energy
respeto la
of
energía
everybody who's
de
involved in
todas
this
las personas
debate and
involucradas
the
en este
concerns of
diálogo
everybody
y lo
involved in
que
this
cada
debate, but with all
persona,
due
lo que
respect,
tiene cada
I
persona.
think you're heading in the wrong
Creo que
direction.
ustedes se están dirigiendo
The more time we spend arguing about the shape of the table, the less time we're spending actually improving services and improving communications. We talked a little while ago about the need to get out and to understand the different parts of our city better. Most of us are so wrapped up in our own districts, we don't have time to understand the rest of the city as well as we should. And it seems to me that the challenge for city government, the challenge for all of you, especially all of you who've just gotten here, is to develop the ability to see the whole city. The neighborhoods will come to you. Every neighborhood, I mean, there are some neighborhoods that need to be encouraged to come to you, but that's your job as a council member. Encourage people in those communities to come to you and respond to their requests. The challenge is for each of you, for each of us, to be able to see the whole city. And I will tell you, in my very short time now as a representative of a district very far from the one that elected me, that it is very enlightening to see other parts of the city up close and personal. And you can't do that if you're spending your time reshaping the table. The borough, I don't think this is a triumph of form over content, and I say that with all due respect. I think that we are barking up the wrong tree here. We need to spend our time getting to know our own constituents and getting to know each other's constituents. And we need to understand how we can, as a group, manage the large entity that is the city of Los Angeles, whether it's on both sides of the hill or only on one side of the hill. The problems will be the same. I think it's important to acknowledge that Mr. Hertzberg has another agenda entirely. He has not, you know, with all due respect, he's never run for city council in the city of Los Angeles. He hasn't shown any interest in running for city council in the proposed New Valley City either. So let's not get too wrapped up in this. Don't get sucked in. We have a job to do here. We have enterprises to run, we have business to encourage, we have environments to clean up, we have streets to pave, we have all kinds of things to do, and that's where all of us should be spending our time. The people who will serve on a commission, like the people who served on past commissions and the people who serve on commissions today, have many things to do. There's lots of ways for people to participate in government, and there's lots of ways for each of you as a council member to help them do it. But spending the time and resources that's involved in designing a new system, I think is really diverting each of us from the day-to-day work that needs to get done. And I am not in favor of the borough system. I do not think it adds anything to the job we need to do or our ability to do it. Is there a problem over there? And I think that we, with all due respect to your efforts to try to respond to this, I think we can respond to people's concerns about government directly. We don't need to do it by creating additional structures or rearranging the chairs at the table. Everybody who has a point of view will figure out how to get it known to you, and your job as a council member is to go find it if people are having trouble getting to you. So don't do this. It's really not necessary.
Thank you, Ms. Galanter, Mr. Garcetti, Mr. Pacheco, Mr. Reyes, followed by Mr. Padilla. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Señor Presidente.
Let us all today agree on one thing, which I know this council, this city government, and certainly the population of this city agrees upon, that we need to be focused on the bottom line. I don't think people fetishize, besides those of us who are perhaps policy wonks or those of us who deal with some of these issues fetishized, whether it's a borough system or one city or two cities, or whether there's neighborhood councils or wards, or what system we have. What they are focused on is the bottom line delivery of service, which is one of the two issues here, the second one being participation in government. Now, the most difficult thing to stomach is that those two things often conflict with each other. As we decentralize government, sometimes it becomes less efficient. We have to talk to our neighbors about each and every decision, and we've all participated in organizations where sometimes there's so much democracy that there's inaction. And for the average voter, when I've gone door to door and when I campaigned to answer the earlier speaker's question, remembering what people talk about, a lot of people don't want to ever participate, or they want to participate once every 10 years. What they want is service, and they want service delivered. When you look at borough systems throughout the world, whether it's New York, which has a borough system just because of its unique history and different cities coming together, or whether it's in London, which really strengthened and decentralized the borough system, so if the Germans invaded, there would be separate areas of the city that would still be able to maintain themselves. They have all grown organically. And what's important here for all of us to remember is that we have a system that works for Los Angeles that is organic, that isn't too quick, that isn't too rushed to judgment, and one that actually bubbles up from below. People often say about Los Angeles, it's one of the things that we're stereotyped as being kind of airheaded, that we change our minds quickly. We're all a bunch of blondes out here in Hollywood not knowing what we can do, no offense to any blondes. But the point being, when we look at this, it's like every 2 years we're changing the organizational chart. And reform does not necessarily change from an organizational chart. It changes from our hearts. And I think that what Councilmember Mizikowski was mentioning is that there is a tremendous amount of change that hasn't come from this horseshoe necessarily, though we've been important partners. It's come from out there. It's come from the community, the area planning commissions, senior lead officer program, neighborhood councils, neighborhood prosecutors, off-site meetings, not just of the council, but also of the commissions. When we look at each one of those things, Ms. Mena spoke about trash in Hollywood. There are now trucks that are going throughout this city picking up bulky items in a proactive way. Each one of these things come from people who live in Los Angeles, which is why today I don't want to be, and I'm not saying at all this is the intent of any of the folks who are putting this forward, gimmicky with the voters. We have one very clear, very important decision this November to make. And it is important to us to talk about the good news out there so that we can make that decision together, to stay together, and then consistently look at how we improve services. We don't have to trumpet that. We don't have to announce it as a big initiative. Let's just do it. It's bottom line oriented. I'm reminded of Kaizen, the Japanese principle of constantly improving one's company or one's organization. That's what we need, from the receptionist all the way to the person filling the pothole, from the council president all the way down to the person on the street without a home. That is how we must look at reform in the city, not as a new initiative each time, but something that gets into the culture itself. And we don't have enough time today to talk about that, but none of these proposals go forward to doing that. None of them talk about a fundamental change to the culture unless we set up perhaps a standing body. And that is why I'm still open to Mr. Padilla's proposal that we have a standing body, a standing commission that looks at that time and time again.
All right, sir.
I'm reminded with a lot of talk, and I'll close, of a quote from Dan Quayle, that the future looks better tomorrow. And that everybody is saying, whether it's Camelot or whether it's a borough system, that it's just going to keep getting better. But remember also what he said, if we don't succeed, we risk failure. Thank you.
Mr. Garcetti, the iconoclast that you are should know the distinction between circularity and a tautology. We'll talk more about it in a little bit. Mr. Pacheco, please.
Mr. President and colleagues, first of all, Mr. Garcetti, you know, you were doing really well. Ray Bradbury, Winston Churchill, Eleanor Roosevelt, and you just throw in a Dan Quayle?
Muchísimas personas importantes. Churchill, otra persona así, de repente hablas que Dan Quayle, no sé,
An
pero
open mind, yeah.
mente abierta, mente abierta.
First of all,
primeramente,
I just want to, on a serious note, just share with everyone that I am going to be voting no on all the items. I believe that we have not given the new charter an opportunity to do its work. We have not given the neighbor councils an opportunity to do their work. We have a built-in mechanism in the new charter for a review every 10 years and create a process to review our structure. I still do not, have never heard concisely what problem the secessionists thought they were going to be solving. It looks like they're going to go down in flames, which I'm going to hopefully contribute to on the east side. We're going to hopefully kill this issue. But from what I saw during the 2 years of being on charter reform, none of the promises that the secessionists have been given to the public are based on any sort of rational or reasonable expectation of government. To actually go out and publicly tell people, as I was on a TV show with Mr. Brain, that this new city was going to redeploy officers on a moment's notice with the total disregard of the chief and the formulas that dictate how we do deployment based on crime and crime statistics and violent crimes, I thought was absurd. To go out and publicly tell people that they were going to be able to place a stop or traffic flag wherever they wanted to, and that they would be making those local decisions with the total disregard to federal and state public safety standards, I just thought was misinforming the public. I think we have taken the first step and a big step in reforming government when we adopted the new charter. I think it's premature to tinker with it. Let's give it an opportunity to show what it can produce. And so I'm voting no on the various configurations of ideas that have come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Mr. Reyes, Mr. Labange, Mr. Padilla. Sir.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, I strongly feel we need to give the city charter a chance. And I do appreciate all the great work that Councilmembers Hahn and Grul have put together. They've brought to perspective issues and concerns that have been already articulated, so I'll make my presentation short. I do want to support the Commission for one basic reason, and that is as our neighborhood councils unfold, we begin to learn what areas in our city need assistance. We begin to learn which communities have the capacity to communicate, or which have when one might consider leisure time to be able to engage these kinds of issues on evenings or early mornings. But let's be very frank about this. We have a large population that are working 2 to 3 jobs just to keep a roof over their head. We have a large population that is bused miles and miles just to get to school. And we have parents who are struggling just to be able to provide for their families. So when we're discussing policy issues, guess what takes a priority? So it's incumbent to us that we use this commission, this period, to find ways so that we can engage our populace. We can reinforce some type of energy that allows us to address their needs. These are the people that are voiceless. These are the folks who are suffering out there. And these are the folks who find themselves living in cardboards with their kids because they don't have a job. So that's a stark reality. I don't want to be negative, but I believe this commission give us a different way of looking at ourselves, because there is a very large population out there that is voiceless. You just look at who comes out to vote, and the percentage that come out to vote, that'll tell you a lot. Thank you.
Mr. Labange, please.
First and foremost, I want to second the report of Janice Hahn, the chairwoman of the committee that brought forth this issue so we could move it. That's very important. Number two, every opportunity that God gives us with that sun rising from the east gives us an opportunity to improve what we do, whether it's personally, whether it's our families, whether it's our professions. And our professions are members of City Council to represent the people of Los Angeles. And how could we best do that? The great thing about any political discussion is what happens when you get change in the wind, when you hear from people and listen to people. And what we've been doing, because we've received the opportunity and the honor to be here, is listen to people about improving Los Angeles. I too strongly support Wendy and Janice as their proposal comes forth, because I'm not afraid of breaking our administrative operation of Los Angeles up. I don't want to break this city up that people fought so hard to create and develop and welcome, but to break up what happens when you get stuck in an central administration. I strongly believe in decentralizing this government, regionalize this government. We regionalize with the area planning committees and commissions. That's very important. We have to continue to do that. I think it's real important. I'm putting in 3 or 4 motions today that we could talk about next week to do some of those things right now. Right now. Right now. Okay, we got that. You got it, Nate. That's all right. I mean, we don't have to wait for a commission. We don't have to wait for an election. We can improve ourselves by making sure people are regionally out in the community and listening to and acting upon people's concerns. That's what's so important. That's what we all want to do. What do your field deputies do? They go out to the meetings and they listen to people and respond. Well, I want to make sure that deputy engineer of the Valley is with our field engineer and knows everybody out there, knows VICA, knows the Economic Alliance, knows the Canoga Park Chamber of Commerce, knows the Toluca Lake Chamber of Commerce and their problems. And you only get there by being out there. If you're not out there, you can't listen to the people. And if you can't hear the people, you can't respond to the people. So that's what's so important about this whole concept. And I do want to put nothing but Shelby Jordan in front of me. He's the greatest blocker in the world, but I'd never put nothing in front to block anything. I don't want to put something that would confuse people, all that stuff here. We could continue to evolve as representatives of council to hear the people and act on their behalf. And you do that by regionalizing government, much that could be done right away. And in the interest of the great councilman of the 12th District, I close by saying I got 3 seconds left. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lavange, for that demonstration of, well, Mr. Padilla, please speak.
Señor Padilla, por favor, hable.
Searching for words there, Mr. Rudy Thomas. Members, still awaiting what I keep hearing, that there's going to be these amending motions to be introduced to change one of the reports. They both have been moved. So I may speak yet again once I see them, because I haven't seen them yet. But I did want to add a couple of things. First of all, on the fundamental level, improving the city of Los Angeles, improving the governance of the city of Los Angeles, and improving the delivery of resources and services to all communities of the city of Los Angeles is an ongoing discussion. An ongoing discussion, not one that comes and goes with a vote on secession, not one that comes and goes with, a charter reform process that took place a couple of years ago that sunsetted, which is why I proposed, again, this commission on the governance of the city of Los Angeles to be at another venue
que sea otra manera para esta plática, una plática continuada. Pero el público hemos tenido esta plática día tras día en nuestras oficinas, en nuestros mensajes como trabajo, para que este sea una avenida al público, para el público, señor Holden. Usted me estaba preguntando acerca de tiempo, por tanto, quiero cambiar el reporte de mis reglamentos con lo siguiente, y esto es pedir reportes cada 3 meses del comité para el concilio para que ellos puedan decirnos, empezando el 1 de enero, este va a ser el primero después del voto de noviembre, pero el 1 de enero tener un reporte acerca de cómo se está llevando con estas pláticas en progreso y estipular para las actas que el 1 de enero se presenten con un plan de cómo quieren proceder con estas pláticas con énfasis
Another one of the concerns that was raised, Council Members Hahn and Gruhl, you're concerned about this not being focused enough or specific enough to boroughs, or wanted to make sure that that's considered and considered early. Let me just read from the Rules Committee report on the, I think it's the 3rd page here, in the 4th paragraph. The Commission would evaluate a community borough system. It says that first. And examine the role of neighborhood councils and area planning commissions. Ms. Hahn, Mr. Pacheco, Mr. Zine, as charter reform commissioners, I hope you respect that. And in addition, the Commission may consider anything related to improving the delivery of services and resources to communities throughout the city. So that is the goal and the mission of this Commission. I wanted to point out that, yes, it does mention boroughs specifically in there, and hope that an assessment and evaluation of that would be one of their first orders of business.
Mr. Holden,
respect the 90 days for the report, but you got to, I think, in order for the public to believe that we're doing something constructive, that you have to set a target date at least when you think that something should emanate from this commission and makes its way to the ballot for them to vote on. I think you got to give them a target to shoot for anyway, that commission. In your report.
Well, I'm a little flexible, but I will call to your attention the deadline for the council to instruct the city attorney to put a measure on the March ballot. Is this November?
And what about for May?
For May, we'll bump that up to end of December, early January. So I think that may be a little quick.
January 30th.
El 30 de enero.
Well, here we are, mid to late July. If we take 30 days to appoint our commissioners and have them
tomaremos para nombrar a los comisionados.
I'll end with this,
Pero
Mr.
terminaré
Willie
con
Thomas.
esto, señor Willie Thomas.
The public shouldn't
El
interpret
público
this
no debe
as
interpretar
us
esto
ducking the
que
issue,
nosotros
trying to skirt the issue,
estamos
trying to
evadiendo
bury
el
the issue.
asunto, estamos escondiendo el asunto. Las personas se sorprenderán
At how open
con
and willing this
abierto y
council,
que
this new
disponible
council
este concilio nuevo
to
está
some big step
para tomar un
or
gran
some big
paso
reform
o
for the
para
city of
un
Los
cambio
Angeles.
tan crítico para la ciudad
And
de
we
Los
just
Ángeles.
came
Y
off
cuando
both a charter
acabamos de
reform
terminar
commission process a couple
una
years ago, and even this
comisión de
redistricting
reforma
commission
de
process, the first
mandato
time
y
in
esta
city history that we
redistribución, la
had
primera
this,
vez en la ciudad,
where
historia de la ciudad, que hemos
this
tenido esto,
council as a body
donde este
trusted
concilio como un grupo
the
confió
commissions
a los
and
comisionados
their work.
y a su trabajo.
And we didn't change it a whole
Y no
lot.
lo cambiamos
In the
mucho.
case of the charter,
En
we
el
let it
caso
go
del mandato,
to the
este
voters.
fue a los
And in the case of
votantes. En el
redistricting, I
caso
think
de
the plan we
redistribución, creo
ultimately
que
adopted was
adoptamos el
99%
plan,
of what the commissioners
99% del plan que fue
proposed. So I
recomendado
have
por los
faith that each
comisionados.
and
Yo
every
tengo fe
council
en
member and
cada
all the city
miembro del
officials
concilio y todos
will
los
appoint
oficiales de la
good,
ciudad que nombrarán
thoughtful,
a
intelligent,
personas inteligentes,
responsible
responsables, comisionados,
and we will respect
y
their
respetaremos
work product.
el producto de su trabajo.
All right, Mr. Labange. Members of the council, might I encourage your brevity at this moment? We've
Miembros del concilio, pido su
spent
brevedad. Ahora hemos
a
pasado
rather
ya
significant amount of
mucho
time on this
tiempo
matter. I think it
sobre
has
este
been
asunto. Creo yo
important,
que
but let's see if
ha
we
sido muy
can't
importante, pero hay que
pick up
tratar de
the pace and
apresurarnos
dispose of this in
y
the appropriate
llegar a una
fashion.
resolución de
Mr.
manera
Labange,
adecuada.
the floor
Señor
is
Labange,
yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just again,
Gracias.
members of
De
council, just
nuevo.
wanted to
deseo
clearly, as we discuss
claramente,
this
como hemos
issue of boroughs,
hablado
what
acerca de este asunto de
what
boroughs,
it's all about
de lo
is
que se trata de
regionalizing and
regionalizar y
responding and a point of
responder
contact
y
and
un punto de
encouraging that.
contacto y
This is extremely
apoyar esto
important
es
to
sumamente
improve
importante para mejorarlo,
the opportunity for
para
the
mejorar la
people of Los
oportunidad para que el
Angeles
pueblo de Los
to have the
Ángeles
greatest service
tengan los
from
mejores
their city, the
servicios de
greatest
su
service
ciudad,
from their
los
city. I'm
mejores
going to be
servicios de su ciudad.
circulating
Yo voy a pasar
a lot of what we're going to be talking about later as we go through this process, but
mucha
it's real
información sobre
important
lo
as
que
we
veremos
identify
después mientras pase este proceso,
the
pero muy
points of
importante identificar
contact
los
throughout
puntos
the
de contacto
community
en toda
who
la
should be in the
comunidad que
community
deben estar
to
en
do
la
the
comunidad
things
para que
necessary
hagan
in
lo
Cypress Park,
necesario en
to do the
Cypress Park
things
para hacer lo
necessary in
necesario
Beverlywood, to do
en
the things
Beverlywood para hacer lo
necessary
necesario
in the center core of the city, wherever it is. It's so important.
muy importante.
So I just wanted to call on
Por tanto,
supporting
quiero
this effort
llamar para apoyar este
and
esfuerzo
thank each and every
y
one of
dar
you
gracias a cada uno de
for this
ustedes
discussion.
por
And it's
esta
real
plática.
important
Es
we
muy
realize
importante
too
darnos
that
cuenta que
every chance we get
cada oportunidad que
to try to
tengamos
improve
para tratar
ourselves, we
de
should.
mejorarnos,
Every
debemos
chance
hacerlo.
we
Cada
get to
oportunidad
try
que
to,
recibamos
what do they do in
para
private
qué es lo que están
business?
haciendo en
Do they sit
sector
around and do
privado, se
they wait
sientan y
another
esperan
year? Do
otro
they
año,
wait another year? Do they
esperan
wait
otro año,
another year?
esperan
No,
otro
they
año, no.
change all the
Cambian
time to
todo el
improve
tiempo para
the
mejorar
quality of their
la calidad de
business as it
su
relates to who their
comercio y cómo esta
customers are.
persona
We
toca a
have the
sus
greatest
clientes.
customers in the
Tenemos los
world. That's the
mejores
people
clientes
who are
del
the
mundo, esas son
residents
las
of Los
personas que son
Angeles.
residentes
And
de
it's
Los
our
Ángeles y los que son responsables de
responsibility
nuestra
to bring
responsabilidad
service as close
traer
to them as
servicios
possible, to bring
tan
service
cercano
as
a
fast
ellos
as
y tan
them as
rápidamente
possible,
que
and to
es
make
dentro
sure
de lo
that we're
posible y
responsive
asegurar
to their
que
needs.
estamos contestando a
So I
las
just
necesidades.
wanted
Por
to
tanto,
call
solo
and remind
quiero
people of their attention to
recordar a
that
las personas
from wherever it is, from San Pedro
desde San Pedro
to Chatsworth.
hasta
Thank you very
Chatsworth.
much,
Muchas
Mr.
gracias, señor
President.
presidente.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Mrs. Gruhl
Señora Cruz.
and followed by
Ahora,
Ms.
y
Hahn
la señora Han.
and then Ms. Mizikowski. For the second time, all three.
I just want to comment, and I will be brief because I know we're moving on this item. I've heard from so many of my colleagues who have expressed their interest in change and expressed their interest in reform. We wanted to give the voters a choice, an opportunity, and also to hold our feet to the fire that says we will reform after November. That's why we are encouraging you for an I vote today to demonstrate we are serious about reform. And I just hope that all of you, again, remember, as we move forward, this discussion and this dialogue and commitment about reforming city government and bringing it back to the people. I urge I vote.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn, followed by Ms.
Ahora, y la
Mizikowski.
señora Mizikowski.
Well, we obviously have two items before us. Item 28A, which is the unanimous recommendation from my committee that is still supporting putting something on the November ballot that voters can approve and creating a commission that has a real focus in terms of implementing a borough system in Los Angeles. And with I appreciate the discussion. I've loved the debate that we're having. I don't remember this kind of debate since we had the charter reform commissions for 2 years, that we actually had a great civic debate in this city on how we will behave as a city as we go forward. So I have certainly enjoyed this. But I think Councilwoman Gruhl and I were advocating real change. We were advocating a real difference in how we gave neighborhoods and neighborhood councils an opportunity to have real decision-making authority in decisions that I, again, think are better left made at the local level. With all due respect, Councilman Padilla, I think your proposal is creating a commission that really has no real focus. It has no real timeline. It has no real mission. It's, in my opinion, a very watered-down attempt at creating a commission that will just vaguely look at better governance, and I have a very difficult time supporting that, because I don't think that's what the people of Los Angeles want us to do. And I do agree with everybody who said, look, we've been elected. We're accountable to the people. I think the mayor is accountable to the people. And if what we do today does not ultimately result in what I think Councilwoman Gruhl and I wanted, I'm hopeful that we will begin tomorrow. And I'm going to call on the mayor to begin tomorrow to really make some differences in how we decentralize our city departments, how we regionalize our delivery of services. I don't think this commission that you're proposing will be accountable to anybody, and I think that's why it's going to lack the real force necessary to bring about real change in the city. So again, I moved 28A. It was seconded by Councilmember LaBonge. I would ask that we would vote on that first.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Chair now recognizes Ms. Mizakowski.
I move the previous question on the entire matter.
All right. The previous question has been called. I see no objection to that. It is in order. Please open the roll on the previous question. I'll close the roll. Please tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Thank you. The item is now before us. We've had a very thorough debate, a discussion. We've heard from the public on this matter. Madam Clerk, let's proceed with the vote.
Mr. President, there was just a request from Councilmember Hahn, and I believe it was a motion, but I didn't hear a second, to take the education neighborhoods first. To vote on the education neighborhoods first, which would not be the way it's normally done.
Well, let's proceed. Madam Clerk, please proceed with the roll call, as is the...
Inquiry, Mr. President.
I'm sorry?
I have a parliamentary inquiry, which is, there was discussion about certain amendments being introduced. Were there, in fact, any amendments? So what we have before us is the
reports as
from
they
each
came.
committee.
Reports, and then Councilmember Padilla had added a timeline in his report.
Mrs. Hahn?
Fechas.
To say that if it was okay with everybody, I would really like for the committee report from my committee to be forwarded and voted on first. And that is the one where we're voting to put something on the ballot in November to give voters a choice on whether or not to amend our charter.
All right. There's been a request from a member. Is there any objection of any consequence to that? Then it is consensus of the body that we proceed pursuant to the request of Ms. Hahn. Madam Clerk, what is before us, and then open the roll.
What would be before you is 28A, which is the Education Neighborhood Committee report.
All right. Members of the council, all minds are clear in that regard. Please open the roll, Madam Clerk, on 28A. Close the roll. Now tabulate the vote.
5 ayes, 9 noes.
All right. Next item, please.
The next matter before you is 28B, which is the Rules Elections Committee report.
All right. It is now before us. Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask Mr. Padilla, does this have a sunset date on it, or is this an ongoing forever commission?
Ongoing.
Ongoing forever? Would you consider putting a timeline on this?
What we can do, Mr. Bernstein, is let's take the action today. We can come back and amend today's action in the future, giving it a sunset, if you will.
I'm going to vote for it, but I think this is not something that should go on forever. I think that.
All right. Thank you.
You come up with a date on this.
Members of the council, the previous question has been called on the matter. We should not be discussing the substance of the matter.
Point of order. We have an
Your
amendment.
point, ma'am?
Yes, we have an amendment to 28B that is being handed out as we speak that includes some of
The previous question has been called, which effectively,
we have an amendment introduced.
Madam City Attorney, if you would rule, please.
There's no debate on the issue once the previous question has been
But if an
called.
amendment has been introduced and is being passed out, what then, City Attorney?
Point of order, if the amendment is passed out after we close the debate, I don't think it's timely.
Well,
we can consider it tomorrow, or we can consider it another day.
The City Attorney should rule on that item.
I believe that Ms. Mizikowski's right. The previous question was called, and then the amendment was passed out. So what you really, under your rules, you should be doing is voting on what's in front of you when the previous question is called.
All right.
Mr. President, I move we reopen debate.
Second.
Members of the council, that's been properly moved and seconded that we reopen the item, and that essentially requires for a suspension of the rules to do so. Please open the roll on Mr. Bernstein's motion. Close the roll. Now tabulate the vote.
12 ayes, 2 noes.
Thank you. The item is before us again. Mr. Bernstein, do you wish to be heard?
I move the previous question now, including the substitute motion.
All right. The previous question has been moved on the entire matter.
Mr. Bernstein, I don't think we know what this motion is. We have to read it. It's not a substitute. It's an amendment. We ought to have it at least explained.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Mr. Holden, your point.
But my point is that Mr. Bernstein cannot move a motion then also at the same time say a previous question.
We're quite aware of that, Mr. Holden.
No,
We're quite aware of that. Thank you. He can try. And a good try it was, but only a try. Now we have persons wishing to be heard again. Mr. Pacheco, Mr. Holden, Mr. Gruhl, Ms. Mizikowski, Ms. Hahn, and Mr. Labange. Members of the council yield not to temptation, that is to...
I'll make it short. I'll make mine short, Mr. President.
Mr. Pacheco is before us. Now Mr. Padilla wishes to be heard again for the third time. Mr. Pacheco for the second time.
Mr. President,
Sir.
I count it's the first time on the amendment.
That's correct. On the item, we're on the entire item again.
I thought we had a do-over because Mr. Bernstein started the whole clock over.
No. This is a reconsideration of the entirety of the matter, so please proceed.
The amendments that I'm reviewing right now for the first time appear to, because they were just distributed right now, appear to have preset results of regionalizing the operations of certain departments, decentralizing of Los Angeles in general, and then it expands the commission to 23 members without explanation as to why we would even go beyond, I don't know why we would want more than just council appointees, but so I can't support this amendment. I think it has a predetermined result, and that's more problematic than the original motion. At least the original motion was open. This seems to have a predetermined result. I thought we were supposed to have a process that was open, but so I'm just going to oppose this one too.
Thank you. Mr. Holden, the floor is yours, sir.
Mr. Padilla, Mr. Bernstein is correct. At some point in time, they have to go out of business. And I would hope that you would consider a timeline that be equivalent to the next regular election, state or local, after May
después de
final general election for the city,
la
which you don't have enough
elección
time.
final de
January 30th
mayo,
is the
cuando
last
tiene
day to put something on the
tiempo.
ballot for May. But then it should be in your motion
Debe
at the
ser
very
incluido en
next
su moción
election, whether it be state or local.
después de la elección siguiente
You should have
estatal o
that, and
local,
then they
usted debe
should
tener esto y
go out of
después
business. Would you want to
debe
consider
de
that as a part of
estar
your
fuera de
motion?
negocio, que considere esto como parte de su moción para darle un voto afirmativo. Sí,
I'll take that one.
lo
Friendly
aceptaré.
amendment. Thank you, Mr.
Cambio.
Holden, Mr. Padilla. Now, Mr. Weiss. Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Ms. Gruhl.
Just to comment, I know Mr. Pacheco asked about the expansion, and one of the things that we have talked about quite a bit is the importance of the neighborhood councils. And so we believe that it was important to have neighborhood council representation on that, as well as the Board of Public Works and Public Works issues, which are critical to each of our neighborhoods. We believe that a timeline is important, not open-ended, as I think many of our speakers have talked about, is that we have had a discussion about reform, but we particularly were talking about decentralization, about local control, and about having something that is meaningful. We believe these amendments are critical to having a meaningful commission, one in which people understand there is a timeline and a purpose and a mission, as Councilwoman Hahn mentioned earlier. So we would ask for an aye vote on this item to amend item 28B.
Thank you, Ms. Gruhl. Ms. Mizikowski. All right. Ms. Hahn.
Colleagues, certainly we're disappointed that our first proposal did not have the support here. But as I said earlier, it was difficult for me to support a commission that I felt had absolutely no teeth and certainly is not going to have the mandate from the people of Los Angeles, which I would have liked to have happened in November, to have us create boroughs in Los Angeles. This amending motion does four things. It expands the commission to include a mandate that neighborhood councils participate and that public works participates. It defines the commission and gives it a goal and a mission. It gives a real timeline for regionalizing our departments, and it gives another real timeline that will bring back to this body a meaningful proposal, which then we could put on the ballot for the voters to vote on. So that's what these amendments do in very clear fashion. And I will not support this commission unless it has real teeth.
Ms. Mizikowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. The last part of that, which talks about a deadline to report back, as it was just stated, it seems different from what is in the motion, because at that point it allows the council to consider what the report will be. Members, if we're going to do something as substantive, or ask this commission to do something as substantive as prepare or present something that can go to the ballot in as soon as March, I think, again, we're somewhat rushing the judgment. We had a charter redistricting commission that took 9 months to present something just on as simple a matter as redistricting, hearing from hundreds and hundreds of citizens. We had the charter commission that spent 2 years preparing something. When we talk about putting something on the ballot in March, that means we need a decision to go to the ballot by February. That means we need a citizens group back from that in 3 months' time, 4 months' time is going to do the work we're asking them to do. And this is more serious than that. I have no problem with regionalization. I think Mr. Lavange's motion, which he handed out separate from this action about his vision for decentralizing city government, is effective, is positive, is appropriate. I don't like tying the hands of a commission. Let's let this commission get started. Let's have this commission report back to us, as Mr. Padilla said, as soon as January, after they've been in place, after they have their feet on the ground, after they've got some staff to decide how they want to attack this. Let them tell us rather than us telling them what they need to do. And so I would suggest that the last item here, which reports, having a report back is fine, but I don't want to mandate that we must make a decision to do something based on what they tell us when they're not necessarily ready. We shouldn't force them to do this quickly. We should give them the time they need to make the analysis that they want to make, to give us the thoughtful reaction, and to hear from many, many, many hundreds of citizens, not just a few, as to what and how citizenry wants to see this government more responsive. So I have trouble with the last paragraph.
Point of clarification, please. Point of clarification.
Your point?
The point is that we're asking that it comes back in August of 2003 and to put on the March ballot of 2004 so that it will be plenty of time to hold public hearings and to have a meaningful proposal come back to us. I think you missed that.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Padilla. Chair recognizes Mr. Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to finally comment on those many motions that we had been anticipating. First of all, members, there's 4 bullet points here to follow with me on the motion. The first one I'm actually okay with, by adding a voice, an additional advocacy voice from the neighborhood council perspective. I think we strengthened that, which is so very important to me. And a position for someone to advocate the public works perspective is important because I believe 99% of this game is going to come back down to those basic public works and basic city services. The second bullet point I'm okay with if we can add in the second line recommendations and improvements in the delivery of local services, including the possible decentralization of Los Angeles government. Again, my primary concern being not wanting to hamstring the proposed commission into predetermined outcomes. I'm not comfortable with the third bullet point. As far as the fourth bullet point goes, I would support it if it was amended to read as follows: the Commission shall hold public hearings regarding fostering local decision-making authority and report those findings and recommendations to the Council, and striking the language in between. When we had discussed this earlier, I had requested that these amending motions come forward separately so we can vote on them individually up or down as opposed to as an entire package. I would still make that request of my colleagues. If that's not the case, I'll have to vote no on the entire package. If we're able to bifurcate, then I feel comfortable supporting or almost supporting 3 of the 4 with those suggested changes.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla, for the additional complication. Ms. Galanter.
I don't know how I feel about being called an additional complication here. I don't think I like it, though.
Well,
I would like to suggest that if we're going to have...
Point of order, Mrs. Galanter. That was directed to Mr. Padilla.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Maybe I did like being an additional complication. I think it would be wise if we are going to look seriously, you are going to look seriously at decentralizing and adding offices for these various departments all over the city, that any commission that you create be required to also provide, or the staff to provide to the council, a cost analysis of doing this, because we have spent over the last 10 years or so a huge amount of money trying to make downtown offices more accessible through the internet and email and web pages and websites and forms you can download and forms you can fill out on email. And all of that was designed to try to make the services of these departments more easily accessible. You didn't even have to go to a regional office. You could do it from your home or office, wherever you, or library, wherever you had access to a computer. So we've already invested a great deal of money in trying to decentralize access to city services. And I think we need to look seriously at the cost of creating another series of regional offices versus giving those departments the same money to go out and pick up more stray dogs or build a new fire station or something that needs to be done elsewhere. And you hear a lot, I am starting to sound like a Republican, I hate this. We hear a lot about assessing the environmental impacts. We hear from usually the people who are opposed to cleaning the environment. We need to look at the economic impacts, but I think actually in this situation, money is always going to be more scarce than we would like it to be. So I'm not sure what the form would be. I guess I'd like to propose an additional amendment to the whole package that would ask any commission, that any commission recommendations involving decentralization include an assessment of the cost to the city budget of doing that decentralization. On the whole thing? All right. I mean, whichever way you like. But I mean, the stuff that leaps off the page at me as
possibly raising significant costs is the notion of creating multiple offices for the same department. They have to be staffed, they have to have computers, they have to have stationery, they have to have telephone lines, and they have to have space, all of which we hope will be built sustainably. But it's expensive, and
Is
so
that,
I think
is that
it's
to
important
be
know that.
interpreted as a friendly amendment?
I hope so.
Mr. Padilla, I
Alex?
think, did receive that as such. Mr.
He
Padilla?
seemed friendly. We take that as a friendly amendment?
Fiscal impact statement, so almost go without saying.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Friendly amendment on that item. Mr. Weiss?
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I mean, this is you've given a lot of thought to this, and I think and it's well intentioned. But to me, this seems like a rather ad hoc and almost rushed way to be creating this commission, which was rather inchoate to begin with, and now it's becoming slightly more co-ed, although I must say the fact that it is rushed and the fact that we have this inauspicious timing, the manner in which we're doing this just gives me more reasons to not do it now and perhaps to do it in November, but not now. I mean, for example, the First Amendment, there's a...
The First Amendment?
The first aspect of the amendment has an intent to include folks from neighborhood councils and neighborhood concerns, but in fact what you've done is you've included a mayoral appointee on the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners. In fact, what you've done is instead of giving the mayor 3 appointees, you've given the mayor 5 appointees, and you haven't given a voice to anyone who is an actual member of a neighborhood council, which would be an interesting thing to think about. I mean, these are all interesting things to think about, but none of them are worth rushing through today. I'm happy to engage, and I will engage constructively with my colleagues in a debate about reforming local government. But let's give the people the opportunity to vote up or down on secession on November 5. Full stop. Let's not try to cloud the issue. Let's not try to distract from the issue. And if we're going to put forward a proposal like this, well, let's think it through first. I mean, frankly, this is reason enough to vote against this, that what you've done is instead of giving the mayor 3 appointees, you've given the mayor 5 appointees. And you've given, arguably, neighborhood people even less of a voice. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss, Mr. Burnson, and then Mr. Labange, as the speakers list now calls. Sir? Mr. Burnson, Mr. Pacheco rises for a point of personal privilege. Your point, sir? Sir?
Forthwith on 11, please, Mr. President.
With the permission of the clerk and the city attorney, that's in order. Thank you. Proceed. Forthwith on 11.
I'm a little troubled by the third paragraph also, because it says the commission shall report. It's a command, okay? I don't have any problem with looking at decentralization. I mean, I think if we're going to have this commission, I would rather call it something else than a commission, by the way. I'd rather call it a task force, because commissions have a life of their own. Task forces don't. I think that if the word should be that they may report back, or, you know, they may consider regionalization as one of the potential options that may be available or may be desirable. And obviously the cost factor, and you didn't object to that, Ruth had a very good point. I think that should extend to all the suggestions that are made, because obviously whatever good government we have also has to be paid for, and the people have to pay for that. So I would hope that we could make some change in this paragraph as far as the regional part, and not making it a command shall report. What if the commission decides that regionalization is not the best way to go? What if they decide that maybe that the plans that we've been using with certain types of things, such as the area planning commissions, the fire department deployment, police and so forth, are the best way to go? In a form, those are, in a way, those are already a form of regionalization. So I would hope, I would like to make another amendment. I would say that we change the word shall. I'll say the commission shall.
Can I maybe just to clarify, because I think, and correct me if I'm wrong with my presenter, is that this is, when it says shall, they may come back and say some departments don't need to be regionalized. So I don't think it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Hahn, our intent was to look at all these departments where it was feasible to regionalize, and they could come back and say, in fact, we don't need to regionalize animal services or something.
The only problem I have, Wendy, and I don't have a problem if that's the intent.
That's the intent.
I think that we ought to leave it open. I don't think we ought to tell them in advance what we expect them to do. I think the object of creating this type of a forum, and I think it really is a forum more than anything else, is to let them explore all facets of government as to what they think would improve our ability to serve the public, because that's what this is all about, is the ability to serve the public. So if that's the intent, I may go along, as long as we understand that it's not a command. They have to come up with a regional plan for everything. I don't think that should be a dictate to this type of a forum.
All righty. Mr. Labange, the last speaker noted.
Mr. President, I call for the question.
God bless your heart, Mr. Labange. That closes the debate on the item unless there's an objection. Seeing none, I think we should proceed to the roll call. Mr. Padilla, do you wish to be...
Just a question for my colleagues.
Point of order.
I had made a request or suggestion to bifurcate the four elements of their amending motion. If they're willing to do so, I think there may be different outcomes on each item. If they're not willing to do so, then just for clarity, it's all up or down on all four.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Anything else need to be clarified before we proceed? Madam Clerk, what is before us?
Do you want me to respond?
No, I think it's been rejected. We should proceed.
Move the previous question. Mr. Labange, move.
It has been moved and we're proceeding. Let us proceed to the roll call. Madam Clerk, what is before us?
Mr. President, do you wish to take a vote on the question of whether to separate that issue?
I think the suggestion has been rejected by the makers of the motion, if I'm correct, and to the extent that that is the case, we should vote on that matter as it is presented, intact.
Do you have a state on the computer?
All right.
Okay. The amending motion is presented by Councilmember Gruhl and Hahn, seconded by Councilmember Labange, and there were several friendly amendments to that, several amendments which I
think the amendments were to the Rules and Election Committee report, Madam Clerk, rather than to the amendment proposed by Ms. Hahn and Ms. Gruhl. That is correct. So what's before us now is the Hahn, Gruhl, Hahn motion, Labange motion, which is an amending motion. Is that not correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
Members, we are clear on that. We will take that item up. Then we will proceed with the motion from Rules and Elections as amended. Let's proceed on the roll call. Please open the roll on the Hahn, Gruhl, Labange motion.
No vote.
Open the roll. Please close the roll.
Computer's not right.
Hold on. Would you reset the computer? There's a concern that it is not functioning.
Mr. Chair, I think what happened in the first vote. Because you're in the chair position, I'm in your seat, the computer may have us reversed.
I see.
In terms of how we're voting.
This could be very problematic, Mr. Padilla.
Well, that's
now,
why.
Given the fact that we both have technological capacity, we should be able to override that. Madam Clerk, if you've performed the appropriate kind of lobotomy, then let's proceed. All right, on the amendment proposed by Ms. Gruhl, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Labange, open the roll, close the roll, please tabulate the vote.
7 ayes, 7 no.
No. All right. Next item, please.
Then you have the committee report, Rules, Elections, and IGR committee report as amended by several of the friendly amendments that were made during the discussion.
Please open the roll. Close the roll.
No, it's not working. Did you,
No.
now I'm in.
Open the roll. Members, cast your vote. Close the roll. Now tabulate the vote.
7 ayes, 7 noes.
All right, it stays on the desk. Is there a motion?
Mr. Ridley Thomas, I've been advised that Mr. Zine is on the way back to council. Maybe we can hold this on the desk for a tab-breaking vote.
Mr. President, I'm going to ask that we receive and file.
All right. The matter has been moved and seconded that we receive and file the entirety of the item. Members, that seems to me to be in order. Why don't you then open the roll, Madam Clerk, on Ms. Mizakowski's motion to receive and file the entire item?
I was voting yes on that.
Open the roll. Close the roll.
Receive and file. I'm for that. Receive and file.
Get off the phone.
Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you very much.
Recording is a no vote.
Thank you very much. Mr. Padilla requests to be recorded as a no vote. We dispense with that item after 1 hour and 20 minutes. We shall proceed to the next item before us. Thank you very much.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 29, called special by Councilmember Reyes.
It's all dead now. Mr. Reyes, you want to press your button? Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, item 29 is an item that regards a moratorium. It's had extensive public hearing with 2 being held, which amounts to 3 hours of public testimony. We've had an additional 45 minutes of housing at the Housing Community Development Committee.
Varias audiencias.
Councilors, do we have any speaker cards on this item?
We do. We have quite a number, as a matter of fact, Mr.
If we'd like to give them a 5-minute courtesy.
It's been moved that we have a 5-minute public hearing on item number 25 of 29 by Mr. Reyes. Is there a second? Yes. There's been a second to that. Then we will proceed with the public hearing. We have several persons wishing to be heard. We begin with Alan Absitz, Richard Otterstrom.
Alan Absitz, Richard Otterstrom.
Tafakay Bain, Larry Gross, Pastor Joyce Chapman, Aletta Pop, Becky Dennison, and Beth Steckler. If you would come forward and address the council, we would appreciate it, and we would ask that you do it with dispatch. Those names that I called, please come to the microphone.
My name is Larry Gross. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Economic Survival. Unfortunately, I speak on behalf of numerous groups that were here that had to leave. We urge support of the full committee report without any amendments. Major rehab is a threat to the city's inadequate supply of affordable housing. Thousands of units could be lost. Major rehab has nothing to do with fixing slum housing. It's merely a vehicle for landlords to make unnecessary cosmetic repairs, evict and displace tenants, and jack up rents, turning affordable housing into luxury units. We believe we've shown that this indeed is a citywide issue. It's happening in every city council district. A 6-month moratorium will not have any detrimental impact. It's legal. It's been done before. You have the Supreme Court ruling saying that you could do it. Yet a totally unacceptable exemption amendment is before you today. After trying to paint this as a Lincoln Place moratorium, the developer, it seems, has been successful in getting a Lincoln Place developer exemption introduced. The exemption doesn't address any of the significant problems of major rehab. It does tell us that this developer has the intent to evict tenants and destroy the 3rd largest private affordable housing complex in this city. This council should not be held hostage to one developer's desire to profit at the expense of low-income tenants. The moratorium This moratorium allows the time to fix a law that clearly is not working, and it ensures more affordable housing is not lost while a study takes place. The fear and anxiety that tenants are feeling who are threatened are beyond what I can express to you today. So on their behalf, on the behalf of thousands of tenants in the city, we urge you to vote in support of this eviction moratorium without any amendments. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tafari Bain, and I'm an organizer with the Figueroa Corridor Coalition for Economic Justice, a coalition of churches, community organizations, block clubs, and community members. We work to ensure equal participation for low-income residents and are currently working around challenging mass displacement in the communities in and around the south end of downtown Los Angeles. What the coalition has seen in the last 4 years in the community immediately surrounding the University of Southern California, just to the north and west of USC, which includes parts of the 1st and 8th districts, is rehabilitation of buildings being used not to increase the quality of life for the people who live there now, but for the owners to charge more for the units. When this occurs, what this causes is the owners will be more interested in having 4 students in an apartment where he will then charge each student $700 a piece instead of a low-income family of 4 who could only afford $700 total for their rent. Situations like this are what we have seen happening. Situations like this are what we have seen happen at a rapidly increasing rate over the last 3 years. This is the conversion of more and more affordable housing into housing that is at rent levels way too high for the current residents of these communities. Other effects on these communities include turning community members against one another, i.e. student versus non-students, and it forces folks to seek out housing they can afford elsewhere. And with LA's current basic vacancy rates, this research is sending families that have been long-term residents of these areas as far away as Watts. In closing, I support this moratorium, and I encourage the City Council to pass this motion and to determine more ways to increase housing stability for low-income people in this city. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Alan Apshes, Irel and Manila, 1800 Avenue of the Stars. A moratorium is not necessary. Instead, the city can protect tenant interests by updating the threshold levels to $20,000 and by increasing relocation assistance as suggested by Councilman Burnson. The threshold and relocation assistance amounts should be updated since they were established in 1989 and 1987, respectively. The RSO already requires the city to review these amounts every 3 years. An adjustment is overdue and will address problems that have occurred. There's no need to spend another $200,000 on a consultant study. Major rehab is reviewed by the council a half a dozen times in 1979, 1980, 1982, 1987 to 1989 with a 2-year moratorium, 1990, 1994 with a 300-page consultant study. Each review resulted in the same conclusion. Major rehab is an important tool towards maintaining the quality of the city's housing stock. The Daily News published an editorial Monday explaining that the moratorium would simply cause the quality of the city's housing stock to decline and is a classic case of good intentions begetting disastrous consequences. The CLA reported to you that the RSO is a disincentive for owners to invest in outlays for maintenance and capital improvements, and that major rehab is an incentive to make such investment. The CLA reported to you that the issues now being raised are remarkably similar to those raised half a dozen times in the last 10 years. The premise of the moratorium is fundamentally flawed. Landlords do not need to make substantial investments in rehab to escape rent control. Under city law and state law, a unit becomes vacancy decontrolled when tenants move out. Landlords engage in rehabs because they need to extend the useful life of buildings, and you need to get control of a building in order to rehab a building because all the infrastructure in buildings is interconnected. There are significant legal problems with a moratorium. It would conflict with the city's housing element. There's no showing of urgency. Only 190 evictions took place citywide in 2001, only 30 this year. There's no actual evidence showing that tenants are having problems finding comparable housing. All of you know that the rental market is currently soft and rents are down. A moratorium would conflict with the rights of owners to reinvest in their property. Owners would be uncertain whether they'll be able to rehab units at all and may choose to redevelop their property. There's been no CEQA review of this issue. The City Housing Department has recommended a finding that there's no effect of a moratorium, yet the city has repeatedly adopted these kind of findings in the past and now finds itself in a housing crisis. The city needs to look at the cumulative effects of its actions. There's a better idea than a moratorium than needlessly spending $250,000. The city can responsibly protect the interests of tenants by increasing threshold amounts and relocation assistance.
Sir,
thank you.
There are several persons that wish to be heard as well. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Hello, Council. I am Richard Otterstrom, member of the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. To preserve our housing stock, landlords must not be discouraged from making investments in their buildings. Major rehabilitation is an important tool for this necessary investment. As was just said, the LAHD report shows that there were only 190 units subject to major rehabilitation eviction in 2001 and only 30 so far this year. This is out of over 600,000 total units. We do not believe this warrants a moratorium. Where we are not agreed that the LA Housing Department report on this issue shows the need for a moratorium, we do believe that a program as complex as rent control periodically needs review to determine if it is accomplishing its goals. We understand that tenants have issues and complaints, and we would like to be part of their solutions. The property owners also have issues and may be affecting the housing stock, and we would like to be part of these solutions along with the tenants. We feel an immediate and short-term solution to a housing problem is short-sighted and may adversely affect housing stock in the long run. However, we believe this City Council, for the first time in many City Councils, sees this. I compliment the new council, and particularly the Housing and Community Development Committee, for its long-range thinking by setting up a working group of tenants and owners to help sort out the solutions for this.
All right.
I hope you continue to think this way no matter what the problem or who the concerned groups are. Continue your good work, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Sergeants, we have quite a crowd over here that is making it difficult to hear, and I wish to make note of the fact that they have a ringleader that's distinguishable in his own right. Proceed, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Austin Lynch. I represent the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor, and I'd like to read a letter to the council from the Executive Secretary Treasurer Miguel Contreras. Dear members of the City Council, I write you in support of the Coalition for Economic Survival to request your assistance in imposing a moratorium on evictions for major rehabilitation. Currently, more than 1,000 tenants in Los Angeles face major rehabilitation evictions. In the midst of the housing crisis in Los Angeles, these evictions are unnecessary and unacceptable. The City Council Housing and Community Development Committee and the City's Rent Adjustment Commission have already recommended adoption of a 6-month moratorium. I urge you to support this moratorium without amendments. The Coalition for Economic Survival is a valued ally of the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor, and they have stood in solidarity with our members in the struggle for obtaining affordable housing. Their efforts have benefited thousands of working families in the city of Los Angeles, and I urge you to support this moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have gone over the time allotted. We will allow those who are there to be heard, but we would ask that you be informed by the time constraints. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thank you. Beth Steckler with Livable Places. We are a nonprofit housing developer. We're extremely concerned about the housing crisis and support this moratorium because we believe that development energies in the private sector ought to be directed towards creating new units, either through building new construction or through adaptive reuse, and that evicting people from rent-controlled market rate housing, it does not help us solve the housing problem. It just makes it more difficult for low-income people. Thank you.
Elena Pop, Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles. I also urge the council to go forward with the committee's recommendations without amendments. If there is going to be an amendment, it should be that September 30th date be changed to today so that we can save people who are currently in the eviction process. There is always the threat of litigation. And the council should not be moved away from making good, sound policy because a developer is threatening to sue the city. It is the job of the council to make sound public policy. There have been extensive hearings. The findings that came out of the hearings solidly support the moratorium, and it is essential that you go forward. The statistics being used by the speaker who talked about only 30 evictions, those are statistics based on cases that go all the way through the eviction process. We lose many more than 1,000 units a year through threats of major rehab issued to tenants who then move out because they don't understand their rights, and so it never hits the books. We are losing units. We are losing units now, and we cannot afford to use these units. Of note, at the Parkview building, which is in Councilmember Garcetti's district, there were several tenants who walked out of, we filed litigation, and ultimately they walked out of the building with $12,000 in their pocket, and several of those families were unable to find replacement housing in the city. This is an urgent situation. We urge you to pass the motion. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. You are the final speaker.
Favor. Peace. My name is Pastor Joyce Chapman, President of the Gilbert Lindsay Manor Tenant Association, a member of CES at the statewide Alliance for Tenants dedicated to the Los Angeles area. You know, I heard a few things here today from the city council people. Citizens, we are tenants. Right? Hearing what we have to say. We're here to tell you today that we as citizens, tenants of affordable housing, when we are displaced, we don't have anywhere to go. They may give us a 6-month or 9-month period. I've seen it happen in my complex. People lose their Section 8 vouchers because they can't find or identify a place to live. Perhaps maybe too many kids, or the rent is just exorbitant. And you have the developers coming in, doing the rehab on the apartments, sending fictitious letters to the tenants. They're afraid, don't know what their rights are, and they move out. But when these developers or owners put together these apartments, they 3 times, 2 times, sometimes 4 times the amount of the rent. We as affordable tenants, we cannot even to obtain or even fill out applications for the apartment. You know, as tenants, we do have some rights. That's what the Constitution tells us. We do have
tenemos derechos. Ustedes pasaron hora y 20 minutos acerca de asunto 28, que nosotros somos ciudadanos, que somos inquilinos. Nosotros queremos escuchar lo que usted tiene que decir. Ahora estamos diciendo que ustedes deben, concejales, quizás no están de acuerdo con lo que estoy diciendo, pero todas estas familias que no tienen hogar van a estar sin hogar porque no pueden identificar y no pueden encontrar casa para poner bajo recursos. Ese es uno de los elementos claves aquí en la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Muchas gracias.
Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, members of the council, that closes the public hearing on the item. We do have several cards remaining. We're going to ask that those who are here in support of the Reyes motion, if they would simply stand so that we can acknowledge you, we will do so. Thank you very much. You may be seated, and those who are opposed, you have the same opportunity. We see. All right. Then that closes the hearing, and the chair will now return to the speakers list. Mr. Reyes, Mrs. Hahn, Ms. Galanter, Ms. Zakowski, in that order. Proceed, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. Colleagues. There have been unfortunate times when we see in the news
de mala fortuna cuando vemos en las noticias que un apartamento, edificio de apartamentos está incendiado y que buscan viviendas. Quiero decirles que hay un incendio que está ardiendo en todas las áreas de operación. Es nuestra responsabilidad entender que este incendio está haciendo que familias y niños se queden en la calle. Ese es un asunto que está afectando toda esta ciudad. Quiero compartir con ustedes, colegas, como respeto, información acerca de cuántas unidades de viviendas están ahorita en peligro en nuestros distritos respectivos. Yo represento un distrito de 85% de personas en mi distrito son inquilinos. El 5% de las personas en esta ciudad son inquilinos. Hemos pasado hora y media acerca de cómo representaremos a la ciudad y tenemos que enfocarnos. Tenemos que enfocarnos y tenemos que entender que uno no podemos dejar que un dueño propietario nos haga sentir miedo ni a la ciudad ni al concilio. Nosotros hablamos acerca de la cantidad que estamos gastando en viviendas. Lo que acabamos de aprobar es de $7 millones. Esto esperamos que generará 7 unidades de viviendas para personas de bajos recursos. Hay que mirar la economía de esto. Y hay que considerar el dinero que sí gastamos cuando una familia es desalojada, con asesoramiento, consejería, el tramo de los niños de la familia que buscan un lugar donde vivir. Tienen que soportar el shock de tener que estar en un cuarto no conocido. Todo esto está ocurriendo y son muy reales y le ocurre a la mayor parte de las personas que van a ser desalojados si no hacemos algo por esto.
The city attorney reported to the council.
Quiero repasar con ustedes este reporte ha sido aprobado a legalidad formal. La Fiscalía también nos informa que un dueño de viviendas también está amenazando en demandarnos, pero yo no estoy de acuerdo con el fiscal ahora.
Because a moratorium issue has been thoroughly aired publicly throughout this process, and no reason for it not to continue to be done in public now. With redistricting, CD1 has nearly an 85% renter population. In the chart before you, you can see exactly what the impact is. Given these increased loss of affordable housing, continuing abuses of major rehabilitation eviction provision, and an April 2002 U.S. Supreme Court decision in a Lake Tahoe case unequivocally upheld in a 6-3 decision a city's broad authority to control development and regulate property. I strongly believe that the city is in a solid legal grounds to go forward. With this greatly needed moratorium on the major rehabilitation evictions. This was a taking case, and I quote, "A temporary moratorium by its very nature does not deprive a landowner of all uses of his land forever." The court described the moratorium as an essential tool of successful development. I agree with the U.S. Supreme Court. The overwhelming public testimony in support, the Los Angeles Housing Department, the Planning Department, and even the City Attorney, I see that this moratorium is solid as to form and legality. I urge an aye vote for 29B and receive and file 29A. Please, I urge you, let's listen to our words. Let's not let them be hollow. Let's support this moratorium. And let's pay attention to more than half of the population that lives in the city of Los Angeles.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilmember Hahn. Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I also rise in support of this. I was a member of the committee that heard this originally, and we heard story after story after story after story, some of them quite harrowing, in fact, of people who were about to lose their place of residence and, as was said, had nowhere to go. Look, we have a housing crisis in Los Angeles. That's why I think this
de viviendas en las ciudades. Por eso que pienso yo que este concilio, es por eso que nosotros más que ningún otro concilio antes se ha comprometido para crear un fondo fiduciario de $100 millones. Pero mientras tanto no tenemos suficientes viviendas para personas, mucho menos para personas que son desalojadas y que están tratando de encontrar algo más. La razón por la cual yo apoyo este moratorium es,
and this is not an indictment by any means on all landlords or all property owners, but there are in fact those who would use the fact that we are now beginning to investigate our rent stabilization ordinance and making changes to it, would use this opportunity to try to beat us, try to do an end around, and try to begin evicting residents, knowing that later on we will come back with regulations that they will not be able to evict the way they have in terms of rehabilitation. Hey, I'm not against landlords and property owners rehabbing their units. Many of them need to be rehabbed. Many of them need to be upgraded. Certainly not, but I am not in favor of using that as an excuse to evict people with sometimes very little warning. Anybody who's tried to find a place to live knows it's very difficult to try to find a new place, even within 60 days, 90 days, but let alone sometimes less than 30 days. So I think this is a good thing that we do. It's a tool, as you said, it's a tool we can use right now to put in a moratorium while we begin to study this ordinance and make changes, which ultimately will support and will empower, as you say, over half of the residents of Los Angeles. We're here to support you.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Ms. Galanter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to add to this debate one specific fact. We've received a letter from Mr. Abshes, who testified here a few minutes ago. And at the end of this letter, in the second to last paragraph, he says the moratorium also appears to be targeted to interfere with the ongoing major rehabilitation program at the Lincoln Place Apartments. That is an extraordinarily egocentric view of this moratorium. This is a citywide problem. Lincoln Place happens to be a large development, but believe me, Mr. Abshes and everybody else, it is not the only apartment building in town, and it is not the only apartment building that has this problem. So I want to make very clear, and I hope the rest of you will join me, that this is not about the Lincoln Place Apartments. It is not the council's fault if Lincoln Place Apartments falls into this category. But this is about a citywide problem in which we have, as Mr. Reyes has pointed out, Ms. Hahn has pointed out, and some of the tenant organizations have pointed out, thousands of people threatened with losing their homes. A moratorium for 6 months does not prevent people who have a legitimate reason to rehabilitate their buildings from doing so, but it allows the City Council to address a major policy question that confronts us. We do have a housing trust fund, but a housing trust fund is not housing units. And we have people who have to live in housing units, not trust funds. If they had trust funds, they wouldn't need this program. So we have, this is a very serious problem. I don't want anybody to go away from here, most especially Lincoln Place and its lawyers, going away from here thinking this is targeted specifically at them. This is an effort by, dare I say it, the old council as well as the new council. I get older every day, to try to address a problem that has been with us a long time and is only getting worse. Mr. Reyes, let me just ask you a question. When you made your motion a moment ago, you moved item A. I'm not sure whether you intended also to move 29B.
No, I'd like to be very clear. We can move 29B.
All right.
We'll receive and file with 29A.
Now, wait a minute. Okay, so you want to receive... Help me out with that again. If we're in support of a moratorium, we want to do which one?
29B.
All right, I'm going to move 29B, and I want everybody to, I'm going to say it again. I know this is repetitious, and I know my time's almost up. This is a citywide problem. This is a citywide effort. This is directed not at any specific owner of property. This is directed at the problem of a shortage of affordable housing, and the fact that we do know that throughout the city there are needs for major rehabilitation. There are also also abuses of this provision. This will give us a chance to straighten it out, and that's what we need to do. So I move item 29B, and that we receive and file item 29A.
Yes, so just point of information. We want to move 29B because 29B moves 29A as well. It's 29B we want to move.
Okay, all right, no, that's what I was asking you to help me out. I want to make sure I'm making the motion I mean to here. We want to move both of them. Is that what you're telling me? Okay, I move both. I'm seconding yours. I'll move. I'm moving item B as well.
Before calling on the next speaker, I want to recognize Mr. Labange for an introduction.
Mr. President, members of the council, we have two of our fine field people from the City of Los Angeles Department of Transportation. Please welcome Nick Baptista, stand up, Nick, and Craig Green, who's the superintendent of the sign shop. Every sign that's made in the City of Los Angeles goes through their hard-working hands and the other crew that are over there. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Ms. Misikowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to ask the city attorney to come forward because there's been discussion here, and I think we need to have that clarified. As I understand it, Mr. Reyes, 29B really incorporates the actions that you took. Mr. Reyes, 29B actually incorporates not only what the committee had initially recommended, but your motion from last week, which was 7A, which added a number of findings, directed the city attorney to do things in sort of dotting I's and crossing T's to make things more correct, more thorough, more complete for an action today. Is that correct? So it really is incorporating that. I have a letter in front of me from the city attorney on July 15th, which does say that this is recommended being transmitted, approved as to form and legality. Then there goes on to say something further. Could the city attorney please tell us your current position on this ordinance as it's being presented?
Jerry Burge, City Attorney's Office. Our office is recommending the approval of this ordinance. It is approved as to form and legality. However, we simply want to advise you about a current litigation and how adoption of this ordinance may affect that current and future litigation.
Okay, but in essence, then you're talking standing aside from a specific case and specific piece of litigation. The matter as it's going forward is being recommended as to form and legality by the city attorney's office.
That's correct.
Okay, I appreciate that. I would also like to call, members, there's a couple of things. I think as those who have spoken are correct, that the last time we really looked at major rehab was a good long time ago. Things have changed both in the economic market, things have changed in terms of the fragility of our affordable housing in the city overall. One of the things, and I'm hoping, Mr. Reyes, that as we do a study, it's not only a study in terms of what might be, what could be, what should be a threshold, moving it up from what the major rehab numbers were before. But I think there's another factor here, and although our Rent Adjustment Commission has, when they look at major rehabs, is saying, are you spending this much money? Fine. I think there should be another threshold, and this study should accommodate that, and that is major rehab can occur without evicting tenants. I have talked to some community development corporations who are spending upwards of $30,000, $40,000 per unit in buildings and do not evict tenants. It's a little more timely, it's a little more trouble, but on the other hand, it accomplishes two things. It accomplishes rehabilitation of units, but it does not cause eviction of tenants. And that's critical. And I think in most cases where tenants are willing to work with the landlord and vice versa, that you can accomplish both. And I would like to see that as a part of this study, not just what a number should be, but how can it be accomplished so that tenants are not necessarily evicted, as opposed to using this as a loophole that exists today. I would like to ask the city attorney, in the ordinance you are presenting to us, you have a hardship exemption. I also have a copy of another ordinance that I understand the city attorney presented that has a different section dealing with hardship exemption. The hardship exemption as it's presented as today will allow for what? In the moratorium as is recommended.
It would allow for an exemption from the provisions of this ordinance in cases of extreme hardship duly established to the satisfaction of the City Council.
So essentially, if there is anyone who is looking to litigate this, who says you've paralyzed me, you've frozen me in time, I can't do anything. In fact, this ordinance has an exemption clause in it that allows an extreme hardship presentation to be made and the City Council take consideration of the facts and make an analysis. Is that
That's correct, and we would
Así es,
urge
y
that
pedimos
position.
que esta
However,
posición ocurra. Sin
a
embargo,
developer can always argue that it is
una
futile
compañía de
to
construcción puede también
apply for a
argumentar que
hardship
esto
exemption.
no tiene base a aplicar una
It seems to me that if someone's going to presume that they know what an action is going to be of this council and not exhaust administrative remedies, that would be another reason to go to court and say that that's not.
That would be another defense, absolutely.
All right.
Thank you. Ms. Gruhl.
Señora Gruhl.
Actually, Ms. Mizikowski
Señora
asked the
Mizikowski
questions I was
hizo las
interested in
preguntas que
having
yo
both that
quería hacer.
presentation, but I would like to have, if we can, have the housing department
pedirle al
come up.
Departamento de Viviendas que se presente.
One of the issues,
Uno de los
and maybe the
asuntos-
city attorney can attest to this as well, I'm not sure if you answered this question, when was the last
¿Cuándo fue la
time
última
we
vez que
changed
nosotros
this, and dollar
cambiamos
figures
esto?
relative
Dígame-
to rehabilitation and the cost associated with it?
Deme cantidad de
The
dinero.
last time Gary Penny,
La
General
última
Manager of
vez
the Housing
que
Department,
del
the
Departamento de
last
Vivienda,
time
toda
we
vez
changed it
que
was
cambiamos esto fue en
1989. There was a
1989.
study in
Hubo un
1994,
estudio en
but
1994,
there was
pero
no change at that
no hubo un
time.
cambio en ese entonces.
So, I'm sorry, the last time
La
was
otra vez que hubo un
1989,
cambio
where you had the
fue
10,000
89.
threshold and the cost
El
figure as well for
límite
the
de $10,000
relocation.
y el costo también fue
That's
incluido
correct.
de
Since 89, so 11
89,
years
there
ago.
was
así es,
a
fue en
rental
el
housing study in
89, fue un
1994,
estudio que se llevó a cabo en el 94
and there was no change at that
y
time.
no hubo cambio en ese entonces.
Next comment.
Ms. Perry.
Thanks very much, Mr. President. I'd like to call the question, please.
Okay, Ms. Perry calls the previous question. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on the previous question. Roll is open on the previous question. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
5 ayes, 10 noes.
Okay, that doesn't pass. Next speaker is Mr. Burnson.
Yes, members of the council, there's no question about
No
the
hay
fact that
duda
there needs to
del
be
hecho
some
que
adjustments made in this ordinance.
necesita hacer cambios en esta ordenanza.
$10,000 is completely out of whack today.
Es muchísimo.
And I hate to see it used as
Esto
a
fuera lo
tool
normal, ¿no?
simply
Y no
to
quiero que
avoid
eso se use como
rent
herramienta
control
sencillamente para
and to put people out who cannot afford
ignorar
more expensive
control
housing in today's market when there's very little
renta
housing.
y poner personas
The only
en
thing I'm concerned
viviendas más
about
caras cuando hay
with
muy
the
pocas viviendas. Lo que
moratorium
me preocupa
is the
sobre
fact
esto
that
es
this
el
does
hecho de
not
que
become
esto
a
no
permanent moratorium.
se
Now,
hará
this is
como un
what's
moratorio
proposed for 6 months
permanente.
here.
Esto, la propuesta es de 6 meses.
I would prefer
Yo
to see something
preferiría
today,
ver
if we could
algo
agree
hoy, si
upon it, or if
podemos
it's doable
llegar a un
today,
acuerdo si se puede hacer hoy,
that would call for an
que
increase to
necesitaría un
the amount
aumento a la
for,
cantidad
for repairs or
de reparación
refurbishing or whatever you want to call it
remodelar
to the unit to be
la
brought up to
unidad
say 20 or
a
25,000,
25,000
and an
dólares
increase
y un
in
aumento
the relocation fees
en el costo de
to somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,000
a
minimum, or
5,000
and a
mínimo
higher appropriate figure for
y una cantidad más alta
the disabled,
para los
handicapped, and aged.
incapacitados
However,
y los mayores de edad.
there's
Sin
another
embargo, hay
thing
otra
also
cosa
that
también que
that hasn't been considered in
no
this
se ha
equation.
considerado en esta
And I see you shaking your head over there, Mr. Gross, but I
calculación.
think you have to understand, many years ago, we had a problem with condo conversions, and you were very vocal then. And we
cambios de
adopted some things that
condominios y
took care of the
adoptamos ciertas
problem, if you
cosas
recall.
que se encargaron de estos
Zev
problemas.
was on the planning committee with me at that time. And what they did
Lo que
basically,
hicieron básicamente
in cases where
en
people
casos
were the
donde
aged or
personas
people who were
mayores de edad o personas
handicapped,
incapacitadas
also
también
there had to be a support for a year
tuvo que ver
of a higher fee as well as the
apoyo por
relocation.
un año de un aumento
Now,
más alto
maybe
y
we
también
need to
la
build
reubicación.
something
Quizás
like
tenemos que
that into the
construir algo,
equation
incluir algo
when
así en
people are
esta calculación, en
displaced
esta
for legitimate
cuando calculemos esto,
refurbishing. When I
cuando
say
las
legitimate,
personas son
not
desalojadas
just somebody
para
who's going to
el
spend
propósito
the money just so
de
they can free the place for rent
remodelación.
control. I would tend today
Hoy
to
yo
probably support
quizás
the
apoyaré
moratorium, provided
este
that it
asunto
is
siempre
for
y
6
cuando
months
sea
only,
solamente por
and
6
that we come
meses
up with
y de
something
presentar algo
meaningful that
significante
really does
que de
away with
veras
the ability to just evict
incluye
just
la
simply to get
habilidad
out of rent control.
So that's where I'm going to go. But I will tell you, let's get this thing done in the 6 months, because if it goes beyond 6 months, I will not support it. And I'll tell you why, okay? I'm going to tell you why. It isn't that we don't want to help the tenants and make sure that they're able to retain their residences. But if we don't have the ability to have repairs and refurbishing and done to our housing stock, it will deteriorate. And we cannot allow that to happen either, because it'll just make conditions worse. So I'm going to go along for today. Within 6 months, we ought to have this back so that we have the type of conditions and the type of things done that will enable protection for people who need affordable housing.
Point of information. Thank you, Mr. Brinson. Mr. Reyes to respond, and then
Yes,
Mr.
point of
Pacheco.
information, within 29B, it's
Dentro
very
de
clear
29B
6
es
months.
muy claro,
It is with
6
that
meses, y
intention
es con esta intención
to basically
de
understand what we're
básicamente
going to do,
entender lo que
how to become
queremos.
a better
para-
public servant in our policies.
Después, eso será una encuesta pública
Mr. Pacheco.
mucho mejor, señor Pacheco.
Mr. President, colleagues, I want to rise in
Solo quiero
support of
ponerme de
Mr.
pie para
Reyes'
apoyar la
motion.
moción del
I
señor
believe
Reyes.
a
Creo yo
vigorous
que
debate
un
on the
diálogo
entire issue
vigoroso
is
en todo
what
este asunto es lo que
Mr. Reyes
el
intends
señor
here.
Reyes
And obviously, we want to make sure,
quiere,
and
y
I think
obviamente queremos asegurarnos. Creo
Mr.
yo
Brinson brought up a very
que
good
el señor
point that maybe
Brinson
we should
presentó un
include a
punto muy
one-year
válido. Quizás
subsidy
debemos
for anyone who's
incluir
relocated, as they did with the prior issue. That's something this whole committee can explore.
de un año. Eso es
The
algo que
only
podemos
question I had,
hacer. La
Mr.
única pregunta
Reyes,
que
is on
tenía
your
Mr. Reyes es en
composition of the
párrafo
commission
de
and the committee working
comisión y
together.
el comité trabajando unidos.
It says 3 to 5
Dice
members
que 3 a 5
representing the
miembros
interests of
representando los
landlords.
intereses de los
Am I to assume that's supposed to be
propietarios.
for-profit
Tengo de suponer
landlords
yo
and people
que son
who,
los propietarios
because
que
otherwise the vigorous debate may not
de
happen
lucro,
if we don't have
porque si no este diálogo no
for-profit
ocurre si no
landlords
tenemos
in the mix.
Well, let's be
propietarios
realistic.
de
For us
lucro.
to have
Incluso esto hay que
a
ser
real
realístico para
policy,
tener una
we
póliza
need
real.
both
Necesitamos
for-profit and non-profit landlords.
propietarios de sin fin
Let's
de lucro
make
y de
it
lucro.
clear
Entonces
that
hay
at
que
least
aclarar
3
que
of
al
the
menos
5
3 de
will
los
be
5 deben de
for-profit
ser
and then 2 can be
propietarios
non-profit
de
landlords.
lucro y
That's
2
fine.
para sin
That way
fin de lucro.
there's a
Es así,
mix.
entonces
That's
hay
fine.
mezcla adecuada. Bien.
Excuse me, is that amendment to the
¿Es un
ordinance
cambio de
or
ordenanza
to
o
the
a la
motion
moción
only?
solamente?
This is to the motion.
A la moción.
All right. Chair now recognizes Mr. Garcetti,
Señor
Mr.
Garcetti,
Labange.
señor Labange.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Señor presidente.
This should be easy.
Esto debe ser muy
We've heard
fácil.
testimony
Hemos
throughout the
escuchado
city. I don't know a
testimonio
lot
de la ciudad.
about
No sé
Lincoln
yo
Place,
mucho
so this has
acerca de
nothing to do
Lincoln
about
Place, que no
Lincoln
tiene
Place
nada
with
que
me.
ver
We've
con
heard
Lincoln Place,
testimony
porque hemos
throughout the
escuchado
city.
testimonio en toda la
I've talked
ciudad.
to landlords who says it's not many units. I don't have a problem with this.
Propietarios que no hay muchas
tenant
unidades. Yo tengo
advocates who
información que he
said
hablado con
maybe it isn't so many, maybe it
adversarios,
is
los
more,
defensores de
but
inquilinos
irregardless,
quizás
a
estamos, pero no
6-month temporary
obstante,
ban should not be a
una
problem.
provisión
We've
de
heard the
6
city
meses
attorney back that
que
up
es
as well.
temporal, no debe
I'd
haber
like to go a
problema.
step
La
further
Fiscalía
today as
Municipal también lo
well.
apoya.
We have
Un paso
failed in our
más hoy.
duty
Hemos fallado en
to make
nuestra
sure
responsabilidad
that
de
the
asegurar que
protection
la
at the 10,000
protección
level, we were
a nivel
supposed to
de
raise that every single
$10,000
year.
debíamos de
And a
aumentarlo cada
calculation
año
has
y la
been made,
calculación se ha hecho y
and Mr. Brinson
señor
alluded to this, but I'd like to put
mencionó
that
esto,
in
pero quiero
today, that we
incluirlo hoy
raise that
que
threshold from $10,000 to
aumentemos esta
$19,000
limitación de
because
10
that's where inflation has gone. We don't need a
de 10 a
6-month study
20
to do
mil.
a
Necesitamos
calculation
un
of
estudio
where
de
inflation
6
has gone
meses
over the
para hacer una
last
calculación
few years.
en
And
cuanto
to
a
raise
la
from
inflación
2,000 and
y de
5,000 to
aumentar de
4,000 and 7,000 the relocation assistance.
la
This will
asistencia de
protect more
reubicación se
folks.
protegerá a más
Like Mr. Reyes, I
personas. Como
have,
dijo el señor
I
Reyes,
think the last census actually, Council District 13 had the highest percentage of renters in the entire city. And I know that this is
yo sé
a
que
problem that we
este es
have
un
out there, and we
problema
have
que
been
tenemos
derelict in our duty
ahí
to make sure,
y
as we were supposed to do, I believe it was every 3 years, increase that amount to make sure that it went with inflation. So I'd like to put that forward as part of the ordinance, that we raise those levels from 10,000 again to 19, and the relocation assistance from 2 and 5 to 4 and 7, respectfully.
reubicación 2 a 5, 4 a 7 respectivamente.
I think that we can move
Creo
forward
que
with this.
podemos proceder con
At the
esto.
meantime, when we look at this
Mientras tanto,
study, I
cuando
hope that we
miramos
come
este
back here and
estudio,
comprehensively
espero
look in
poder
6
regresar
months
aquí en 6
about what this
meses
means
y
citywide.
hablar acerca de lo que esto
This
significa por
is
toda la
happening in
ciudad.
enough
Esto está
places. We've
ocurriendo en
heard that
suficientes lugares,
testimony in
hemos
many
escuchado ese
different
testimonio en muchos
housing committee
diferentes
hearings.
comités de
We've also known
viviendas
the Red
y audiencias
Stabilization Board
también.
made that finding as well. And so
La
I think it's incumbent upon us that we make sure that those those protections not only are in place for the next 6 months as we do this study, but that we don't fail people and have fewer and fewer protected by this by raising the threshold today. Thank you.
Y lo haremos a través de aumentar esta cantidad de dinero a la cantidad que ya he mencionado.
I just would like to ask my colleague, figures that you presented,
la cantidad que
is
usted
that for the
presentó es
interim?
para
Because the real figures, the
temporal,
ones we
porque la
need to look
cantidad real,
at,
las que
will be
tenemos que
based on the
considerar serán
findings of the
basadas
study.
en
So I want to
lo
be very
que
clear as to what it is you're proposing.
resuelva de parte del estudio. ¿Qué es lo que usted propone
the
de
interim?
nuevo? ¿Es temporal?
All right, thank you.
Gracias.
Mr. Lavange,
Señor
Mr.
Lavange.
Holden, please.
Señor Holden.
Yes, Mr.
Señor
President.
presidente,
Mr. Reyes, thank you very
Señor Reyes,
much
gracias
for what you've
por
done,
lo que usted ha hecho.
bringing this
De
forward here.
presentar esto.
I think it's real important we
Creo
look
que es muy
at as a
importante
gap here for
mirar que
6
esto
months period
es
to work
un
together
tiempo temporal
to
por
get the
6
necessary
meses de
information to
trabajar
make the
juntos,
right
recibir
decisions to be
la
fair. Nothing more
información
important
necesaria de ir a
than
una
our
decisión más justa. No es nada más
personal
importante
our
nuestra
family's
salud
health
personal,
and
la
that
salud
of
de
the
nuestra
health of the
familia, la
home that we
salud
live
de
in.
en la
And
casa
if
donde
people
vivimos
are
y si
using this
personas
as a
están usando
tool
esto como una herramienta
not to improve the
para no
housing, but to take
mejorar
advantage of people, it's the
su
wrong
vivienda
tool to
y en
do,
vez de
and we shouldn't
aprovecharse de
stand
personas
for it.
es
So I
lo
wanted to call,
equivocado y por lo
support this
tanto yo
measure
voy a
and
apoyar
move
esta
forward.
medida y
Thank you.
quiero proceder con esto.
Last speaker listed is Mr. Holden.
Señor Holden.
Mr. President,
Señor
members,
presidente, miembros por el señor Holden.
I move the previous question in entire matter.
May the Lord bless you, Mr. Holden.
Quiero que eso se
Alrighty,
ponga a
that
voto esa
closes the
pregunta.
debate on the
Termina
item
este
unless
diálogo en
there's
este asunto,
objection
salvo si hay alguna protesta
emanating from any quarters.
resultando
Madam
de
Clerk,
algún
what
número
is
actuario
before
que
us?
está ante
I
nosotros.
believe there
Creo
was a
yo que
motion
una
to
moción
adopt
para
both
adoptar
29A and
29A y
29B.
That would
29B.
be correct.
And
¿Es
an
así?
amending
Y
motion.
un
There was
cambio,
a
una
Pacheco
moción y un
motion
cambio, una moción de
that I
parte de
believe was
Pacheco, creo
accepted
yo
as
que
a
fue
friendly
aceptada
amendment, that at
como
least 3
cambio,
of the
al menos
members
3
of
de
the
los miembros
committee be
del
from,
comité que estos
or the
sean
landlords be for profit. And also, Mr. Garcetti's motion was raising the threshold to $19,000 and the relocation from $2,000 and $5,000 to $4,000 and $7,000.
All right, members, you've heard the amending motions, and they have been construed as friendly. If it's acceptable, we'll treat this as an omnibus motion and adopt the entirety of it pursuant to the Reyes-Galanter motion to wrap all of it together. Madam Clerk, giving those instructions, please
por
open the
favor,
roll.
ábrase voto.
Close the
Cierre ese
roll.
voto
Now
y
tabulate the
cuente
vote.
voto.
15 ayes.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
All right. Right. Thank you very much. All right, there's been a request for that to be forthwith on item number 29 and forthwith on item number 28, Madam Clerk, on 28 and 29. Thank you very much. Next item,
Gracias. Ahora
please.
procedamos.
Mr. President, there's an item not
Hay un
on the
asunto que
agenda.
no está
It's
aquí en
a
la
special
agenda.
motion
Es una moción
presented by
especial
Councilmember
presentada
Weiss
por
and
el
seconded by
concejal Weiss
President
y
Padilla, and
por el
that
concejal
is, the city
Padilla,
attorney will explain the
y la
need to make the
fiscalía
findings.
explicar la
Thank you so
necesidad de
much.
llegar a una
Mr. Weiss,
decisión.
do you wish
Gracias,
to be
señor Weiss.
heard?
¿Desea
Please
hacer
press the
presentación?
button.
No, I'd rather have the city attorney make the
Quiero
findings.
que la fiscalía
All right.
haga una decisión.
On the finding, special one, Madam City Attorney.
Thank you.
Decisión de la fiscalía
This has to
sobre
do with a
especial
motion
uno.
from
Eso
the
tiene que ver con
Department
una
of
moción de
Aging,
parte del
which
Departamento de
administers the Older
Personas de Edad que
Americans
administra
Act, Title V. There are
título
241 seniors enrolled in a job skill training program, and the grant subsidized is their only source of income. The motion to accept the grant has to go through the committees, and that has not yet happened because there were not some committee meetings that are normally scheduled. And in order to pay them, on Friday, the State of California Department of Aging agreed with our Department of Aging to utilize some grant funds that are previously. So this is to transfer that money over temporarily until the new grant is in place, and therefore the council would need to make the findings that the need to act arose after the posting of the agenda and that there is an immediate need to act.
Before we take a vote on the findings, guards had asked for your help in keeping chambers quiet here. People were exuberant with the results of the last vote. Are there any council members wishing to be heard on the findings? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on the findings. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
15 sí.
Special one now before us.
Pues
Members
no,
wishing to be
entonces
heard on the
miembros
motion
de
itself.
presentación sobre
Mr.
esta
Weiss.
moción, señor Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Gracias,
Mr.
señor
Cervantes
presidente.
and the Department of
Cervantes, el
Aging
Departamento
made this
de-
request.
Para personas
Ms.
mayores de edad,
Weingart
esta
has
petición,
explained it
señora Weingart ha
ably,
explicado
and
esto
I just move the entire matter.
adecuadamente. Yo
Thank you,
pido que
Mr. Weiss. Are the
esto se
members wishing
presente
to be
para
heard on the
voto.
motion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Ábrase voto,
Please close
cierre
the
ese
roll
voto
and
y cuente
tabulate the
voto.
vote.
15 ayes.
15 sí.
That is
Ha
approved.
sido aprobado.
Forthwith, please.
Procedemos.
Next item.
This is the time for comments from the public
Este
on
es momento
items
para
not on
comentarios
council's
del
agenda.
público sobre
Okay, the
asuntos no en
council
la
calls forward
agenda.
at this time Mr. Leonard Shapiro,
El señor Shapiro,
followed by Larry
el
Green
señor Larry
and
Green
Roberto
y
Carvajal.
Roberto Carvajal.
Mr. Shapiro still with us?
Señor Shapiro se encuentra aquí. No.
Going once, going twice. Mr. Green.
How are you, folks? Very exciting meeting this morning. I just want to say very briefly before I go into my brief comments,
Decir algo.
that last motion you
Esta
passed
última moción que
unanimously,
ustedes
15 to
pasaron
nothing,
unánimamente
I think it's
15
pretty
a 0,
disgraceful
creo yo
the way you passed it. You had a couple hundred people in here screaming and yelling at the top of their
varias
lungs in a
personas
city of
aquí
3 million.
gritando.
Now, look, before I
No sé,
moved to
hace
Los
unos años
Angeles, when I lived in New
de
York, we
cambiarme
used to
a
have a
Los
team
Ángeles
called
y
the
que fui
Brooklyn
a Nueva York,
Dodgers, okay?
teníamos un
And they came to Los
equipo llamado
Angeles,
Brooklyn
and
Dodgers,
the only
vinieron a Los
way
Ángeles. La
that
única manera
Chavez Ravine,
que
now called Dodger Stadium, could be built was
ese
by
estadio se
evicting some
pudo
people. And you know what? If we hadn't evicted those
construir
people, I know it was very
desde esa
contentious,
personas, no
probably only Nate Holden and Hal
hubiéramos
Bernstein even old enough to
podido
remember
deshacer
those days.
personas.
And you might have been youngsters
Entonces,
then. We never would have had a
nunca
baseball
hemos tenido un
stadium. So
estadio
anyway,
para béisbol.
my point is, if
Mi
you want
punto
to
es,
pass
si
something in the
ustedes
city
quieren
of
pasar
LA,
algo en la ciudad de
just
Los
come in with a
Ángeles,
crowd of about 150 people,
vengan
just
con
break
un
up the
grupo de
meeting every
personas
2 or 3 minutes and scream and yell, and you'll probably get a unanimous vote. But that's not why I came here today. I came here today to tell you that I ran here from Hollywood. I ran here from Hollywood to show you that you can get around this town without a car. It's a beautiful city. I am totally against secession.
Yo estoy en contra
I
de
want to keep the
división.
city
Yo quiero que
united.
esta ciudad
It's a
se
beautiful
mantenga
town.
unida. Es un pueblo
And I want you all
lindísimo
to
y
know
quiero
that I had a
que
great
ustedes
weekend thanks to DWP last weekend. Taliban's office called me at the last minute. They had a vacancy. And I saw the Owens Valley, Mono Lake. And I want to tell all the freaks that support secession that without William Mulholland building the aqueduct, we'd have 200,000 people living in LA, and without the good people in the Owens Valley, we wouldn't have the city of LA and their water. I encourage you all to go to the Owens Valley, have the great weekend I did, and shucks, I feel like volunteering for the DWP. And I want to thank you all for this great meeting, but don't buckle under community pressure. Vote with your conscience, not just what the committee report says. Think carefully about the rights of developers in this city too, and I hope every developer is watching my comments, Larry Green, on TV. Melrose Larry Green, $10,000 is plenty of money. Keep it at $10,000. Thank you. And I'll run back via Temple to Beverly, back to Melrose and Highland.
Thank you,
Great
Larry.
run, only 6 miles. Thank you, Alex.
Roberto Carvajal, are you still with us? Mr. Carvajal going once, going twice. Keep running, Larry. Okay. Mr. Carvajal is no longer with us. This concludes public comment for today's meeting. Mr. Rudy Thomas, did you wish to be recognized? Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Do you wish to clear the desk before going into closed session?
Let's do housekeeping.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Motion shall be posted and referred.
That clears the desk for closed session.
Okay, in conformance to California law, the council will now adjourn into closed session. I ask the guards to please clear the chambers.
Exemptions. They're just, we're on. All right. Madam Clerk, what's before us?
The first item, Madam President, 44A is settlement in the case of Romero versus Perez et al., and that's in the amount of $165,000.
All right. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Close the roll.
Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That matter is approved. Next item.
Next item, Madam President, 44C is settlement in the case of Agazarian versus City of Los Angeles, and that's in the amount of $150,000.
Okay, you've heard the recommendation. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That matter is also approved.
Next item, Madam President, 44D is a settlement in the case of Hernandez versus City of Los Angeles et al., and that's in the amount of $800,000.
All right, that is the recommendation. Please open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That matter is also approved.
That clears the desk, Madam President.
All right. Members, I think we've taken care of housekeeping. Are there any adjourning motions? All right. Would everyone please stand for adjourning motions? First, there will be an announcement. Mr. Garcetti?
Just a very brief announcement. I know Mr. Reyes had to go, but for the first time in 22 years, and avenging last year's loss, CD13 won the elected official category in the Lotus Festival boat race. We planned to have the statue, the trophy here today, but it was broken. Rumors that CD1 actually went out there and broke it, I'm sure are scurrilous, but we just want to let everybody know. And we look forward to we've had commitments from staff in CD11, CD14, and CD4 to join us next year.
Another announcement, Ms. Hahn?
Yes, I would just like to announce that our Committee on Education and Neighborhoods will begin at 2:30.
Any other announcements?
I did it announce yesterday, I'll announce today, that the council meeting, regular council meeting, official, will be at the Baldwin Hills Rec Center and the Will Chamberlain Gymnasium in my district right off Rodeo Road, just east of La Cienega. So, and there's plenty dinner. Come early and eat late.
7 o'clock.
Yeah, I would say the meeting starts at 7, but you leave before then. Come at 5:30.
The meeting apparently starts at 6:30. So the council everyone.
Meeting starts at 6:30? Oh, so come at 5:30.
All right.
The council starts at 6:30. Dinner starts at 5:30.
Okay, Ms. Gruhl, did you have an announcement or an adjourning motion?
I have both, actually.
All right, let's have the announcement first.
We'll do the announcement first. Just wanted to, those of you that are listening today, Saturday is Pothole Day in CD2. So if you happen to be driving through CD2 on Saturday morning, we have individuals, our community leaders, my staff, identifying every pothole in CD2. So again, those of you that are listening and watching, if you can't be there on Saturday morning, give our office a call. Public Works has committed to, within a 48-hour period of time of us giving them those list of potholes, that we will have them taken care of. So Pothole Day and CD2 on Saturday. That's right.
Madam President.
Yes, Mr. Holden.
That's not good enough. If you identify a pothole, you got to do at least what Kenny Hahn did. You give $1 for each pothole that you can find in his district, and he had a bigger district. I'm sure you know.
How about 50 cents?
That's a good idea, a little 50 cents.
All right, members, I do think it's time for adjourning tributes now, so let me begin by recognizing Councilmember Gruhl.
Yes, I have 2 adjourning motions today, and I'd like my colleagues to join me in adjourning in memory of Harriet Weiss. Harriet was a native of Chicago, Illinois. She moved with her young family to the San Fernando Valley in 1946 with her husband, Al Weiss. The couple owned and operated pharmacies throughout the San Fernando Valley, including the pharmacy at the Jewish Home for the Aging. She was keenly interested in the cultural arts and life of Los Angeles. And with family and friends, she traveled all across the world collecting art and artifacts. She was deeply committed to her family and always made them the central focus of her life. She is survived by her husband, Alvin Weiss, her daughters, Sue Buckner and Bonnie Sugar, her grandchildren and great-children-in-law, Julie Buckner Levy and Alan Levy, Gailey and Brian Buckner, Catherine and Michael Sugar, J.B. Sugar, and her great-grandson, Sawyer Buckner Levy. So I'd ask that we adjourn in the motion.
All right.
Thank you. I have 2. Second is a woman who I had the pleasure of knowing through UCLA and Gold Shield, an honorary women's group, Toby Hale O'Brien. She was born on April 9th, 1930 to John Prentice and Geneva McDonald Hale in Mesa, Arizona. She graduated from UCLA in 1952 and was a loyal member of the Gold Shield alumni of UCLA. She was a respected employee of the Rand Corporation and a cherished member of the Pacific Palisades Presbyterian Church. Her beloved husband, John O'Brien, preceded her in death. Toby was a best friend to everyone who knew her. She will really be missed more than words can say, and she's been survived by her son, Jeff Brown. And I have to tell you, she called me during my campaign and said she wanted to come volunteer. And she had cancer, but came in Mondays and Fridays. Some days she'd call and say she was too weak to come in, but she was thinking about us. And so she really was an extraordinarily special woman and made a difference in me being here today.
Thank you. Mr. Holden?
Madam President, members, sad story here. Mr. Emil Neal, he's the father of Sylvia Lacey. She's a deputy on my staff. And he was a friendly, outgoing individual and was known to everyone as Neil. Died at the age of 79 at the time of his passing. Neil suffered through a lengthy illness. I understand it was cancer. Born in February 23, 1923, in Alexandria, Louisiana. He was the youngest of 11 children, and Mr. Neal was a long-time California resident. He came here in 1946 after being discharged from the military. He's survived by 2 daughters, 2 grandchildren, 4 great-grandchildren, and certainly he's going to be missed. He started to clean us in South Central Los Angeles in 1946 when he left the military. So he's been a business person and a community leader for all those years.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Mr. Lavange.
Yeah, I'd like to ask Councilman Garcetti to join with me in this. George Richter, who was the president of the Beverly Kingsley Neighborhood Association, was a driving force in helping that neighborhood get what it should get, and it still needs to get more. He was always involved in working with the YMCA and helping the Wilshire YMCA transform to not just a local YMCA, but to work with the region. He's worked closely with the school system on citing much-needed public schools in the area. He found out 15 days ago that he had pancreatic cancer, and God called him in those 15 days. His wife, Mona, his survivor, and he was a wonderful driving force that each of us have in our districts. Those are the people who truly make a difference in working with their neighborhood. He will be sorely missed because so much of the work he did, not everyone knew it. He was a driving force of change and of helping that community of the Beverly Kingsley area. Ask that we, Eric and I, adjourn in his memory.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Anyone else? Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I ask that you join me in adjourning today in the memory of Matthew Fellman, who lived far too short a life. He was born in 1980, and he passed away just a few days ago. He loved kids. He loved teaching kids. He loved sports, in particular motorcycling, surfing, snowboarding, and martial arts. He gave back an awful lot to children in the short time that he was with us. He is survived by Jack, Shelley, and Maggie Fellman, and his family would ask that in lieu of flowers, people make contributions to Heal the Bay or the Surfrider Foundation.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Thank you. The council is adjourned tomorrow night in Council District 10.